Preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. For today's announcement, as we will be proceeding with the budget debate, I wish to remind this Honorable House of Standing Order 40, specifically B and C, that a senator present in the Senate during a debate, B, shall maintain silence while another senator is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders, and C, shall otherwise conduct himself in a fit and proper manner. I also want to refer to section specifically to section 4 and 5, where it says it shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of either chamber, and section 5, no senator shall impute improper motives to any other member of either chamber. Having said that, honorable members, by letter dated 25th March 2022, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. 1. General Revenue Appropriation 2022/2023 Bill 2022. 2. Official Charities Fund Motion 2022. And 3. Resolution authorizing the adjustment on the rates of business tax on net interest income motion 2022.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. General Revenue Appropriation 2022-23 Bill 2022, Village Council's Amendment Bill 2022, and Cannabis and Industrial Hemp Control and Licensing Bill 2022. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members?
Under Standing Order 32, I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion that the Cannabis and Industrial Hemp Control Licensing Bill 2022 not be taken through all its stages at today's sitting.
I recognize your motion. I will ask for a few minutes to consult with the clerk. Clerk? Senator Kevin Herrera, can you repeat your motion?
Sure, Madam President.
Specifically to the section that you're using?
Yes, I propose under Section 32 of the Standing Orders an amendment to the motion by the Leader of Government Business that the Cannabis and Industrial Hemp Control and Licensing Bill 2022 not go through all its stages at today's sitting.
I will, at this time, ask that we suspend the Senate for 5 minutes so that I can consult with the clerk. No, I will leave. 5 minutes, but that took a little bit longer. But this is a teaching moment. And so, Senator Kevin Herrera, I thank you for that teaching moment. Having said that, we will now resume the business of the Senate. Honorable members, the question is that the General Revenue Appropriation 2022-2023 Bill 2022 and the Village Council's Amendment Bill 2022 be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the Cannabis and Industrial Hemp Control and Licensing Bill 2022 be proceeded with at a later date. All those in...
Madam President.
Yes, Leader of Government Business.
I believe under Standing Order 32, that motion, before it can be put, must be seconded. It has, as far as I'm aware, not been seconded.
Let me check with Section 32 again. Yes. So let us look at amendments to motion, how moved and put. Again, a teachable moment, and we are learning as we go along. So Section 32.3 says, an amendment to a motion may be moved and seconded at any time after the question upon the motion has been proposed by the President or Chair, before it has been put by the President or Chair at the conclusion of the debate upon the motion. When all amendments have been disposed of, then the question shall be put on the original motion or the motion as amended, and so on and so forth. And so a motion has been moved for the Cannabis and Industrial Hemp Control and Licensing Bill 2022 to be proceeded with at a later date. Do we have a senator seconding that motion?
Rise to second the motion as proposed.
So the motion has been seconded by Senator Bishop Moses Bengashe. So the question then that is now going to be posed is, honorable members, the question is that the Cannabis and Industrial Hemp Control and Licensing Bill 2022 be proceeded with at a later date. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the noes have it. Clerk, you may proceed. Let me, as clerk, proceed to the attention Let me proceed by virtue of Section 84 with the general authority of the President having the power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not providing for in these standing orders. And specifically 3, the President shall be responsible for the management, general administration of the chamber. Using that standing order, I will be including in the orders for the day the oath of allegiance for a temporary senator at this time. And we do have the business of the day to conduct, clerk.
Do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Welcome to today's proceedings, Honorable Senator. I will use this opportunity to remind you that I am flexible today as it's the budget debate. However, please be mindful that tardiness is not something that we will encourage in this honorable chamber. Clerk, you may proceed.
Papers.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper 24/1/14, draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Honorable members, the paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the Senate.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move, be it resolved that this honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the official charities fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2023. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the official charities fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2023. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 107(1) of the Income and Business Tax Act prescribes in the 9th schedule to that act the rates of tax that are to be levied on receipts, and whereas pursuant to subsection 2 of the said section, the National Assembly may at any time by resolution amend the 9th schedule. And whereas the government of Belize wishes to adjust business tax on the net interest income charged to banks and financial institutions with a view to incentivizing lending in strategic foreign exchange earning sectors, including tourism, agriculture, and BPO sectors. And whereas the proposed net interest income tax charges desired to be implemented on April 1st, 2022 are seen in the attached annex, now therefore be it resolved that in the urgent context of incentivizing increased bank lending, the National Assembly approves that the government adjust the rates of tax on receipts prescribed in the 9th schedule as proposed in the attached annex. Foreign exchange earning sectors, including tourism, agriculture, and business process outsourcing, the rate will move from 15% to 12%. Real estate, building and construction and manufacturing, it remains at 15%. Personal loans, the rate will move from 15% to 18%. Distribution sector, the rate will move from 15% to 17%. And other loans, the rate will move from 15% to 16%.
I recognize Senator Honorable Chris Cowick.
Madam President, I just rise to make a few comments in connection with this resolution and the context for it. Our banking system has been certainly affected by the experience of the COVID pandemic. Banks have taken different approaches. Some banks have relied on the forbearance measures. In fact, all banks and financial institutions have relied to some extent on the forbearance measures. At the same time, lending policies have varied across the financial institutions. We at the same time have to have regard to our foreign exchange position, our foreign reserves. What we have highlighted is that foreign reserves have certainly increased significantly over the past year, year and a half. And we are in a much better position now than we were before. At the same time, as we look forward, we project forward into the next 2 to 3 years, we do note, and the IMF themselves speak specifically to in their last report, that our foreign reserves position is expected to decline, that we will have a downward trajectory. We had built up quite a bit of external official debt, but a lot of that debt was had grace periods. The amortization will come into effect in the next couple of years. The blue bond transaction, we will also have a heightened cost in the next couple of years as the interest rate adjusts. So we do expect that foreign reserves position will be impacted. So it's important for us to act in a proactive way to incentivize lending in foreign exchange earning sectors, and at the same time disincentivize lending that are import intensive and drain our foreign exchange. So this paper speaks to that. What we have noted is that in the banking system in particular, we have excess liquidity in excess of $770 million. That is undoubtedly an unprecedented level. We have loans in the banking system of about $2.3 billion. So for us to have excess liquidity of over almost $800 million, that's almost a third of additional loans that could be in the system, stimulating economic activity and generating foreign exchange. So it was felt that while we want to incentivize lending, in the discussions with central bank, it was certainly a preference that we focus on target lending into foreign exchange earning sectors, and those sectors include tourism, they include agriculture, they include BPO sectors, which is an emerging foreign exchange earning sector for us. So that's the gist of, or the rationale for the approach to this adjustment to the 9th schedule of the Income and Business Tax Act. In the same vein, the disincentivization applies to those areas of personal and distribution loans in particular. So that as we focus in on protecting our foreign reserves, that we look at local consumption, we incentivize local consumption, but we disincentivize the import-intensive areas. The annex in this motion reflect that approach. The foreign exchange earning sectors, in terms of taxation, look at or propose to reduce the current rate of 15% on the net interest spread, not on gross, but on the net interest spread, the lending rate net of the deposit rate. That tax be reduced to 12%. Currently, the position is 15% across the board. So what we're looking at is reducing on those foreign exchange earning sectors and increasing on the foreign exchange, the sectors that have foreign exchange outflow. And that, as I highlighted in terms of the personal loans and distribution loans, those have an increase in the tax to the banks on their net interest spread on these types of loans. Overall, in terms of the tax effect, all things being equal, if there is in fact no incentivized growth in the lending portfolio of the banking system, the tax effect would be almost revenue neutral. I think marginally $1 million less. But if there is an impact that in terms of incentivized new lending, we have $770 million that can be loaned out. The obvious effect with increased lending is increased tax collection, so that we would be in fact revenue positive. So this is the structure of this this amendment or proposed amendment to the 9th schedule of the Income and Business Tax Act, and I look forward to support before this Honorable Senate. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that in the urgent context of incentivizing increased bank lending, the National Assembly approves that the government address the rates of tax on receipts prescribed in the 9th schedule as proposed in the attached annex. Sector foreign exchange earning sectors, including tourism, agriculture, and business processes outsourcing, current rate 15%, new rate 12%. Real estate, building and construction and manufacturing, current rate 15%, new rate 15%. Personal loans, current rate 15%, new rate 18%. Distribution, current rate 15%, new rate 17%. Other, new current rate 15%, new rate 16%. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
reading.
Hello, good morning.
Madam President.
Madam President, I rise to maybe seek a clarification and on the motion regarding the amendments, because as
I recognize Leader of Government Business on the point of order. Can you speak to the point of order?
No
Leader?
senator is entitled to speak on a motion after the question has been put and voted on.
May you refer to the section for me, Leader of Government Business, so that I can use it again to make reference?
Madam President, Standing Order 33, 7, no senator may speak on any question after it has been put to the vote by the President or Chairman.
I take your point of order for this particular on section 33, 7, where it says, no senator may speak on any question after it has been put to the vote by the President or Chair. That matter, Senator Orson Elrington, has been put already, and so we are going to proceed with the bills for second reading. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023. Madam President, with your permission, I would like to refer to my notes. I rise to open the debate, Madam President, on the General Revenue Appropriation 2022-2023 Bill 2022. I support the bill unreservedly and will strongly commend it to this Honorable Senate. Madam President, this bill seeks the authority of the National Assembly to appropriate $1.36 billion for the upcoming fiscal year. This is comprised of recurrent expenditure of $1,087,896,431, Capital 2 expenditure of $160,761,574, and Cap 3 expenditure of $115,011,629. Additionally, there are $99,770,259 in amortization payments and transfers to be made by the Ministry of Finance. Madam President, this bill is historic. It is the biggest proposed budget in the history of Belize. History is being made today, Madam President, not by chance or by luck, but by plan and design. We can present this ambitious, bold, historic budget today because the government, under the leadership of the Honorable John Bresenio, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, has led Belize from the edge of the abyss, has managed the affairs of the people judiciously, and has delivered on the homegrown strategy outlined to the Belizean people in last year's budget. We take pride, Madam President, in saying that because we manage the people's money in a professional manner, the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and the Cabinet were pleased, and we are pleased to be able to restore the wage cuts to public sector employees. As the Prime Minister said, he would not wait one day more more than was absolutely necessary, and it is right and proper that this budget provides for the restoration of those salaries and benefits. Let me again say thank you to all those who shared the burden and sacrifice in the pursuit of a grand national objective to restore Belize to fiscal sanity. We thank you all. And so as we look back to last year, Madam President, we say yes. We proudly proclaim promises made, promises kept, plans presented, plans executed. Madam President, Belize is back, rebuilding, rebounding, and resilient. That is the Belize under the People's United Party, led by the Honorable John Besenio. Indeed, Madam President, despite an economy still suffering the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Belize economy grew by an impressive 12.5% in 2021, according to the International Monetary Fund. And this took place after a dramatic decline in 2020, driven mostly by the COVID pandemic. A pandemic that has changed the world, Madam President, and changed Belize. And we believe that in the context of the budget that we had for last year and the context of the budget that we are now debating, it is important to recall the statistics. Belize had 57,203 confirmed cases. COVID killed 654 Belizeans. That is more than any hurricane has killed in our modern history. The economy contracted by 16.7% in 2020. 65,000 persons lost their job. Personal rights and freedoms had to be seriously curtailed in the public interest. Madam President, the disaster, the pain and suffering caused by COVID is equaled only by the corrupt mismanagement of the United Democratic Party for 13 years. But, Madam President, prudent public sector cuts, targeted relief to businesses and individuals experiencing challenges with banks and financial institutions allowed us to stabilize the ship of state and to emerge from the barrow economic depression. We are pleased to report to this Honorable Senate that unemployment has decreased from the high caused by the pandemic. Government's revenue, grants and capital revenue outperform estimates. The projected outturn, as set out in the revenue estimates, is $1,192,000,000, approximately 19% higher than was budgeted. On the expenditure side, the recurrent expenditure of $1,217,000,000 was slightly higher than budgeted. Madam President, on any measure, on any reckoning, that is prudent stewardship by the Honorable Prime Minister and the team in the Ministry of Finance. Let us not forget, Madam President, let us not forget the historic blue bond negotiated by the People's United Party and concluded by the People's United Party. It was this government, history will recall, that vanquished the super bond that was a noose around our collective necks for far too long, and for which the United Democratic Party, after 13 years, could do nothing but increase the amount of the super bond debt. It was this single brilliant blue bond transaction that caused our public debt, the public debt of this country, to move from 133% to GDP to 108% of GDP. 25 percentage points, Madam President. Every Belizean should be rightly proud of that historic achievement. That, Madam President, was not luck. That was plan presented, plan executed. That, Madam President, is delivering on Plan Belize. We applaud the continued confidence and investment of the private sector in 2021, which created a robust expansion of output in the primary sector of the economy. Banana, sugar, livestock, poultry, pork, all performed strongly, which contributed to 11.2% primary sector growth. Madam President, members of the Senate, this government is particularly proud of the export of live cattle to Mexico and Guatemala that was suspended by a stupid, ill-advised decision of the United Democratic Party government in 2020. We promised in the manifesto that we would lift that ban, Madam President. We did it, and now exports are bounding. That we call delivering on Plan Belize. The successful rebound of the economy has been fueled, Madam President, by activity in tourism and in agriculture. Our government, after neglect and negligence, our government is renewing the citrus industry with an investment of $15 million over 3 years. That money, Madam President, is being made available through the Development Finance Corporation. And we continue to work with the farmers to ensure a lawful supply of migrant workers to reap their fruits. More than 23,000 acres are planted in coconut. And this new industry is about to abound with proliferation of fruits, oil, and water, and other byproducts, Madam President. A new coconut processing plant will soon be inaugurated under the government of the People's United Party. Indeed, under the leadership of my friend, the Honorable Abelardo Mai, the most dynamic Minister of Agriculture we have seen for decades in the tradition of the great Fred Hunter, exciting developments are also taking root in pineapple, soursop, rice, and vegetables. Madam President, we pledge to work with the farmers to develop the rural areas. We are delivering on Plan Belize. In fact, as we speak in Spanish Lookout, another fantastic investment is being declared open. The UHT plant on the Western Dairies, Madam President, is being opened right now by the Honorable Prime Minister so that we can have milk made in Belize and stored on the shelf for a long period of time. That is confidence in the economy. Services, Madam President, contracted by 20% in 2020. And last year, 2021, it grew by 10%. As the Prime Minister reported in his budget speech, stayover arrivals increased by 58.9% in 2021. 200,000 cruise ship passengers visited after that sector reopened in July 2021. Madam President, tourism is back. That is what we call delivering on Plan Belize. Arrivals in Q1 of 2022 were around 75 to 80% of 2019 arrivals. And this was achieved, Madam President, notwithstanding that we were suffering the tail end of the Delta and the onset of the Omicron variant. Again, this was not luck. This was not chance. This, Madam President, was the result of careful planning and execution by the line ministries in the COVID response. And the leaders in the tourism industry are not resting, Madam President. Serious efforts and searches are on the way for additional airlift into Belize. New investments in hotels and resorts are taking place, demonstrating confidence in Belize. It is clear that with the strategic planning by the BTB, the BHA, and the BTIA, tourism is heading in the right direction. The recovery from the excruciatingly painful COVID-19 blow is well underway, and inshallah, 2022, 2023 will be a very good season for tourism in Belize. That is delivering, Madam President, on Plan Belize. But as we recognize those achievements, it is important that we highlight investment and attention to the social sector. This government, under Plan Belize, is committed to people. We have to put people first. We have to put people at the center of our development. COVID-19 challenged the education sector, Madam President. Tens of thousands of young people, both from university to preschool, were out of classrooms, out of the school environment, learning from home, and indeed suffering as a result of the measures that had to be imposed to stem the spread of COVID-19. There were serious repercussions, and I know the Belize National Teachers Union is working closely with the Ministry of Education to measure the impact of those closures on the students and indeed the teachers and the wider administration of the schools, and are designing and have designed plans in order to try to catch up and to attenuate the effects of those repercussions. Through consultation and careful planning, Madam President, hybrid learning was introduced, and the return to full in-class lessons is near at hand. We say again, Madam President, that healthcare workers are our Belizean heroes. We salute them and thank them wholeheartedly. They battled the virus face to face. They cared for the sick and gave unending hours of dedicated service. Today, we cautiously welcome the dramatic decrease in the number of positive COVID-19 cases and even less deaths attributed to the virus. Madam President, that is the result of plans made and plans executed. That is the result of promises made and promises kept. That, Madam President, is delivering on Plan Belize. But the work on the Plan Belize in the health sector never ends. Never. Look at what has happened. In the midst of the pandemic, health centers in Bullet Tree, Ladyville, Hattieville, Pueblo Viejo, Santa Teresa, and the pediatric wing at the Northern Regional Hospital were all improved by this government under the leadership of Prime Minister John Briceño. And in this fiscal year, NHI will be rolled out to places including Orange Walk, and the program will be enhanced to fight non-communicable diseases. Madam President, the work in health, the work in education are at the center of Plan Belize because they're investments in people. They are educating, empowering, and strengthening our people in order to meet the challenges of today and to rise above them in the new normal that we all are experiencing. Perhaps, Madam President, the crowning achievement in the health sector was the successful, arduous negotiation by the Prime Minister with our friends, the Republic of China, Taiwan, to conclude a grant, not a loan, a grant of US $16 million to build a state-of-the-art hospital in Ambergris-Ski. Shortly, ground will be broken, Madam President. Work will begin, and the residents of Ambergris-Ski, San Pedro Town, and even nearby Kikoka will have the security, the knowledge, the fact that they need not make difficult trips to Belize City in order to get primary, secondary, and even some level of tertiary health care. That, Madam President, is delivering on Plan Belize. We promised it, we are delivering it. It is, of course, historic. Tens of millions of dollars were voted by this Senate, Madam President, for 13 years under the United Democratic Party for housing. And I wait to hear senators on the other side inform this Senate how many houses were built. I wait to hear, I want to hear them boast about their record in housing. And if it is none, say that. Then tell me where the millions gone. We on this side, Madam President, we on this side have promised to build thousands of housing to address the needs of the Belizean people. We have started slowly with the available resources, but under the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, the dynamic, the Honorable Julius Espat, soon with monies procured by the Prime Minister from Taiwan, we will see a massive expansion in housing construction across the length and breadth of this country. Madam President, I would like to pay particular attention at this stage of my presentation to the ministries for which I have portfolio responsibility: the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration. And I want to start by, first of all, thanking my friend and colleague, the Honorable Ramon Montes Cervantes, for the close partnership and collaboration that we have established in that ministry and the work that we have been able to do together. If one wants to be honest, Madam President, if one wants to speak truth, one would acknowledge that from a dying, dead, decrepit Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade that had no life, no direction, no policies or plans, we can stand here today and say very proudly, Belize is back on the international and regional scene. We can say very proudly that we are respected once again. Madam President, under the leadership of CEO Amalia Mai, Directors Borland, Director Cantun Coleman, under Director General Andy Sutherland and his team, Richard Reed and others, Tricia Gideon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is making strides and making Belize proud again, and I am proud to be a part of that team. Together, Madam President, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was able to procure 564,650 doses of vaccines for the Belizean people under our vaccine diplomacy. And we thank all friendly countries and institutions that provided those vaccines to us, who heard our appeal after the COVAX facility, for which we paid millions of dollars, failed to deliver vaccines on time to the Belizean people. We in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs got over 500,000 doses for the Belizean people, Madam President. We are now working with friendly countries and the European Union to procure pediatric vaccines, and we hope that shortly we will be able to do that for those children of Belize. Madam President, Ministry of Foreign Affairs proudly, I stress, proudly assumed the chairmanship of the Council for Foreign and Community Relations in May last year. And the Honorable Prime Minister, in January of this year, assumed the chairmanship of the Caribbean community. And in that regard, Madam President, we have been carrying the flag for CARICOM, speaking in the halls of power, speaking to friendly countries, building new alliances, and working the diplomatic work for Belize and for the region. That has made us proud. We hosted the 33rd Intersessional Heads of Government meeting, the first face-to-face meeting of CARICOM Heads of Government for 2 years in San Pedro in February of this year. Madam President, we should be proud of it. The energy and dynamism that came from that meeting has seen a renewed impetus and energy in CARICOM. It is spoken about across the region. President Irfan Ali of Guyana, President Santoki of Suriname, Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, Prime Minister Skerrit of Dominica, all came to our shores, all deliberated on serious matters for a day and a half, Madam President, for 2 full days. Half the day was spent in caucus, dealing with delicate and difficult things. Why are we proud? We are proud, Madam President, because one, this Caribbean single market and economy, an agenda, a built-in agenda has now been agreed, and member states are able to move faster in implementing the single market and economy. We are proud, Madam President, because under the leadership of President Irfan Ali, agriculture and food security is now a main item on the agenda of the Caribbean community. On the recommendation of Belize, Madam President, climate change is now a permanent item on the agenda of heads of government. The urgency of that item, the existential nature of that item to Belize's economy and to our very survival requires heads to look at it deeply twice per year. Madam President, that was a successful summit, but it moved on the next day to the summit that we held with CARICOM and SICA. President of Guatemala, President of Costa Rica, Vice President of El Salvador, United Nations Secretary General had to cancel his visit the day before because of the crisis in Ukraine, but nevertheless, along with the President of Argentina, addressed that summit. Madam President, I can say very proudly that the arrangements that were made, the courtesies that were extended, the security that was provided, has won the admiration of people across both regions. I think the media will recall that Prime Minister Mottley was moved to compliment the Belize Police Department for the security and the close protection that she received. We have received calls from one country who is planning an upcoming meeting, asking our Chief Executive Officer and her team to share with them some of the plans and the way in which we manage that conference. That is a reputation that Belize now has, Madam President. And I can say this, at the end of April, the foreign ministers of SICA and CARICOM are scheduled to meet because the foreign minister of Panama pledged at that summit that Panama would host as soon as possible a meeting of the ministers of foreign affairs of the two sub-regions to start immediately implementing the declaration of San Pedro. We are back, Madam President. We are delivering on Plan Belize. The Honorable Prime Minister led delegations to Guatemala. He led delegations to Mexico. He led delegations to Taiwan. All of those, Madam President, have borne fruit for Belize, and we are soon to receive the President of Mexico as another guest in Belize. Ministry of Foreign Affairs was the ministry that organized and hosted the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, a visit that has provoked the absolutely critical debate of the independence of Belize. Should we continue to vest executive authority in Her Majesty? Should we continue as a democratic constitutional monarchy? Should we move to Republican status? Madam President, in this budget presented by the Honorable Prime Minister, the Minister responsible for the public service for constitutional and political reform and religious affairs informed the House, that other place, that in this year we will appoint the People's Constitution Commission in order to look at that issue and the wider question of constitutional and political reform. We had the pleasure and the honor, Madam President, to receive colleagues, not only during the summit, but on a bilateral basis. Foreign Minister from Honduras, the previous Foreign Minister, Lisandro Banegas. We had the pleasure to receive the Foreign Minister of Costa Rica, Rodolfo Solano Quiros. Every single member of Cabinet will tell you, Madam President, that as a result of those visits by those foreign ministers, you will see an increase in scholarships, an increase in fighting and restoring our forests, an increase in assistance to the NHI through advice from Costa Rica. You will see cultural exchanges. You will see deeper and more enriching relations between Belize and Central America. Madam President, I can assure this Honorable Senate that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues to work assiduously to defend the interests of Belize in the International Court of Justice in respect of the claim by the Republic of Guatemala. If I would shift very quickly, Madam President, to foreign trade. It's a very small team, a very experienced team, a very professional team, a team that allowed us, Madam President, to protect and defend the trading interests of Belize. We reappointed the National Trade Negotiating Commission, Madam President, in order to have public, private, civil society sitting together, shaping and designing the national trade negotiating plans and strategies for Belize in an inclusive way. We have decided, in compliance with Plan Belize, Madam President, to move forward with the partial scope agreement, to expand and deepen the partial scope agreement with Guatemala. That was promised in Plan Belize. We're delivering on that. Last Friday, the National Trade Negotiating Commission, after long and serious deliberation, after looking at presentations made, gave the government its official mandate to move forward with a substantial trade agreement with Mexico. Madam President, that was offered to the United Democratic Party government under Dean Barrow by the Mexicans, and nothing, absolutely nothing was done in that regard. The Minister of Trade of Mexico has told us that President Lopez Obrador has instructed her to conclude an agreement with Belize at the nearest possible time. Let there be no doubt about it, Madam President. Ministry of Foreign Trade is the ministry that took Trinidad and Tobago to the Caribbean Court of Justice to ensure that the rules of trade under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas are obeyed and that Belize will have its right to trade within CARICOM protected, and the court upheld our claim. We negotiated a monetary mechanism for sugar. Why? Because we produce enough sugar of quality and at good prices, competitive prices, to export to the Caribbean region. But what did we experience? We experienced imports from Guatemala, Colombia, other countries coming into CARICOM, displacing Belizean sugar. Now, Madam President, as a result of our work, as a result of our expertise, we have a monitoring mechanism in place that will monitor each and every grain of sugar that comes into CARICOM, so that we will know when they try to bring sugar in from outside the region and not pay the common external tariff. We will know when they bring in white sugar, say they want to bring in refined white sugar, but in fact are bringing in brown sugar. Madam President, the Ministry of Foreign Trade is working to defend the interests of Belizean farmers. We are opening markets, we are ensuring that the rules are abided by, and we will continue to fight. We have just been told that there is a problem with red kidney beans being sold in CARICOM, and I want to assure the farmers, as I committed last Friday, that we will not rest until the 12 million pounds of red kidney beans can be exported into the Caribbean market. That is our promise and that is our pledge, delivering on Plan Belize. Madam President, you will see why it's so easy to be proud of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Never ever in this Honorable Senate did any other Minister of Foreign Affairs stand here and set out such achievements in 1 year. We are proud. And the public officers in those ministries should be justly proud. They are hard workers, professionals, and experts, and I pay tribute and salute them. I would like to turn very briefly, Madam President, to the Ministry of Immigration. We have Dr. Gilroy Middleton. Quiet but unassuming, but deadly. Completely on top of the management of the ministry. Fully integrated and understanding the issues at play. You know, I sat here this morning, and let me say this. Let me say this. Efforts, and I'm going to be clear and unapologetic. Efforts continue up until this very morning to attempt to undermine the laws of this country. People pretending that they're representing people who want refugee status. People pretending that they're representing people who should not be repatriated as the law requires. Madam President, there is a serious migration problem in this country. The Ministry of Immigration will not sit idly by pseudo human rights campaigners and lawyers who pretend that what they're doing is vindicating the rights of clients. I will say more on that at another time. Under the leadership of Gilroy Middleton, Mario Arzu, Maria Marin, and Deborah Estrada, we are making strides, Madam President, in a very difficult ministry. A ministry that has to deal with thousands upon thousands of Belizeans as well as non-Belizeans over the year. And we are trying our best to streamline and primarily digitize our processes in order to make them more transparent and efficient. As a result of the upsurge in arrival of tourists, the airport had to be strengthened, and 5 additional booths were made available to the immigration officers in order to address the flow of passengers coming in. We are still aware that that has not reached the point where we want it to reach, but the physical space of the airport is the limitation. Working with the Ministry of Tourism, Madam President, we created the long stay visitor program. We work on a protocol for migrant worker entry, and we worked with the Ministry of Enterprise to have the Corozal Free Zone reopened. Madam President, as I said a short while ago, we are working diligently to enforce the laws of Belize to stem the flow of migrants who are entering Belize illegally, who are being trafficked, and persons who are moving through and using Belize as a transit destination. The law of Belize will be applied. The Border Management and Immigration Service Department alone brought in just under $10 million in revenue, Madam President. The Refugee Department, Madam President, we increased the number of persons who applied for refugee status and who were confirmed by 100% between 2020 and 2021. People still remain stuck in the system because of the failure of the previous administration to actually comply with the law by processing the applications of persons who seek refugee status. We are very happy to have reached an agreement with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugee for some $327,000 US to strengthen the Refugee Department. Very briefly, Madam President, in terms of passports, in 2020, the department processed 14,033 passports. In 2021, Madam President, there was a 58% increase. 23,990 passports were issued. Madam President, that type of movement, application, and service that is required has strained the system. And again, we are moving, as you know, to have a new passport, to digitize the system, and so to hopefully, and we have every hope that we will be able to be more efficient in the delivery and processing of passport applications. I wish to report, Madam President, on the question of nationality. In 2020, 932 persons were given nationality now. That includes persons who got nationality and applied by marriage, or persons who, for example, by descent, and therefore we have additions. A child who is on their mother's or their father's nationality certificate can make an application in their own right when they reach the age of majority. 932 were processed in 2020. In 2021, a 60% increase to 1,529. Revenues generated, Madam President, was a 60% increase from 2.765 million to 4.628 million just by the Passport and Nationality Department. As announced earlier in this Honorable Senate, Madam President, we are going very shortly to commence the amnesty, and it is estimated anywhere between 40 to 80,000 persons will be given permanent resident status under that amnesty. Madam President, The purpose of the amnesty is to regularize the status of persons who have made Belize their home, but who are here unlawfully. We want to clear up the system, draw a bright line, and strictly enforce the law thereafter. Madam President, in winding up, let me say this. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration has received an increase in its budget. Not as much as we wanted, but we have received an increase in the budget. We believe that we will continue to open new markets, to have new alliances with friendly countries, continue to advocate and represent Belize on the international scene, file the counter memorial in the ICJ before the deadline, and indeed, Madam President, come back to this Honorable Senate next year and again, once more, report on the delivery of Plan Belize in Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration. I want to once again thank all the persons working in our ministries who has made Belize proud. Madam President, let me just make one point before I conclude. It is important to look at what is happening in this budget. Look at the emphasis on the social sector. Education received an increase of 30 million in its budget, taking it to 258 million. Agriculture, a 33% increase in its budget. The Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Emergency Management, 33% increase. Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs, 33% increase. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development, an increase in its budget of $40 million. And the Ministry of Rural Transformation, an increase of 50% in its budget. The commitment of the Prime Minister and this government to people, the commitment to development of the rural areas of our country, the commitment to health, education, and the social sector of this country, Madam President, is proof positive in the budget. Let me conclude. We stand here today proud, Madam President. Let us not forget, because when we look back, we will recall that we rejected the demands of the International Monetary Fund, and we designed a homegrown plan to turn around the economy. Those on the other side, with their proclivity to prioritize their narrow political agendas over the public good, criticized us. And I know they were hoping that we would fail. But Madam President, God is good. Madam President, by dint of hard work and vision, with the support of the good Belizean people, we showed them how to get the job done for the Belizean people, Madam President. And as we look to 2022, we know that all is not well. The Russian invasion has caused inflationary pressures. We have seen, Madam President, the increase in the price of crude oil, the increase in the price of wheat, which will make the price of flour go up, the increase in the price of fertilizers, which is going to affect our farmers. Inflation, Madam President, is at its highest. And let us not forget that COVID is still with us. So as we look to 2022, careful management, judicious stewardship is still required. There are dark clouds on the horizon. But this People's United Party administration, Madam President, unlike the previous administration that squandered the Petro-Carib millions, the hundreds of millions in oil revenue, and added hundreds of millions of public debt, we will continue to work for the Belizean people. The budget presented today is designed to maintain fiscal prudence, but grow the Belizean economy, create jobs, and invest in social welfare. As we continue to deliver on Plan Belize, we will work together for a fair, inclusive, and prosperous Belize. Madam President, I support the budget and commend it to this Honorable Senate. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Darrell Bradley.
Madam President, I rise to offer my contributions in relation to the budget debate and the presentation by the Honorable Leader of Government Business. By way of a brief background, when one looks at the budget in terms of the extent, it contains figures, significant page after page of figures. But the budget on a whole is qualitative, it is impactful, and it sets out a vision and priority for national development. The Honorable Leader of Government Business talked about the idea of boldness in terms of this budget and spoke about the idea of vision in terms of the budget. Oftentimes when we have these budget presentations, it is an opportunity for the government to laud the achievements of the past and to set out to praise certain types of agenda items. It's also an opportunity for, in many cases, the opposition to criticize and to bash. I want to approach my comments in relation to the debate slightly differently. I went through the Prime Minister's budget speech in detail, and I noticed certain things highlighted in there that are very sobering in terms of our fiscal position. In a portion of the budget speech, the Prime Minister, the Honorable John Bersenio, made the point quite plainly that of the budget, $704 million, or 62% of the budget, or 62 cents out of every dollar spent, is spent on wages and pensions. I see my learned friend, Senator Cowie, writing, and I stand to be corrected because I'm not a math man as he is, but in terms of the budget speech, I saw that reference. There was a reference in the same section that spoke about the expenditure for goods and services, $384 million. And the speech mentioned the comment that there was only a small amount remaining, roughly about $134 million for capital investments. That struck me as a person reading this budget speech, for me to appreciate, notwithstanding any political party, PUP or UDP, as a Belizean in terms of our fiscal realities, that we spend a significant amount of the national budget, and probably rightly so, on the wage bill and on pensions. And so I think it is incumbent for us to appreciate that, for us to appreciate the impact of that, and for us to recognize that there has to then be a huge priority on getting value for that money. I want to pause here to say that I recognize tremendously the significant effort and work of this country's public officers and teachers. They are the driving force behind national development. They are the legs upon which this nation stands. I also want to comment that on the point of the wage bill, I believe that government has to prioritize public sector reform. We have to look at areas where individual Belizeans get value for that significant chunk of the national budget. That's a significant part of our overall spending. It has been that way for a period of time. I note in terms of that section of the budget speech, the Prime Minister mentioned increases over the last administration and this administration in relation to what would have gone on and what he would have inherited. I only want to point out here that when one looks at the numbers since the last election, and I stand to be corrected, the wage bill has gone up about $30 million. We continue to have a concern raised by our social partner, particularly the unions, about the impact of contract officers and the impact of that on the wage bill. So we can sit here in terms of the Senate and debate the benefits of the budget and the drawbacks and criticisms of the budget. But we have to recognize that there are certain things in the budget that are in there that we have to maximize output on. This idea of public sector reform, ensuring that our public service is merit-based, insulated from political pressures and political interventions, that it promotes efficiency and transparency in the delivery of government service. That is a huge driver, not only for the concept of the rule of law, but as an economic earner. If we have a public service that is very efficient and that underpins national development, that drives economic and social development. And that is something that must be highlighted and appreciated in the budget. The second aspect of this is in relation to government procurement and spending. This roughly about $384 million that was mentioned in the budget speech. At this point, I want to recognize and appreciate government's efforts in, first of all, recognizing that we cannot have uncontrolled spending, that we must rein in government spending. I also want to recognize, as was articulated in the budget speech, a series of programs that the government has implemented and continue to implement or propose to control spending in relation to discretionary funds for procurement. I recall references to new procurement legislation. I recall the creation of a central procurement unit and a procurement management system. I also recall recently funding being allocated by way of a loan motion for the tax administration project, the ISIS, Integrated Revenue Information System. The point that I'm making here is that we have to recognize that two of the main components of the budget may be things which are largely outside of our control. The wage bill and this area of procuring government services and goods. And we have to be vigilant in relation to both controlling increases in the wage bill and also controlling these discretionary spending amounts. I want to highlight a few areas of the budget that gave me concern, because while I will recognize that there is significant talk and action in relation to controlling spending, in the budget, looking at the numbers, we're still, in certain cases, in my humble opinion, overspending when we need not be. I would just mention a few references. Page 60 of the budget, under the Office of the Prime Minister. Number 50, grants to individuals. This went from $45,000 to $1.6 million. On the same page in the Office of the Prime Minister, number 30, personal emoluments, from $953,146 to $1.6 million, an increase of $700,000. The Ministry of Finance, page 75, number 230, personal emoluments, from $34 million to $64 million. Ministry of Finance, item 350, grants, increase from $5.2 million to $27 million. The point that I'm making here is that there has to be the political will to rein in spending. And I only give examples in the budget. If you look through every section of the budget, and I must confess that I am not a technical person in terms of looking at the budget. I see the figures. In my mind, an increase from 5.2 million to 27 million is an excess. I may be wrong, and I'm conceding that I may be wrong. But the point that I'm making is that as the legislature and as the Senate, as the opposition and social partners, we have to be very, very vigilant in scrutinizing the areas of the budget that seem excessive. Because the areas of priority, the leader of government business spoke about healthcare, education. He spoke about housing and other areas. A budgetary exercise reflects choices. And if we are increasing grants from 5.2 million to 27 million, those are allocations in relation to the budget that could have been prioritized elsewhere. So that as one looks through the budget, there are significant areas that spending could have been reined in more, in my humble opinion. And I will put the point out there to the government and to members of the National Assembly as to the importance of ensuring that we control all spending on procurement in terms of goods and services for government. That there is increased prioritization on the areas of capital investment that will really have an impact on the lives of people in the public. So, two things I wish to highlight in my presentation is ensuring that we get value for money in terms of the wage bill. And secondly, ensuring that we always control government spending in the area of goods and services. More could have been reflected in the budget, that we are not in excess. I do note in the budget presentation, and also as highlighted by the leader of the government business, in relation to, and this is something that as a Belizean I appreciate, that the Honorable Prime Minister and the leader of government business highlighted the all-important reduction in the debt to GDP ratio, a reduction from 133%, which is widely unsustainable, to 108%. That is a reduction of 25%. By any measure, that would be substantial. I also note in relation to the budget and the budget presentation, government's commitment for further reduction. I saw that there was a commitment to reduce the debt to GDP ratio to 85% by 2025-2026 fiscal year and to 75% by 2030-2031. These are very noble projections in terms of the fiscal position of Belize, because it opens up the fiscal space that there can be more capital investments in areas that are very important to members of the Belizean public: healthcare, education, agriculture, job creation, investment in the economy, and providing for a social safety net. These are areas that any political party can recognize that we're moving in the right direction, and that credit has to be given where credit is due. That is a significant reduction. The point that I would make here is that we would hold government to task in continuing to make those commitments that was pledged in relation to the 2025-2026 fiscal period and the 2030-2031 fiscal period. And to the extent that the opposition can support these efforts, we will. Because these benefits and the widening of the fiscal space and the increased spending in capital investments, those make the budget meaningful for the Belizean people, because it has a direct impact in areas of social service that people can appreciate. In terms of my overall comment in the budget presentation, I note that the Honorable Prime Minister used the word cautious in his budget speech, and I will say that. I will, by way of a comment, make reference to the point that the leader of government business mentioned in his opening remarks, that this is a bold budget. In terms of numbers, it is. In terms of it being a budget that is the largest in our nation's history, I will concede that. But in terms of addressing the qualitative issues that Belizeans care about, I will not go that far. I will say in relation to the budget reflects a cautious approach in terms of national development and capital investments. I use the word cautious, and I borrow that word from the budget speech by the Honorable Prime Minister. He himself termed it as cautious. It's not a bold budget. It is a budget that reflects a degree of prioritization to certain sectors when, in my opinion, those sectors are not priority areas. And this is why I say that. The Honorable Leader of Government Business mentioned the point in shaping his budget presentation that the country and the world just came out of or is coming out of a horrendous experience with the COVID-19 pandemic. He referenced numbers in relation to 2019-2020 in terms of the contraction of the economy by 20%, I believe. He then mentioned in the last fiscal period a rebound of 12% growth. That means that we are still not out of the woods yet. We're still not out of the woods yet. We see encouraging signs in relation to the private sector, but the Belizean economy and the Belizean people are still reeling from the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of the human and economic costs. That reality the reality that Belizeans all across this country are still suffering from the impact of COVID-19. That reality, to my mind, is not reflected adequately in the budget. I note that the leader of government business in his presentation mentioned the unemployment rate. He didn't mention the specific figure, but it's in the budget speech and it's in the various documents in terms of the budget. The number referenced was 9.6%. 9.6% unemployment. That is a number, and I must confess, and I readily admit, I am no economist. I am no employee of the Statistical Institute of Belize. I have no friend at the central bank that I can get inside information. But that is a number that I would scrutinize. In terms of the amount of Belizeans that lost their jobs during the COVID-19 pandemic, it cannot be at this current state that the employment rate in Belize is only 9.2%. I do know in terms of literature on this point that there were reclassifications in relation to what the unemployment numbers mean and who are counted. And I would put forward for consideration of this Honorable Senate that those reclassifications skew the real number for unemployment. And that real number is closer to 20%. I see my honorable friends in terms of their reaction to that. And I will make that very point, that the increase or the reality in relation to the unemployment rate and where the unemployment rate actually is in this country is something that is sad. And it is something that must be recognized in the national budget. It is something that there must be specific targeted areas and programs in relation to how do we address the reality of Belizeans across this country. That a majority of Belizeans, more than the 9.2%, much more than the 9.2%, are still unemployed. And what are we doing in relation to providing relief for those persons? I do note in relation to the budget, and to be fair to the government, there is reference in relation to investment in small and medium-sized economic activity. There is reference to an exciting program which can generate upwards of $100 million, which is funded by a subsidiary of the US government. The point that I'm making is in relation to direct assistance to people who are unemployed, in relation to the social network for persons who still have not recovered. I did not see anything. If there is, I would say that it is inadequate. I will also add this, that if we can appreciate that there may be a skewing of that 9.2 number, then that means that there is a misalignment in relation to the national budget. You're basing a budget on information, data, and statistics that may not be accurate. So that if it is, as I suspect, and that I would commend to the consideration of this Honorable Senate, that the unemployment rate is more than twice that, then priority areas must be addressed to deal with that. And I did not see that in the budget. There is another point that I wish to add in relation to this, and it is the point of ensuring that our budget projections on a whole are informed by adequate numbers that reflect reality and fact, that is research-based. You're making projections and you're trying to fit a narrative that you believe exists on the ground. And it is very important that the information that you have, what is the unemployment rate, is accurate, so that you can target projects and programs that assist those people who are most in need. I did not see that in the budget. I will also comment in relation to this aspect of the budget being, or the budget exercise being, qualitative, as I said earlier on in my presentation. Belize reflects a reality of a significant poverty rate. That is a reality in our society. And in terms of the priority areas of this particular budget, it reflected the Ministry of Finance, it reflected the Ministry of Infrastructure, and it reflected the Ministry of Education. Of course, the Ministry of Education is an area of significant need, and any increases in the Ministry of Education is well deserved. In terms of the Ministries of Finance and the Ministry of Infrastructure, those areas do not necessarily reflect a priority for the Belizean public, particularly because our reality would be dealing with coming out of the COVID pandemic. The budget has to reflect that we are coming out of this global downturn, both in terms of the economy and also in quality of life, that many Belizeans are suffering. And the budget needs to address priority areas to deal with and alleviate their suffering. The Honorable Leader of Government Business spoke about the impact of inflation. That is something, and again, we can't blame the government for inflation. This is something that is a global trend. But again, if we recognize that we are in an environment where we're not out of the COVID pandemic, we recognize the reality that many Belizeans are suffering, including that there is an under-account for the unemployment rate, and our poverty rate is significant at 50%. If we recognize that, then we have to target a budget that prioritizes the needs of our Belizean people. What is it that we are doing about inflation? How is it that we give a narrative in the budget to address a very real concern for every single Belizean person? In terms of fuel prices, and again, I will not blame the government in relation to fuel prices, only to the extent of saying that there has been increases significantly over the last few months. I will also say that a significant amount of what is in the pump rate for fuel is government taxes. I will also concede that we are guided by international forces, the war in Ukraine and so forth. But again, we need to acknowledge the reality in which we exist and how these things impact the lives of the average Belizean, and what government is doing in tangible ways to alleviate the burdens. So that in relation to the gas prices and the significant toll that that has on the average Belizean, what is reflected in the budget? What is government's strategy for ensuring that fuel prices are at a manageable rate so that the average Belizean can afford it? I will go a bit further. Fuel is something that is indispensable to economic development. It is a commodity that is a hallmark of the productive sector. What is it that government is doing in relation to the affordability of fuel for the productive sector so that we can actually have improvements in the bottom line in terms of the productive sector? These are things in relation to the budget speech and the budget presentation that I heard absolutely nothing about. So we may come to the Senate and we may say that the budget is bold, and we may congratulate ourselves as government for this budget. But as an opposition senator, I will represent the reality of the Belizean public that for many Belizeans, this budget means nothing because it does not address the reality of cost of living increases for them. And in relation to an economic development strategy, incentives for the productive sector, including in relation to fuel and fuel subsidies, I did not see much by way of any type of mention in the Prime Minister's budget speech, nor in the budget itself. In terms of looking at the area of redressing poverty and income inequality, again, in the budget speech, I did not see much. So that the point that I'm making here is the budget is numbers, but it's qualitative. It is felt by people. If we come in this Senate and we say in the Senate that we have done a good job when a significant amount of our population is unemployed, when the poverty rate is very high, when the cost of living is very high, when food products have increased, the cost of chicken has gone up, when we are dealing with significant increases in fuel prices that hurt every single Belizean, and particularly those in the productive sector. When we look at the growing divide in terms of income inequality in this country, I would say that there is not much to celebrate. This is not a criticism on the government. This is a commitment and a pledge to work with the government in terms of addressing priority areas that was silent. The Prime Minister's budget speech is about 40 pages. I read it twice. And if you read the budget speech and you talk to the average person on the street, there is a disconnect. The areas of social need that the average person on the street is yearning for from this government, it is not being addressed. And so one of the things that I will make as a significant point is the extent to which the government addresses in the budget effectively the areas of cost of living. I will give an example from the budget speech itself. The Prime Minister, at page 23 and 24 of the budget speech, highlights certain projects so that this section is under impact of the new budget. Impact of the new budget. This is what the new budget is meant to impact. If you look at the proportionate allocation, which reflects a priority, if you look at the proportionate allocation in relation to items there, the overwhelming item there, $60 million, speaks about infrastructure. I will say this. I see the leader of, pardon? I hear you. Yes, 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 yes. So in relation to the leader of government business spoke about infrastructure and housing. I note, though, that when you're talking about the $68 million, it gives an explanation. So it tells you what the $68 million is, and you're speaking about infrastructure. So it is the Ministry of Housing and Infrastructure, but when the Prime Minister highlighted and pinpointed this budget allocation, $68 million, it focused on infrastructure. The point that I'm making here, I don't fault spending on infrastructure. When I was mayor of Belize City, we spent on infrastructure. One of the reasons why we did is because in the Belize City Council Act, the mandate of the city is streets and drains. It says that in the municipal legislation. In the central government, that is different. And coming out of this COVID-19 pandemic, when all of us, including those who are listening to this budget presentation, recognize their living situation, the overwhelming item that's mentioned in that section, by far, it's more than 4 times any other project that's mentioned there. You're talking about infrastructure. That is not a priority area given our reality. I want to highlight a few other areas of comment. I heard certain things in relation to my learned friends from the government side. And I think that it is in the nature of politics to criticize. It's in the nature of politics to hurl insults across the chamber. Oh, well, UDP never done nothing. Oh, well, this that never done nothing. Government done nothing. Too many people in this society right now expect that we will stand here and we will say, government is wrong. Government is this. Government is that. Government is that. The people out there, I listened to the House meeting and I had to turn it off. The people out there don't care about that. The people out there do not care about, oh, UDP do this, PUP do this. The people do not care about that. The people care about the qualitative aspect of the budget. So in terms of areas of interest, and I will recognize the government when we support something. For example, the increase in NHI, that's a good project. The rolling out of NHI, that is something that is good. But it is no stain on the opposition to say that we look at the budget and we want the budget to reflect different priorities and to be more intense in certain areas of poverty reduction, addressing unemployment. And that should not invite, oh, but we never do that. I am a Belizean citizen. I live in this country and I'm a member of the Senate. And I speak for people in this country who are going through a lot. And it defaces the stature of this body that the only repose would be that, oh, we never do that. I didn't read the budget to hear, oh, we never do that. I did not consult with my caucus for hear, oh, well, we never do that. There are certain things in the budget that I, as a citizen, think do not reflect national development priorities. And I am saying that these areas could have been addressed. I'm also conceding that some of the things that I am talking about are addressed in the budget, but it could have been increased in areas of national priority. Again, because of the fact that we're coming out of COVID, the budget has to be softer. The budget has to reflect not only fiscal prudence and bringing the country to a point where the debt to GDP ratio is reduced by 2030 to 75%. It's also reflecting the realities where Belizeans are. The fact that Belizeans need a social safety network. And we will say at this point that the UDP, we had certain safety networks in place in relation to ensuring that during COVID, people could have gotten certain benefits from the government because of the reality. And I'm only saying that those things also need to be reflected because we're not out there as yet. I want to make a few more comments in relation to the budget. In terms of the all-important area of crime and justice, I looked at the budget figures for the judiciary, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the DPP's office, so that we recognize in this country that crime is a significant scourge. There are serious issues in relation to the desire to reduce crime and the impact of crime on the quality of life of Belizeans. I've heard of stories of people who live in particular neighborhoods who can't go to a park in their neighborhood because of fear. This is a reality that many people in our society live in. And in looking at the budget estimates for the Ministry of Home Affairs, noting again, in terms of a reduction, that does not reflect a priority area. Home Affairs is a priority area because of what it deals with. Importantly, likewise, the judiciary, again, to give credit to the government, the Prime Minister in his budget speech mentioned certain things about the judiciary, including the increases in the number of magistrates, the number of judges, electronic filings, and the improvements in library services, and so forth. So there was commentary in relation to the judiciary. The only thing that I'm saying is that that is a third branch of the government. The judiciary, the legislature, the executive. The figures allocated in the budget for the judiciary is woefully inadequate. Members of the judiciary have said so and have complained over the years in relation to being inadequately resourced. So again, we're looking at crime and justice, which are two key priority areas. And it is our position that those areas of the budget are inadequately funded. And it is not only we who are saying it. Persons within those sectors have made statements to comment on the inadequacy of their budget allocation.
Senator Darrell Bradley, be mindful that your time is almost there. You have about 2 or 3 minutes to go, but I can give you an extra 5 minutes to wrap up.
No. I also only want to quickly comment on the area of human development, the budget allocation for human development. Again, minuscule in proportion to the overall budget. We're seeing the impact of COVID, psychological aspects, it affecting families, family services, counseling needs, and all those aspects. Again, that does not reflect adequacy in relation to budgetary priorities. The last comment that I want to make in relation to the budget presentation, and this is just 1 minute.
I've given you 5. You can wrap up.
No, I'm finished now, Madam President, and I just wanted to thank you for the indulgence. This is an overall point, and the overall point is this. We recognize that Belize is a small country, and we recognize the fact that there are certain realities in our budget. But 2 areas that we always must look at is the budget deficit. We also want to look at the trade imbalance. Again, I'm not an economist, but we actually need to talk more about the structural things in our budget that really ties our hands. And we need to focus a lot on how do we, as senators, as members of the House of Representatives, as ministers of government, how do we bring our best game forward to growing the Belizean economy? That is ultimately what will benefit the entire population, providing private sector jobs and improving human development. And in terms of looking at those areas, looking at the structural aspects of our economic reality, I did not see much in relation to the budget presentation. Madam President, thank you for the indulgence, and those are my contributions in relation to the budget presentation.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to join the senators of this side of the August House to support and give my contribution to the budget presented by the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. John Briceño. And before I begin, I would like to beg your indulgence, Madam President, that I refer to my notes.
You may so do.
Madam President, the eyes of the world are on Belize, and people now see Belize as a beacon of hope, a centerpiece of change, and perhaps the clearest signal that the trajectory is bright. You see, Madam President, this illumination I'm speaking of is embedded right in this budget. One so masterfully delivered by the Honorable Prime Minister earlier this month. And the reason I support it is because, as a career teacher, I appreciate all the strides that have been made in resolving the many challenges faced by our students, our teachers, and our various partners in education. This budget of $1.361 billion is the largest budget ever in the history of this nation. A budget which reflects steady upward rebound and a clear indication that there are only better things for Belize and Belizeans on the horizon. But to stay on the education front, as the Prime Minister outlined, Madam Speaker, the nation's thousands of school children and their families stand to benefit from this budget. More than 180 government schools and close to no other than 400 grant-aided schools are now benefiting. I'd like to congratulate the Minister of Education and his team as they introduce STEAM, which enables now our children to explore. It will not be a regular environment in the classroom where they hear information, they digest information, they regurgitate that information, but rather students will be able to explore, they will be able to research, they will be able to make connections, they will be able to synthesize, they will be able to evaluate, they'll be able to create and make their own decisions. I also like that the ACE program is now going to be supported. I have been a teacher for the ACE program for 16 years. And from my experience, there are times when students find it difficult to basically attend. They are not being given scholarships. Sometimes the schools are not being subsidized. But I must say that the Minister of Education now has pledged his support, and the situation will now be different. I also want to comment on the fact that the budget includes sums of money for teachers to be trained. And of course, because of the introduction of the curriculum revolution, of course, teachers will need to have that added information for there to be able to balance off what the new and what the old is in order to create or to bridge that gap to make things better for our children under education. I want to look at revitalizing the IT vet, also subsidizing and having other structures introduced for the University of Belize. This, I say, Madam Speaker, is success. It is success with Madam President.
Thank you.
It is success with regards to this new budget, and hence I continue to support and I continue to admire the fact that indeed our government is working to ensure that education gets to another level within this country. Indeed, there have been challenges along the way, but this decennial administration continues to lead the charge to address some of these setbacks to ensure that our children are not left behind, shaping the wholesome education experience. We are committed by also giving an additional $2 million for youth and sporting program. This is definitely something worth for me to pause and thank the government for their careful stewardship, even as we live during this devastating, inconvenient pandemic. I admire the Minister of Youth and Sports as he travels along with the team to see what their experiences are. And because of that, he's able to ensure that things will be better. There will be a brighter future with regards to sports. They also introduced under this ministry on-job training program for 300 individuals. And I must say, yes, we might have problems with the employment rate, but strides are being made to make it better. I'd also like to add that digital hubs will be formed now, whereby the Internet of Things become very popular, and spending monies on that should not be questioned. It should not be questioned at all. It enables our students also, and individuals, and members of this country, to be able to have information at the touch of their fingers. Madam President, sometimes we realize that we take things for granted, sorry. There are individuals who have like cell phones and computers, etc. They have them in their hands, but they don't know what to do with it. They can probably just turn on and turn off. And I like that a digital hub will be introduced in order for individuals to know how far to go when you're using an internet at school, for your business, etc. I make reference to the budget speech made by the Prime Minister, where he made mention of individuals during the pandemic were able to be creative as they made their small businesses. They were able to use the internet and expand to make monies for themselves. So this is a good stride within this budget. More than that, Madam President, Belize continue on the right direction, even in the wake of COVID-19. It has fettered us on many fronts for almost 24 months. But Madam President, lest I be accused of making too fine a point of lamenting over things of the past, but it would be remiss of me not to underscore that the fact that the last government did the country such great injustice, which caused the Belizean people to suffer in pain. They were bloated contracts. Proper investments weren't made. However, this government assures better investments are made for the Belizean people. If proper investments were made, I believe that it could have resulted into children getting scholarships, feeding programs being introduced in schools, more jobs, since that's a problem, improve road and infrastructure, and more so, Belizeans getting a new lease on life when they receive their new homes. Madam President, on the sustainable development front, this budget advances one of the goals of Plan Belize. One of the guiding principles of the PUP manifesto was to build resilience to climate change disaster and risk through education. One of the steps made to advance this goal is the commitment by this government towards the new Climate Resilience and Sustainable Agricultural Program. The funding of $1.5 million to this front is to be funded by the World Bank. This again is important, Madam President. It will allow our citizenry to develop. We're considering clean air. We're considering a healthy environment. We're considering healthy people. We're avoiding economic impacts. We're going to increase workspaces. We're going to make sure that our healthy population stands in order for a healthy economy to thrive. And I also want to ask the Belizean population to be responsible to the rest of the world and to join in the reduction of carbon emissions. Madam President, this budget means a lot to many of our citizens for various reasons. For young people who had problems finding work, they are seeing opportunities opening up thanks to this government. The unemployment rate fell to 9.2%, and I will say it again, 9.2% in September. Compared to the double digit it was in the 12 months prior to that, because this government's ability to navigate this country through difficult waters opened Belize's doors for investment and creating opportunities in various areas. This includes service industries, the tourism rebound, real estate, the distributive trade. This government's success couldn't be without those Belizean people who use their creativity to start several businesses. The budget addresses issues of women also, issues of children, issues of young people all over this land. We're not ending anything, Madam Speaker, in the fact that Madam President, we are just beginning and we're going to make it better for our people. We are currently working towards reducing crime by investing and improving infrastructural development and programs to ensure access to education and intervention addressing unemployment and lack of opportunities. We are serious about our catchphrase, todos ganamos, everybody fi win. Because we have lost so many over the past 13 years, and we want to make it better. So this time, we want the Belizeans to feel uplifted and inspired. They need to feel love from their government, a sense of compassion, a sense of caring that was missing for so long. This budget is real. It is actionable. It is impactful. It is uplifting public policy that creates opportunities for every single Belizean. There's a Creole phrase that says, Madam President, you know, wait till the man dead, fi tell her he good. This your government good. In closing, I must congratulate everyone and all the ministries who are responsible for allowing the Belizean citizenry to see the silver lining. The only place we are going from here, Madam Speaker, is up, up, up. Madam President.
Thank you.
With my overwhelming support for this budget, we're zooming up. I fully support it.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contributions on the General Revenue Appropriations Bill for 2022-2023. And if I may, I'd like to refer to my notes as we're going along, Madam President. I think by all accounts, given the challenges brought on by COVID, the overall performance over the past year, Madam President, was good, and certainly one that exceeded our expectations given the outlook 1 year ago. Very importantly, Madam President, the private sector has bounced back in a significant way, led by the tourism sector. As you know, that sector is very important for employment as well as foreign exchange, and to many other sectors as well, including transportation, farming, banking, manufacturing. I think a significant accomplishment was the fact that government was able to reduce the public debt by 25% of GDP. And I think we have to commend them very highly for this. This was done by swapping the commercial debt totaling US $553 million for marine conservation. And this was done at a rate of 55 cents to the dollar. This allowed the country to reduce the debt by almost $250 million US dollars. I think the government should be commended, as I said, especially since it takes the country out of this suffocating commercial debt situation. I am of the view, Madam President, that these countries, especially these developing countries, should avoid commercial debt as much as possible and rather seek bilateral and multilateral, simply because they're at much more lenient terms. I think we were in trouble given our situation with that super bond. And so I'm extremely happy that we were able to get rid of it. These smaller countries, Madam President, are very vulnerable to exogenous shocks, as we have seen from the effects that it has had on us with respect to COVID and with hurricanes in other countries. There is a reason why they're referred to as small, vulnerable economies. I am hoping, Madam President, that the government will maintain fiscal discipline in keeping public debt at a sustainable level. It's important that the government employs good management practices that will result in operating efficiencies and clog some of the loopholes with respect to tax administration. I say this because of our need to continue to work to increase the overall primary surplus to an acceptable level so that we can have more to spend on developmental goals. Whatever is left after the recurrent expenditures are taken out, Madam President, that is what we use for Capital 2 expenditures. I think Senator Bradley mentioned it earlier, but the more we're able to create that buffer after we've taken out our current expenditures, the more we have on developmental projects. We're talking about education, which is key to this economy, health, and other areas. But when that opportunity disappears because of the magnitude of the recurrent expenditures, then it really hinders our ability to spend on some of those projects. But it goes further, Madam President. It pushes us into a debt situation because we still have to cover Capital 2 projects. And the only way we can do those is to borrow, whether we borrow it externally or domestically. The recurrent expenditures, Madam President, is a little more than paying for salaries, goods, services, and interest charges, yet they consume almost all of what we earn. Now, having said that, Madam President, there are a number of areas in the budget I find concerning. Concerning from the standpoint of where we're placing priorities, as well as some aspect of it looks unrealistic. For purposes of this presentation, I will call the year 2019-2020. I'll look at that as the base year for comparison purposes. And I say that, Madam President, because 2019, 2020 was our pre-COVID year. I believe that 2022, 2023 will be our post-COVID year. To a large extent, I still think that COVID will be with us for a little while, but I think that we will be past the worst of it. And so I'm comparing these two years, Madam President, because I think that they're more comparable than the others when we were in the throes of the COVID situation. I think I have. On the overall, Madam President, emoluments in the revised estimates 2021-2022 financial year, the government had 14,910 staff members, and it spent $415 million in emoluments. In 2022-2023, it will have 645 more staff members, or a total of 15,555 employees, and a budgeted emolument of $461 million. If you calculate how much in terms of the total emoluments projected by the number of employees, you'll be coming up with that the government is spending about $25,000 per employee or per staff member. That would, if you calculate it, be $19 million more. But yet, and that would take it to that would bring the budgeted to $434 million. But again, they budgeted $461 million for emoluments. So there seems to be $27 million more in emoluments than what it should be. That's one of the points, Madam President. Also, and this is an observation while going through the budgets, if you look at the year 2019-2020, and you compare it to 2022-2023, in 2019-2020, the government was spending $34,000 per employee. This current year that we're budgeting for, it seems the allocation is $29,000. Now, I don't know where that is coming from. There's a $5,000 difference. Perhaps we could get an explanation for that. On the same issue of staffing, Madam President, you'll note that between the year 2019-2020 and 2022-2023, the staff of the public sector would have grown by 2,249 employees. If you look at that same period, Madam President, in what I call the base year and this current year, the revenues would have grown by $100 million. That is, staff is growing, the staff rate is growing at 17% over that period of time. Yet the revenues grew only by 8.5%. The reason I'm bringing that up, Madam President, is because there's been a significant concern, both by the unions as well as the private sector, that there's an ever-ballooning public sector. And again, this takes away from our ability to fund developmental projects. Not that employing persons, anything about employing persons is wrong, but I think we have to manage the budget and manage our resources prudently. And so I think that is certainly an area I think that we can zoom in on. Remember, is these monies have to come from somewhere. And eventually, when it cannot be found in the regular provisions that we have with respect to raising revenues, additional revenues will have to be raised. And in many occasions, those will be in the form of new taxes. And so it's extremely important, again, as I said, Madam President, that we look and we employ the discipline necessary to keep the public sector at certain levels. Another area, Madam President, I'd like to look at is in the area of materials and supplies under the recurrent. Last year, we spent $55 million. This year, like I said, there will be 645 new members of staff. And yet we're budgeting only $46 million for materials and supplies. I'm bringing up this item, this issue specifically, Madam President, because you will note that last year we had budgeted $38 million, but ended up spending $55 million. And I think that part of that was reflected in the 4 supplementary budgets that we had dealt with over the past fiscal year. Again, this doesn't seem realistic to me. I'm not trying to be overly critical of the government, but I'm pointing out these areas simply because I think that if we address it properly in the budgetary process, perhaps we can avoid some of the supplementary bills that may come a little later. Madam President, I would like to look at some of our key sectors, especially from a private sector standpoint. And I'd like to look at this from the standpoint of priorities. If we look at the base year 2019-2020, like I said, there are $100 million less than it is in the current year. However, you'll note that while some of the ministries benefited from this increased revenues that we'll have in this current year, not all did. Some of the ones that benefited, Madam President, is the Ministry of Finance. The budget increased by $54 million over that period. It went from $342 million to $396 million in the current year. Similarly, the Ministry of Economic Development budget increased by from $13 million to $22 million. So those are some of the bigger the ministries that benefited more from the increase in revenues. However, we'll take agriculture. If you look at agriculture, Madam President, it was $19 million in 2019-2020, and it is $13 million in the current year. We're down by $6 million. I think we can all agree that agriculture is extremely important to this economy. And it continues to be a large foreign exchange earner. If you compare this to the office of the Prime Minister, that office is getting $7 million more than the Ministry of Agriculture. There seems to be when you look at this comparison and this, Madam President, there seems to be an issue of priority. And while I'm on agriculture, Madam President, I also want to raise an issue with respect to Baja. On March 1st, 2022, under Statutory Instrument 34 of 2022, Baja's subvention was cut by about $700,000. in order for them to try to recuperate this money, and they still have to provide all the services that they have, that they do, Madam President, they've increased their fees, especially to the private sector, to cover about 75% of that loss in terms of revenues. It would be great if this subvention of Baja can be restored so that some of these problematic fees can be addressed. Madam President, when we look at the rising cost of fuel, the rising cost of freight, prices now, given the Ukrainian war, we expect that prices of wheat will go up, since they're about 20% of they represent about 20% of the world's supply. And so naturally, we're in an inflationary environment. Fuel has a tremendous impact on all we do with respect to the productive sector. And so any area, I think, that we can try to address those inflationary effects, I think, is certainly something I think that the private sector would be very appreciative of. I'm also aware, Madam President, and that the private sector is in communication and is in talks with the government with respect to what type of assistance can be given to the business community with respect to trying to control and maintain the inflation. Madam President, on the issue of education, the Ministry of Education is getting $258 million in the current budget, but in the base year, it was $273 million. Again, I say this in the context of there was $100 million increase with respect to the 2 years that are under comparison. That is $15 million less that the Ministry of Education is getting in this current budget. I think it would be very hard pressed if we find one person here that would argue that education is one of the most important areas that we have to deal with. This is where we develop the young people, Madam President. This is where we get them ready for the work world. This is where we get them ready to compete with the outside world. And I know, Madam President, that throwing or putting additional money in education does not mean that the quality of education increases. It doesn't mean that the output necessarily increases, but it can, especially if we manage it properly. And so I don't think that I'll continue to urge the administration. So let's continue to push in education. That's one of the areas that we cannot afford not to get right. I'm still hoping that at some point we'll be able to set some targets with respect to education. I'd like to see targets with respect to persons at the primary level, then the percentage of the total eligible population at those levels. Set some targets with respect to those persons completing the primary process. I'd like to see targets at the secondary level, Madam President. Specific targets. How many of our young people who go through primary school are finishing up at secondary? Again, specific targets. I know that we're putting in money into education, and we're putting actually, a big portion of our budget into education. But specific targets, I think, could make us a lot more focused in terms of what we're trying to achieve. Similarly, at the tertiary level, there's no secret, Madam President, why some countries are doing so well. You look at Norway, Sweden, Taiwan, South Korea, Israel, even though there's so much conflicts, but still, you're looking at countries that have a tertiary education rate of between 30 and 50%. And you look, there's no accident that they do so well, because they are prepared for the modern economy, the modern global economy. And so I cannot emphasize enough, Madam President, about our need to continue to focus on education, to continue to push education, to continue to support the persons who are involved in education. I see sister in up there, and I think we have to support the persons who are in there every day, working with these young people, trying to educate them, preparing them. Madam President, on the issue of the audit department, the last completed audit, and these are related to the budget presentation, Madam President, because we're looking at it from the standpoint of resource allocation. I've had the opportunity to meet with the Auditor General, and the complaint is about a lack of resources. The last audited reports we have for government accounts was 2013-2014. The Finance and Audit Reform Act of 2005 requires that these audits are presented no later than 11 months after the fiscal year, the end of the fiscal year. And nobody, the Auditor General, nobody cannot provide an extension beyond 11 months. In fact, the only body that is authorized to give an extension is actually the National Assembly. And every year, we're operating illegally because the Finance and Audit Reform Act says that if the audit is not completed within 3 months after it has been given or obtained from the Accountant General, that they must request approval from the National Assembly for an extension. Such a request, from what I'm aware, especially since I've been here, have not been forthcoming, and yet we continue to override those timelines. Again, there is nobody except the National Assembly that can grant an extension with respect to the audits. Madam President, on the Ministry of Tourism, again, we're down from $8 million to $3.4 million, even though it increased since the last budget from $2.4 million. But still, we're looking at an overall decline when you look at the 2019-2020 and the 2022-2023. Tourism is extremely important to us because of the foreign exchange and the employment situation. You know, we see how the economy was struggling during COVID, and one of the areas that had gotten the biggest hit was tourism. I think they went down by about 70%. The Ministry of National Defense, $61.9 million. In 2019-2020, it was $68 million. Last year, it was $66 million. Again, and most of this, Madam President, most of this budgeted item is for recurrent. So when you look at the $1.3 million that is in, I believe, Capital 2 on the Ministry of National Defense, it's $1.3 million, which is extremely small if we're talking about developing the Army. And we're not only talking about developing it from a standpoint of protecting the country against external invading forces, but we also have the issue where with illegal incursions, drugs flowing over the borders. And so I think it's important that we equip the Army so that they can support the country in those in those areas. The last ministry I'd like to look at, Madam President, is the Ministry of Home Affairs. In 2019-2020, it was $102 million. This current budget, it's at $93 million. This is an area that is key, not from a productive standpoint or production standpoint, but because we've been caught in the throes of this crime situation. We want to try to avoid persons, being able to get away with this type of thing, Madam President. But we also want to make sure that the citizens can live a relatively comfortable life in the country, that the quality of life will improve. Similarly for businesses, we spent a tremendous amount of our resources every day on security. And so it's an area, Madam President, that I think we cannot, at this time, until we've fixed that situation, we have to continue to put resources into it, the type of resources that will have an impact, not only in terms of bringing those in who are responsible for the crime, but actually as well as leading to their conviction. In conclusion, Madam President, I would like to bring the government's attention to Statutory Instrument 95 of 2010. And I'll read part 3. And again, this is, I think, something that I think we can work on over the coming year. But let me just pull up part 3. Part 3, paragraph 7. It shall be the duty of the minister for each fiscal year to lay before the National Assembly for consideration and debate a fiscal strategy statement. Part 4, it shall be the duty of the minister for each fiscal year to lay before the National Assembly for consideration and debate the following reports to ensure consistency with the fiscal strategy statement as described in Part 3. Part 3 was what I mentioned just now. The fiscal outlook and mid-year review report, and a final budget outcome report. Again, Madam President, I raise those points simply because we don't have audited financial statements. It would be good for us to see reports with respect to budget outcome. It would be good to look at the overall fiscal strategy of the government and have those type of discussions with them. The economy is rebounding, Madam President, and we're very happy for that. And we need to, in conclusion, keep COVID under control. I still don't think we're completely out of the woods yet. We see somewhat of a resurgence in the United States. And so it's important that we continue to stay vigilant, because if we have that issue again where it's getting out of control again, it can have a significant impact on the economy. We need to continue to push programs and look at regulations, programs that impact the private sector positively. We need to look at getting rid of regulations that hinders private sector growth. Because as we're looking at the budget, Madam President, is even though we're looking at numbers, and I heard what Senator Bradley mentioned earlier in terms from the qualitative standpoint, but this is what gives us the ability to do things. We have to be able to earn that money somewhere. If we're able to manage the budget effectively, efficiently, then we'll have more money for the key things that we need to spend on. Like I had mentioned, education, health, those are key areas. We need to try to bring down crime. And so we're willing from the private sector standpoint, Madam President, to work with the government on this. I mean, we want to continue to see how much we can improve on that recurrent surplus, so that we can have those monies to spend. And so while I support the budget today, Madam President, I also wanted to point out those areas where I think that priorities could have been better allocated, and that perhaps the areas that may not have been very realistic, that we look at those closely. You know, we go through this exercise having certain numbers and ratios in mind. And so when we get into the supplemental, to me, in my view, it really throws that completely out of focus, especially when we do it from a retroactive standpoint, where we spend that money and then bring it back to the National Assembly for approval when it has already been spent. I think we saw this recently with respect to the payment that was made to the stevedores. And so I'm hoping that we will employ and maintain fiscal discipline in this process, Madam President, and that we minimize the number of supplementary allocations that may be brought in this coming year. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Orson Ellerington.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to offer my contribution to this debate, this budget debate, on behalf of the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'll ask your permission to read from my notes.
You may so proceed. And remember, it's President.
Madam President, my apologies.
You say I don't want the Speaker to think I am coming down to the lower house.
Guided. These budget debates are critically important because, as my colleague on this side, the Honorable Senator Bradley said, they are a reflection of the priority of a government. They should be a reflection of the priority of the people. And so, as the old saying goes, black lie, white lie, black and white no lie. Similarly, no, tell me you love me, show me you love me. I came here with a presentation, but as I listened to my colleague and leader of government business, I had to make some significant adjustments. Mark Zuckerberg, the owner of Facebook, has created what he calls the metaverse. The metaverse is this alternative reality regime where it is completely separate from reality. And as I listened, that resonated with me, because the leader of government business said, promises were made, promises were kept. What I would want to say, promises were made, but promises most certainly have not been kept. Everybody know the win. But I will begin by saying, that as my friend, the Honorable Mr. Bradley said, that you must offer your flowers where flowers are due. So I will most first always offer my flowers to Senior Counsel, Leader of Government Business, and a man who is an absolute great orator. He can speak eloquently. I mean, that man can sell ice to an Eskimo. Wonderful. But so happens that I am not an Eskimo and the Belizean people are not Eskimos. You see, this budget does not adhere to the propaganda magazine. Sorry, I mean the Plan Belize manifesto, where they said, everybody for win. Nothing in this budget addresses the rising cost of living. Nothing in this budget addresses the rising unemployment. Nothing in this budget addresses rising poverty. Nothing in this budget addresses access to land and housing. Nothing in this budget addresses free education. Nothing in this budget addresses transparency and accountability. Again, my friend, I say you guys live in the metaverse, in the alternative reality. You clearly live in an alternative reality, not with the other Belizeans. But again, I say, let us give flowers where flowers are due. So people that know me know that I am a staunch advocate for investment in youth and sports. And so I must commend the government on the increase of over $2 million for the Ministry of Youth and Sports. But again, I listened to the member from Lekai who made a presentation in the House and said that this is the biggest investment in sports ever. Only to go on and chastise the UDP administration for investing hundreds and millions of dollars in sporting infrastructure. You know, I have friends, my friend, who often say that I, way too often, reminisce on my days as an athlete, Madam President. In fact, they will say, and maybe so, because, you know, now climbing a set of stairs is just as hard for me as running a marathon. But I still am very much invested in sports. And the first thing that you would know, if you know anything about sports, is that infrastructure is the primary responsibility of any government pertaining to the development of sports. So I do not know if I should attribute the statements of the member due to willful ignorance or genuine ignorance. But indeed, this is a reality. I will give a story again. They will accuse me of wanting to relive my athletic prowess. You understand me? So, in some many years ago, many moons, you understand, we have to remind them, in many moons ago, I was Belize's 100-meter, 200 long jump and triple jump champion. Now, I came home from the US, where I was on a track scholarship at Murray State University, and I was working out. And as instructed by my coach, you have to keep in condition. And so at that time, it was the Marion Jones Stadium, whatever you wanted to call it at that point in time. Within an hour of working out at that facility, I injured myself. I lost half of the indoor season. I could not compete. Why? Because the facilities were absolutely not suitable for even the minimal training. The facility, that forever etched in my mind the importance of facilities, especially when I had the opportunity to have participated in competitions in the US and seen all the facilities that were available. So facilities are paramountly important in sports development. Again, I will go to, and again, to show that this is not something new, in about 2010, I wrote an article in a newspaper, one which the honorable member from Lekai should be very familiar with. It's called the Amandala. And this is what I wrote at that time. At that time, I was the vice president of the Belize Amateur Athletic Association. I said, the article was entitled, Saving the Field of Dreams. This is 2010. I didn't write this yesterday. 2010. It said, contributing to the erosion of sports in Belize is a real lack of commitment and a true advocate and champion for sports present at the decision and policy-making level of government. This problem is not one that only haunts the sport of track and field, but rather the entire realm of sports in Belize. However, track and field is a sport which our people genetically are inclined to excel in and have shown great promise, more so than any other sport on pure talent. But Belize has been plagued by a long string of governments that have failed to see the essential role of sports, that sports can play in a progressive society. It has been noted by many anthropological experts that sports can play a critical role in guiding individuals that might have fallen into the cracks of society's underbelly to achieve a better standard of living for themselves and family, and in so doing, their entire community. Many politicians give lip service to the social value of strong sports programs, but few have actively pursued policy decisions to mirror that rhetoric, and no government has ever comprehensively done so. Well, again, you guys said you say that there is no importance to the infrastructure of sports. And I am saying that they said that the Belize Civic Center is a waste of money, that the Marion Jones investment is a waste of money. Go review the budget debate. I know you're a very busy man, so sometimes you miss what is happening in these things. So you missed the budget debate, so you can go back and revisit it and go and see it. They just said it, they've said it many times. But, you see, when I say proper world-class facilities is the building block and responsibility of any government, it is a concept which I did not just create yesterday out of political convenience. This is something that I have long held a view of, and anybody that understands sports, well, you know, because I'm here, that thing, you know, don't look for my belly, no one blame me, you know. But it is government's priority, responsibility to invest in these facilities. You know why? Because these are what are called public goods. My good friend on that side will tell you, you know, they know the value of a public good. A public good is something which private entities will not invest in because it will never be profitable by dollar figures, cents. However, the value to the country and to the community far outweighs the investment, and that is why it is critically important. However, again, I give kudos to this administration for continuing the plan which was developed by the former administration under the leadership of and former National Director, Mr. Ian Jones, and others who sat on the committee. It is important that we have continuity. It is something which we lobbied for some time and was supposed to be passed through if we had the reins of power again. So I'm happy that you followed through on the plan. It is my hope, however, that that additional $2 million is used to support grassroots organizations who for decades have been involved in sports development, and not used as some piggy bank to give friends and family and others who have absolutely nothing to do with sports. There are persons, for example, like Mr. Polo Lightburn and the Future Shock organization. Again, I used to play basketball, but I never could make that team so because I had to be the best of the best to make that team so. Then there are others like Mr. Jerome Pilaf Mejia, who have been investing their time and the energy and own resources in sports for decades. There are others like Daniel Smith. And now there is a young group of young men. My good friend, Mr. Beresford, actually he is one of your employees at the Ministry of Trade, but he also, yes, now in WTO. Brilliant young man. He and his brother and others have a foundation called the BK Foundation, that is doing wonderful work. Wonderful work. What they do, for others who might not know, is that they create the necessary opportunities for those elite level athletes to get international scholarship opportunities. So again, it is my hope and prayer that additional funds will be used to support these grassroots organizations. Again, hope and prayer, I'm not too sure how much it will fulfill that. But again, I commend the government for that. I will throw some flowers again your way. See so many flowers did I get? A lot of flowers. Listen to these flowers. I and the opposition fully supports the move by the government to have the amnesty program. It is long overdue, and it is good for Belize. It is good for the citizens who have long lived here, living in the underbelly, and like my learned friend and the leader of the government business said, are forced to work in inhumane conditions. However, my friend mentioned that there are those who are trying to assist refugees. Well, I don't know if he was referring to me. I know he would never speak to me like that. My friend said, imputing motive. I said, no, can't be me he's talking about, because that man likes me, never ever me, never that. So, but I will say that in dealing with several clients with who are seeking refugee status, I was absolutely appalled at the response and the behavior by those at the immigration department. I am a professional who is seeking to assist individuals, not for any benefit of my own. And these persons, and again, it cannot be, you know why I say it cannot be imputing me? Because in each and every occasion, whenever we approach and represent clients, it is that we are accompanied by the Human Rights Commission, we are accompanied by the UNHCR, we are accompanied by the International Organization for Migration. So I am sure he's not imputing ill motives to those international institutions. I'm most certainly sure he's not. You say you hope, but I'm telling you he's not. Cannot be. But I will tell you, on that occasion, and on several occasions, agents of the state have acted in such a way to violate the human rights of individuals. I will not recite the number of things, but on one occasion, there was an action that amounted to state kidnapping, where they did not allow the gentleman the opportunity to go before the courts. There have been occasions where the agents of the state refuse persons access to their attorney. These things are absolutely unacceptable. But I am sure, since I'm bringing it to the attention now of the leader of government business, these things will never ever happen again. Right, leader? All right, good. So, but a third flower I will offer to this administration, that, again, my learned friend said, highlighted some of the things, the highlights that this government said are what the highlights of this budget. And on it is a $68 million investment in infrastructure. Every single one of those projects are projects from the UDP administration. So I applaud them. When things are good, investment in infrastructure is great. That should be applauded. Continue. No banging? No. Okay. I absolutely applaud the government for continuing those investments in infrastructure. But unlike they tried to say when my friend, he said that it was including of housing, but nothing in that is for housing. You know why? When you look at the budget, under housing, quite startlingly, and maybe it can be explained to me, why it is that the budget for housing assistance went from, I think, 2.5 million to 0. Was that an oversight? Was something missed? I think I am no mathematician, but I can look at the numbers. No. There is nothing in this budget to address the lack of access to affordable housing and land. Belize continues to be affected by a tremendous demand for affordable housing. Now, if you want to say that your attempt to build 2-bedroom homes for Belizeans is something that we should celebrate and bow down to you for, well, sorry, that will not happen here. Because, see, I practice in the family court. I'm not too sure. And when you go to the family court, one of the first things that the magistrate looks at in trying to decide whether or not the living conditions is whether or not you have adequate accommodations for a family. So if you're looking at a family of 5, they should have a bedroom for the parents and for children of each sex individually. Each sex. So one for females, one for males. And we know how prevalent the situation is with sexual abuse in Belize. So again, as my friend on this side had explained, we are not here to just simply criticize. We're here to offer solutions. And therefore, there is a need for at minimum 3-bedroom homes. And we have not only talked about it. I think if you look across this country, I can tell you when my father was Minister of Housing and he had an absolutely amazing CEO. An absolutely amazing CEO. And persons who work at the housing department. You have hundreds of homes right now in Lake Independence and all over this country which are still standing, which have appreciated in value, and which have provided generational wealth for persons who occupy them. But it cannot be only about providing free homes. That is great. But I will tell you, there is no expectation from every Belizean that you will get a free home. There must be a comprehensive plan to address the need for affordable housing. That plan needs to include subsidies for low-income housing, rent subsidies, where persons who so as to allow them to have adequate housing. There is a situation in Belize where persons are forced to live in inhumane conditions, rent rooms and that do not have adequate facilities. This is something that needs to be addressed. There needs to be a plan to incentivize investors to invest in low income, not only low income though, but mixed income homes, because the days of building long barracks have gone. We have seen the result of that. It has to be mixed income, it has to be progressive. It has to address the need for affordable housing. Again, and attached to affordable housing. And then there was this situation where, right now, for you to be eligible under the current administration's housing regime, you need to have land. Is that correct? I'm not sure. You need to have land, right? Now, what is the problem with that? That there is a minute part of our population who has land. And there was a tragedy rendered onto thousands of Belizeans when this administration took power. Thousands of first-time landowners, not millionaires, not billionaires like the Lord. These are first-time poor landowners who are being denied. Some of them, their accounts locked and not allowed to pay. Some of them who paid and still they're refusing to grant them their titles. You see, one thing about me, I'm happy you said that. Unlike when people ask me whether or not I'm success, whether or not I was a political success, I tell them, you know what, I wrote down in my book one time, what are my great dreams and aspirations for my 25-year time span. And on it, I used to say I wanted to assist 100 persons with education, because since I left high school, I used to every year, by the way, because me and my friend here, we went to the best high school. This is my classmate, by the way, Wesley College. See, the good Reverend knows that school all too well. In my book, I wrote, I wanted to assist 100 persons with education. In my time as a standard bearer, I was able to assist over 1,000. But let me tell you about it, talk about education, and my friend talked about grants. These grants are not from me, these are from the government of Belize. I helped facilitate the process of acquiring the grants for them. But when the administration changed, these grants were refused. There are persons who refused the grants. It's not that they were getting $10,000 grants or anything. These are grants of $500, $400 to cover school fees. So, indeed, when I participated in trying to acquire land for persons, and I did my utmost best personally to try to acquire land for persons. Not for myself, not for my family, not for friends and cronies, but for the first-time landowners. But yet, they have a problem in being able to get the title for their properties now. For me, this is absolutely unacceptable. Not one day when I have assisted a person or when a person comes to ask my assistance, do I ask them, oh, what political party are you? Who do you support? Because my support, my assistance is not dependent on your political persuasion. Once you fit the criteria, that is it. Simple and straightforward. So, indeed, this budget, unlike the claim that it is, what was the words, the exact words? Promises made, promises kept. That has not been the case. This is promises made. Promises. Nothing but promises, that's the end of it. Nothing in this budget supports access to affordable land and affordable housing. But of all the matters affecting the Belizean people right now is the rising cost of living, unemployment, and poverty. And nothing in this budget addresses those issues facing a significant portion of our society. And again, this is a promise made, an absolute promise made, but it has not been kept. Everybody know they win. Again, in the alternative metaverse universe, you might want to believe in your head that that is the case, but that is not the case. Every day, Belizeans have to face the continuous rising cost of living. Since the PUP administration took power, there have been a record 70 times has there been an increase in the price of fuel. Right now, I remember when the current Prime Minister, at that time he was the leader of the opposition, he said that fuel should not be above $7. It is criminal to be above $7. Today, we are almost double that. And I want to disagree with my friend. This is one time I will disagree with my friend when he says that the government does not have control over the price of fuel. Yes, you do. Because 50% of the cost of fuel is taxes. No? What? How much is it? All right, good. I was just wondering. Now, at that cost right now, a person who is earning the cost of fuel right now, at the cost of fuel right now, a person who is earning minimum wage must work half a day to be able to pay for a gallon of gas. Half of a day to pay for a single gallon of gas. For single mothers who are on minimum wage, they will have to work an entire week plus a day to be able to pay for a full tank of butane. I did the calculations, and this one I'm sure that the cost of fuel since this administration, and my maths kind of not too shabby, but I mean at 7 to almost 14, cost of fuel has risen almost 50%. Almost 50%. 7 to 14, right? If you go from 7. Well, no, it is the cost of fuel was more than the cost of fuel was more. It should have been 7 indeed, right? But the cost of from where the UDP administration left it, not the $7, from where the UDP administration left it to the cost that it is now, it has risen by almost 50%. So it is when we talk about criminal, when it is totally unacceptable that we have a situation where we have rising unemployment, and as my friend, the calculation, and if we're honest, the way that unemployment is now calculated is different than it was. So that is not a true reflection of the current unemployment. We know this. This is the reality. But we don't even have to guess it. We live in this reality every single day. Maybe some of you don't interact and interact with the ordinary everyday Belizean and know people who are unemployed. But if you're effectively telling me that out of every 10 persons you know, only one is unemployed, well, that might be true for you. You guys run in different circles than me. So there is quite a number of persons I know who are unemployed. So it far exceeds that. That is the reality. And to try to say otherwise, again, means that you're living in a metaverse. It is not congruent with reality. There is nothing in this budget to address the rising poverty, the absolute horrible conditions that so many Belizeans live in, the need for social safety nets is not adequately addressed. Now, Madam President, there is nothing in this budget to address the absolute horrible rising situation and scourge we are dealing with when it comes to crime and violence. And this is an issue which I think I have spoken on multiple occasions. It gave lip service to the fact that we are trying to address crime and violence. I think anybody, any objective person at least, would be able to tell you that one of the greatest deterrents to crime and violence is a strong, functioning judiciary. However, when we look at the numbers from the 2019 numbers, UDP administration, to now, there is a $2 million decrease in the budget for the judiciary. All this while there is a $7 million increase in the office of the Prime Minister. But let me read from the speech at the opening of the Supreme Court this year from the acting Chief Justice, the Honorable Michelle Arana. She said that this situation is woefully inadequate while the judiciary is fully cognizant of the need for cost-cutting measures, especially in an era of COVID-19 pandemic. It is imperative that this arm of government be funded in a manner that enables and empowers us to carry out our duties in an effective manner. An overburdened, under-resourced, and underfunded judiciary is not conducive to the effective and efficient administration of justice. In her presentation, she also lamented the fact that although the judiciary represents 1/3 of the branches of government, it had a minuscule 0.00824% of the national budget. That percentage has shrunk even more with this budget. Even more. It is an even smaller proportion of the budget that is currently allocated to our judiciary. This is a completely unacceptable and unpalatable situation. This is one which we cannot accept, which the people of Belize are clamoring for. Addressing crime and violence is one of the priorities of the Belizean public. You see, there are practical consequences to underfunding the judiciary. You have a situation right now, even after they have received new magistrates and new judges, where it is woefully inadequate. Woefully inadequate. And what is the practical result of that? When cases drag on for years with adjournments because there are not enough judges and to be able to properly address the matters, these persons who are supposed to, for a variety of reasons, through the lapse of time, are no longer able to be successfully convicted. And I divest a bit here from crime and violence, but because we talk about the climate of doing business and the And one of the most important criteria that is always is a properly functioning judiciary. Taking 3 years to be able to resolve big civil matters is not acceptable. It is not conducive to good business. It is something that, if it is that we are truly interested in improving the business environment, that it needs to be addressed. But my concern, again, and that of the vast majority of Belizeans, is the effect that the crippling of the judiciary by the underfunding has on the greater society. There's a real-life effect to this. As my colleague earlier said, there are persons who in our society right now are living in fear because they cannot traverse their own communities. Why? Because they know if something is ever to happen, there is a significant unlikeliness of a conviction. And that is directly attributed to the fact that we have a judiciary which is not properly funded. We have an office of the DPP which is not properly funded. So while this administration gives lip service and wonderful rhetoric to the fact that we're doing all we can do to fight crime and violence, the black and white does not reflect that. The black and white does not reflect that. There were promises made. Those promises have not been kept. Everybody know the wind. Everybody is living in fear. The ordinary man does not believe that justice is going to be properly administered, and it is no reason because of the competence of those or judicial officers, their support staff, but because of the simple fact that they're under-resourced. One of the first things that this administration did upon taking office is to pass, but I don't know what is the actual name, I call it the Plan Belize Bill, where their claim was that it was supposed to inspire all those to know that transparency, accountability, and good governance are things that are going to be pillars of this administration. Not one thing in this budget to reflect that. Not one thing. Promises made, no promises kept. Everybody know the win. As we speak today, fundamental pillars that protect that of good governance, accountability, and transparency. Some completely non-existent. The office of the ombudsman, done. No office of the ombudsman. Integrity Commission, well, they just recently, finally, actually set up an Integrity Commission, what? How long after the administration? And again, it was your claim that it was so important. What about the Belize Advisory Council? Same thing goes, almost a year. I don't know if they have been sworn in as yet. The last I checked, they swore them in. Some, they said some, most of them. But for almost a year, went without a Belize Advisory Council. And for those that may not know, the Belize Advisory Council is such an important ingredient in the public service. It is a quasi-judicial arm. It determines whether or not persons dismissed from the public service have been properly dismissed. One of the functions, at least, which is critically important to protecting for transparency, accountability, and good governance. Offices such as the Contractor General and the Auditor General. You see millions of dollars increases in the budget and they brag. 30% increase for budget for this ministry, 40% increase in the budget for this ministry. $7 million for the office of the Prime Minister. Yet, the increases for those offices that are guardians of our democracy have minuscule increases. So, Madam President, while I wish that I could come here and support this budget does not address the need for affordable housing and land. This budget does not address our crime crisis. This budget does not address the issue of the rising cost of living, poverty, and unemployment. This budget does not address transparency, accountability, and good governance. For all those reasons, I cannot support this budget. Thank you, Madam.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. I sat down and listened to our colleague, and some of what was said, without hurling any insult whatsoever, does not warrant an answer. But I will try to assist the best I can. I'm going to focus primarily today, Madam President, on the cost of living. I listened to the House meeting, and this was the cry. Cost of living, cost of living. And now, I don't think there is anybody in their right mind that will try to refute the fact that things are going up. Fine. There are reasons behind that. And I'm going to address them fairly quickly because I don't like to speak like I'm far from the 45-minute person. Having been a public speaker all my life, Pastor Bengoshe would agree with me that after the first 15 minutes, you lose half your congregation, and after the next 15 minutes, you lose the next half. All right, so you are taught that if you want to be effective, you keep your discourse short and to the point. Now, three things primarily drive inflation, or the cost of living, or as we say in Creole, cause things to go up. Three. The senator who took charge of the opposition side today said he does not blame inflation on the government. The first thing is what we call cost push inflation. We know recently, and during the COVID pandemic, there was a serious spike in shipping costs, in production costs, and in some cases even in labor costs, because as people went back to work, they refused to work for specific amounts that they were working for before. And this is primarily in some of the more industrialized, larger countries. So I think it was the CEO in the Ministry of Economic Development, I was listening to him one morning on Love FM, who said that Belize, to a great degree, imports inflation. All right? So all the merchants who import goods will tell you that they have all experienced rises in shipping costs and in acquisition costs of these things. So that in and of itself will drive up the cost of goods in the stores. And it's important that the truth be told and that Belizeans understand that. Next, we call that, the next one is demand pull inflation. This started back when the Honorable Prime Minister Dean Oliver Barrow back then, there was this drive for infrastructure. And again, nobody bats infrastructure because it's needful, very much needed. But I'll simply quote it from a noted economist. The simple story is too much money chasing too few goods and services. Let me explain quickly. In Belize, primarily, the fiscal policy of the Dean Barrow administration, and I'm going back there because it's important that you understand where we came from and why we are where we are today. All right? You have to lay the foundation. If the foundation is poorly laid, the building will be poorly built. So, what were the fiscal policies that Dean Barrow implemented? I will read just a quick extract from one of our leading newspapers. Madam President, as of 2016, Parliament set limits 2016 on treasury notes and bills to 1.3 billion, which at the time had been intended to settle the BTL compensation. Remember that? That is, among other things. But then the 1.3 billion limit at that time was criticized by the opposition. Honorable John Briceño at that time criticized it here in this very house, saying that it was a blank check. I agree with our now Prime Minister, but I want to go a little further than saying that it was a blank check. It was, in effect, a credit card. A credit card. Our Prime Minister came back later and said that the Dean Barrow administration maxed out the credit card. Maxed it out. All right? And that's in our PM's budget address. He said, and I will quote, because I don't want to misquote my Prime Minister. First, the introduction of active cash money management of government's finances to minimize interest payment and finance charges. Recall that when we took office, the government was borrowing almost $1 million per day. This led to, and I'm saying, habitual, almost addictive recourse to issuance of treasury securities and a ballooning of government's overdraft with the central bank of over $90 million, which has already been paid off, all right, under this administration. But our PM did not stop there. He said, second, the introduction of market-based yield curve management of government issued securities. In the history of Belize, successive governments arbitrarily determined interest rates on treasury securities to its detriment. Let me explain this quickly, what our PM was saying, because he did not get into all the details, but it's important that our Belizean people understand why we are experiencing this level of inflation. It's called printed money. It's called printed money. All right? Back in 2016, treasury bills and notes, it increased from 200 million to 450 million to 750 million to 1 billion to 1.3 billion, almost in 1 year. Almost in 1 year. How ridiculous can we be? And as the treasury bills and note quantum increased, the GDP declined. In 2019, this was before COVID. Before COVID, we had a decline in our GDP. So we were printing this money, pushing it into the system, and not having the production to prove it, to back it up. So what happened? End result, too little supply, too much money in the market. The banks became extremely liquid. As a matter of fact, and I will quote what I penned here, the UDP were printing money when we were in a recession and later on in a depression. Dean Oliver Barrow administration worked for the banks and starved the poor. The UDP and Barrow are good with words but horrible with numbers. Barrow did not take into account that when the government spends more than they earn or are authorized to spend, it is the poor who pays the bill. It's like a simple balloon concept. If you squeeze this side, the air going over this side, or you emboss. And that's why, look, the good senator spoke about this budget has nothing for poverty. This budget is about the poor. It is about the poor. The first thing that the Jan Briceño administration did under Plan Belize, and Brother Chris, our colleague, sits here with us, working closely with our Prime Minister, was to address the $1 million per day borrowing. And you know what, Madam President? When we began issuing all these securities and bonds and notes, who do you think were buying them up? Definitely not the Belizean people. It was the banks. The banks. In essence, the government of Dean Oliver Barrow, for years, all they did was work for the banks. That's one of the reasons why this very same Dean Barrow got up in this house and said, oh, the banks are liquid. Brother Chris this morning said, Senator Chris this morning said, 700 million plus in the banks now. And the banks had no reason to lend. So the common man on the street, the so-called poor man, who wanted to secure a loan, had to make collateral, co-signer. Listen, the average public officer knows full well, the average teacher knows full well, the average middle class knows full well how hard it is to secure a loan at the banks. Because they didn't have to. They didn't have to. The banks didn't have to lend. All they had to do was buy treasury notes, bills, and they were good because the rates were good. And that's one of the things the Prime Minister is saying in his budget speech. It has to be addressed. Government after government did it to their own detriment. So here we are today. And I need for us to think a little further, Madam President, because, like I told you, 1.3 billion in treasury notes was what was the ceiling. Guess how much we owe right now? The Prime Minister said it, and I will quote him. All right? I will quote him. Of what Belize currently owes, external debt totals BZ 2.7 billion with a B, which is 72% of the 2021 GDP, while 36% of GDP, or some 1.3 billion with a B, is owed to domestic creditors. Maxed out the credit card. Couldn't borrow another penny because you have to go back and increase the ceiling again. This administration has done its very best to stem that borrowing. To the point now that it's obvious from reading the budget and seeing what is presented here that we are meeting our recurrent expenditures. All right? A lot of the things that my good friend said were not in the budget, if he had just gone a little farther and looked at Cap 2, you would have seen that it's all there. It's all there financed. Housing, 5 million. This year, budgeted 10 million for, just looking at future budget next, the year after 10 million, the year after 10 million. That's all for poor people now. It started off with single mothers. And maybe he didn't have the experience that I had, but I've been to a number of those house handing overs. And Madam President, when you see the tears on people's face, the joy, man, when you listen to them express themselves, it makes me even more, and I'm not going to use this word loosely, but it upsets me even more to think that year after year, millions budgeted to housing, and where are the houses? Where are the houses? Not a single concrete house built for the people of Belize in 13 years of the UDP administration. And I'm not trying to, but it's the fact, man. All right? Make we just accept reality and accept the fact that we blow 400 million plus of Petro-Carib money. Yes, for a few stadiums here and there that some of them not even completed. 700 million plus of free money from the oil that what we have to show for it today. With debt balloon, with debt gone, triple with debt, basically. Inflation constantly up, GDP constantly down. What we do with all the money? All right? I have to ask the honest questions because the Belizean people are being told a bunch of crap that, come on, man, make we get real. The cost of living, printed money, no, we stop it. Right now, if you look at it and you analyze the primary surplus, and I was quite taken back by the fact that we have in this budget, if you look at it, we actually have a primary surplus for the first time in a number of years, all right, of 1.8%. But that primary surplus is notwithstanding the fact that we have our loans and interest payments to make, amortization we call it. Well, in the language of the Belizean household, and I speak to them this afternoon, Madam President, during the time of COVID, for them to understand this in street terms, during the time of COVID, BL, Belize Electricity Limited, BWS, Digicel, Diginet sometimes, and even some banks said, guess what? We forego on the payment. We mount it up and then we broke it down so that you have to pay for it over a period of time. So the average Belizean household lives from hand to mouth, average. You get paid. Most of the people where I talk to on a daily basis get paid Friday, by Monday they broke. And then they have to wait till next payday again. Those are the people that I interact with on a daily basis. All right? And they are the ones I'm speaking to and for. So when these people, even though they have been managed to keep their expenses and their income basically at a good enough level, the little bit we might left, they can't afford to go on a vacation or anything because now they have their old Digicel bill to pay, their old BWS bill to pay, their old BL bill to pay, and their old, the time when they skip their loan payments, they have those to pay. A lot of those in the tourism industry are facing that dilemma today because while they weren't working, their Loans were foregone, but now they have to pay interest and principal. So in essence, Madam President, what we are looking at is the government of Belize, sorry to use that symbolism, but the government of Belize, under the leadership of our Prime Minister and Plan Belize, finds itself in the same boat. Because the past administration racked up so much debt that now, even though we are able to meet expenses with our income, we still can't balance our budget quite, because we still have to end up paying these. And Brother Chris said it right. In 2023, 2024, these payments will step up because many of them are coming, now coming to, and it has to be paid. They have reached their maturity. Again, thanks to the UDP. Thanks to them. Have to thank Jan Saldiva, Castro, all of them, brother, sit down on this side and make a lot of noise. They began in 2008 with Petro-Carib, got into this spending high. Gone through, spend oil money, spend, I remember Barrow used to say there are millions upon millions upon millions in the coffers. All right? So when that dried up, what did they do? They did not tamper down their spending. No, they increased it. How? Borrowing. And now this PUP administration and the Belizean people are forced to pay for it. So when the housewife got a shop, goes to the store and says, man, last week I paid this for that, and now it's this. Remember Barrow. Remember the man who print and print and print money like you know and done. He said that when borrow and borrow some more. And the UDP then really take that serious, you know, because they take borrow, then get rid of it, and then they bring back our next borrow.
Keep to the budget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will.
Montejo.
I will. Now, gas price. Again, it insults your intelligence when some people speak. Because we import fuel. We might export a bit of crude oil, but we import gasoline, kerosene, diesel. We import those. I have an interesting article here that I dug up. What is driving up the price of fuel? Most of the oil companies, and rightly so, are resisting the temptation to overproduce. Because in the past, and if you recall, anybody remembers, during the time of COVID when there was almost a global shutdown, there was a period in time when the price of oil actually cost the producers because they had to pay to store it, so it was in the negative territory. They weren't making any money, they were spending for their own oil. It's like they were buying their own oil. Now, this resulted in billions upon billions of losses for these oil companies and their investors. So after COVID, here comes good old Russia invading Ukraine, and that has accounted for a 20% spike in the price of fuel since the 24th of February when the invasion took place. So here we are now in Little Belize, thinking we could actually control this. All right? Make it get real, man. Make it just be truthful to the people. All right? There is no way, shape, or form that the taxes reflect 50% of the price. All right? And any Belizean who is interested, we can give them the breakdown and they will see. All right? As a matter of fact, the financial secretary, when he met with us, and the senators that attended that session will agree with me, that there's very little flexibility with government and its revenue as it pertains to the fuel prices. There's absolutely no wiggle room whatsoever. Anything that this PUP administration does will affect our bottom line. Full stop. All right? It's like our the everyday man. If I pay $2 more, it will affect me. If the government reduces by 10 cents, it will affect them. By 5 cents, it will affect them. All right? And there are other goods and services that the government must also provide. So I don't want us to get into the... And I always try to ask that we try to not get as political. I'm trying not to be. I'm referring to Mr. Barrow on a constant basis because I think that his fiscal policies were very detrimental to this country, and we are going to pay for it for years to come. All right? But that said, Madam President, poverty being addressed here big time. Human development, education, you name it. Housing. 67 houses built on a meager budget last year. I can imagine what the Ministry of Housing will do with $5 million this fiscal year. That's a lot of houses. 5 million plus what Taiwan is providing. All right? So look forward to a housing boom in this country. And it's needed, Madam President. I interact, like I say, with a lot of these people, and they have said to me over and over, I know people who have been renting for 20 years. 20 years. And still don't own anything. Our good senator said, nothing in this budget for land. It's already been established, 8,000 lots this year alone to first-time landowners. It's in the budget. It's right in here. All right? What's that? Under this administration, under Plan Belize, we are going to realize that the move that the Ministry of Finance has made to stem the printing of money, to stem the constant borrowing, you will see this curve begin to flatten, and you will see us beginning to experience, instead of inflation, slow. If the inflation comes, it will be minimal. Minimal. But our Belizean people can guarantee that, unlike what Dean Oliver Barrow, right there in the same seat, which stood up right here and said, we will lower the price of living no matter what. Instead, it increased. Instead, poverty increased. Instead, unemployment increased. Instead, our borrowing and our debt increased. And what have we to show for it? No. Basically nothing. Basically nothing. So I gladly, Madam President, as I spoke directly to our Belizean people, I will support this budget because I believe in Plan Belize, and I believe that it meets the goals of Plan Belize for 2022-2023. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish the leader of government business would have been in here. Before I proceed and make my intervention, I would like to commend the women here in the Senate before we have passed our month of Women's Celebration. Meeting you all and seeing your work, effort, and commitment to this chamber has been refreshing and inspiring, including yourself, Madam President. And I do have to share that I appreciate the conversations I've been in where you were there, because it has been rather satisfying to learn how much you know and how much you can add value to the varying institutions in government. And I go on to congratulate you for your Shiro Award. I wish I had known before so that I could have been your cheerleader in person.
Thank you.
But persons like you, us and others, are important to the running of our government and our contribution to the country. Now, Senator Montejo, like my friend, I too, back in high school, was a bit athletic. And like him, I appreciate his, yes, it is true. But unlike him, you see, the years didn't do anything to the stomach.
You introduced it, Senator Urson Ellington.
But it was not until his intervention on that aspect that I was able to sit and appreciate that ministry too, that area too, needs to be assigned some level of attention with a view to making a difference, with a view to actually moving from what it was to what it can be. Before I move further, I would like to say that I associate myself with the interventions made by Senator Bradley and Senator Herrera. They were most notable and laudable. And whereas I associate myself with them, I would not dare repeat or direct my interventions to the areas where I believe they made marked contribution. And so I would rest on their contribution in that regard, Seriatim. I wish to make my contribution with an appreciation of my colleague, Senator Elrington, made reference to giving the government its flowers. I have no problem with that, but for me, the lady that I am, I prefer to give them roses, because with roses, there are thorns, and characteristic of thorns, they tend to stick in your side. And so the first thing I want us to appreciate is the scope of the intervention on the budget. There are great things, and I segue a bit to recognize Senator Cowie and the Financial Secretary for taking their time out to meet with us with a view to try to assist us in digesting the budget. I will say, though, that before we had closed, there was a request made for further information, and one of the two requests was fulfilled. For that, I am grateful. I am only regretful that I did not catch that the information was not shared with everybody, and particularly Senator Smith, who had indicated her interest in the information. And so I think that in the future, when we are meeting and trying to discuss and digest what we have to do here today, that when information is shared, it's shared with everyone for the benefit of everyone. The second of the requests was not fulfilled. I was hopeful, but in being fair, the Financial Secretary did indicate that it might have been some difficulty in pulling the figures in the short space of time. I don't know that I am satisfied and can accept that, and I only say that simply because having produced the budget, that information, in my respectful opinion, already exists. It's already there. So it's just a matter of sharing it. But I digress. So my objective is to appreciate in a different way why we're here, and whereas I can acknowledge that there may be some roses attributable to the government and their efforts, I do not want it to be overshadowed by the thorns I intend to speak. When we started the debates, there was, and Madam President, your permission to refer to my notes as necessary throughout my presentation, there was a reference to the unemployment rate. And Senator Bradley correctly questioned the accuracy of that rate being 9.2%. And let me lay the foundation for why I say this. You see, I have had the benefit of relying on the information from the Statistical Institute of Belize, and I have had the benefit of assistance in sorting out the raw data. So in the budget, it's reflected that unemployment rate is at 9.2%. But if we are alive and aware of what is going on, we can appreciate that it jerks you to say, but that doesn't sound right. There are more people that I can see and I know of out of work. Now, the labor force size by September 2020, under the previous definition, the reason why the numbers are skewed and why we're saying that the numbers are skewed is because the Statistical Institute of Belize recently adopting a new mechanism of processing the data and statistics, and it is based on the ILO standards. So it's not their fault, but by doing that, it has affected the numbers, and I explain thus. So by September 2020, the unemployment rate was closer to 30%, and the labor force of more than 217 persons. By 217,000 persons, thank you. By the new definition, the new way we assess that, for the same September 2022, unemployment rate was set at 13.7%. So we're using the same raw data for the same period with the same amount of people, but it's producing a different percentage. So that is why Senator Bradley was right when he questioned the accuracy of that 9.2% unemployment rate. If those classified as being in the potential labor force, and those are persons 14 years and over, were included, the unemployment statistic would look noticeably different. For example, if half of the potential labor force of 21,737 was included as among the labor force and treated simultaneously as unemployed, then unemployment rate would be closer to 14%. Similarly, if it was that 70% of this newly defined, and again, according to the new international definitions, were counted as unemployed as per the old framework, the rate would be closer to 16%. And of course, closer to 18% when more than 90% are so returned to the labor force. Pointing this out is not to criticize the Statistical Institute of Belize, but it is for us to appreciate that, like Senator Bradley said, there's a disconnect between the official statistics of that 9.2%. And logically speaking, and in real terms, if the Belizean economy has not yet recovered to the 2019 levels of output when unemployment was recorded at 10.4%, then it is so far-fetched to suggest that it is challenging to see how the present-day unemployment statistic could be 9.2%, better than it was before COVID-related economic hit. So if the problem, what I'm saying fundamentally, if the problem is underestimated, then the policy response will be anemic. The conflicts are evident between the adoption of this new standard. If these numbers are followed for policy purposes, it would suggest that up to 2018, the country of Belize had 264,130 persons over the age of 14 years. Then suddenly, 1 year later, that number of persons over the age of 14 is cut down roughly by half to 137,055. And you may ask, what happened to the other half? And I will not answer that question, but it is just pointing out the varied, large, wide discrepancy between the numbers when you apply the two different standards to the statistics. So if it is, we have the problem being underestimated and the policy response being anemic, there will also be an underestimation of the social need of this country. And that is directly reflected in the budget. In the budget, there's the, and before I go further, sorry, I digress a bit, because I want to lay the foundation for some of the words I will use. In 1944, there was a fellow, a very wicked fellow I would consider, who decided that he wanted to manipulate his wife. So in the home, he used to dim the gas lights, brighten the gas lights all the time. And this lady started to think, she's losing her mind. She must be getting crazy. Years later, fast forward, we have turned that into a verb, gaslight. And I would go further to characterize any representation of how well we're doing and how much we have to justify why there is no response to the social need as narcissistic gaslighting. Hashtag stop gaslight the Belizean people. I will continue, Madam President. The point is, in laying out all of that and showing the numbers as reported by the Statistical Institute and the differences in the standards, there are far more people struggling than is reflected in the budget. And if I could be fair, the Prime Minister or those who were responsible for preparing the budget, they relied on that. But in the same vein, in being fair, they occupy a different responsibility than us in the Senate. They represent constituencies. They are obliged to be aware of what the demands are in their constituencies and what their people are clamoring for, and by extension, what all of Belize is experiencing. If you go to the budget, the soft copy, and you plug in a search, the search field, and look for unemployment relief, you will only find it once. And it is in the Labor Department's key performance indicator for the past fiscal year. Once, unemployment relief. There is, just this week, on account of the rising price of fertilization. Now, I want to stop right there and appreciate the intervention by Senator Montejo. He has asked us to understand his understanding, an attempt of a recitation of the prevailing economic situation that led us here. And he started out by saying that he will tell us the 3 driving forces of inflation. I caught one. I was writing them down. I wanted them all. And I asked myself, in response to that, he did all of that to what end? Remember, Senator Bradley said, and I fully agree with him, this is not the time for obnoxious relativism where we come here and say, the reason why this is like this, we will not address it. Instead, we will deflect and say, oh, UDP did it then. UDP did this. Remember, the platform of the government is to do better, is to deliver. And that is not there. So in pointing out all that he did, with respect, it stopped short of saying, what other mechanism did the GOB incorporate to stimulate the inflation? And you know, I am no inanimate object, but I am familiar with that phrase, scratch record. And I have been reduced to being a scratch record. I was here before talking about the prices and people not being able to afford to live. I will not go over it. It is there in record. And what I will say is that there was an opportunity, and there is still an opportunity for the government properly appreciating the true reality, whether that is in the metaverse or not. The true reality. Because you see me, I will not be gaslighted. And I will not be gaslighted by narcissists. The reality is such that the government, as my colleague indicated to me, is obliged to ensure the social welfare of its people. And at the time when we were experiencing COVID, at the time when it was unbearable then, there was nothing being done by consumer protections. There was nothing being done by any identifiable mechanism of the government to assist Belizean people in addressing the rising cost of living. And then now, we have the effects of the war in Ukraine. And to a large extent, Senator Bradley was right in saying that there are certain things that we cannot control and we can't blame the government for. But in giving them the rose, I come with my thorn and say, what is it are you identifying to address the issue? What is it? And in our meeting with Senator Cowie, he did disclose some information, and it was helpful to know that they're moving towards considerations of certain funds. I say it is already too late in the day. And so one of the reasons why I started here in appreciating that there is an obligation by the government is that being aware of the reality, you have to respond. And in responding to the reality, you have to provide relief. And I hear my colleagues making mention to the varying things that came by way of grants and what are in the ministries. But if you look at it in the round, you will realize that the numbers went down And the numbers are going down incrementally in some ministries over time. And those ministries are the key ministries that are set up to respond to the needs of the Belizean people. And so that is what first must have been, or ought to have been, the focal point for the government, in my respectful observations. Now, in giving the government its roses, there was major improvements brought upon by the debt for conservation swap. But like narcissistic gaslighting, there has been this constant narrative that it has been purely the work of the government. And I want the people of Belize, don't rely on me because perhaps you see me as just blowing the horn because I sit on this side of the house, but go back to the records, the many interviews, the press conferences, when the TNC people spoke about how long and from when they were working on the matter. And that will show you that the efforts by the government were incremental, and so its success must be appreciated for what it is. That, I will say, in its proper context, there were two administrations who worked towards making that a reality. And because that has been such a success, that the government at its earliest has decided to restore the 10% to the public servants and teachers. In my respectful view, that 10% ought never to have been taken. And as I listen to the interventions here and in the lower house, like Senator Bradley has pointed out, there is the constant recognition of public officers and bigging them up. And we have to do that. But don't forget how narcissists behave and what gaslighting is. So now we don't put this group of people for suffer. They're getting back their 10%. They're for happy. You have done something so great after such deprivation for an extended period of time, at a time when, considering the inflation, when that 10% comes in, I repeat, there ought to have been, therefore, a need for aggressive poverty-fighting initiatives to be employed by the government. I heard today a statement that included middle class. I don't know, and from the indicators the last time of the statistics, we either have poor or rich, and then indigent. And so, if we properly appreciate the kind of makeup that we're dealing with, it is no longer open to the government, and it ought never be open to the government at this stage to continue to say, to continue to deflect that they will not face criticism squarely because UDP did this and UDP did that. The country has turned over a new leaf. You have gotten a mandate. You've made several promises. Now, the thing is about narcissistic gaslighting, the truth is there in your face, you know. The information is there in the budget. But the way it is delivered, it is with a manipulation that, and I'm not imputing this on the government, this is my interpretation, for people to say, I understand why they suffer. And that's why I for suffer. And I agree I for continue to suffer. It cannot be. It cannot be. And there are marked successes by the government in terms of bringing down the debt to GDP. I cannot discredit that. But that I have to remind us is largely because of the debt for conservation swap, which by and large started under the previous government. No matter what they are saying, hashtag stop gaslight the Belizean people. Doesn't help. If we, and I don't want to get into much of the numbers, but I want to point out areas in the budget that gives us an indication of their priorities. And we keep hearing that word priorities. And I'm sure we have all referred to our budgets to see that in the budget, the Ministry of Finance have a 28.88% in 2021-22 revised and 29.18% in 2022-23 revised. And as the years go down, there is an increase. Senator Cowie was kind enough to share some of the reasons why the budget increased for both the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Prime Minister. One notable is the different units being, well, not notable, but of those are the different units being organized and the personnel to be hired to tackle some of the areas, as well as appreciating that the government has now begun and gladly having a constituency development fund that takes the amount for each area rep up to, I think, $30,000, if I recall correctly, for their constituency. I recall in the lower house, there was query to the amount of money that increased in the budget for that. The response I recall hearing was that there was the unavoidable contract occasioned by the Eleanor Hall building that the government couldn't get hold of, which they inherited from the previous administration. And that is the reason why furniture, the cost for furniture was in the millions. But I am stuck between hearing that what I have found and not unreasonably drawing myself to a conclusion that this too is another instance of narcissistic gaslighting, because, and I refer to the information that I found, that there were 4 supplementary allocations passed in 2020 to 2021 financial year, and an additional 2, and then another 1. And if I could quote Senator Cowie, he said, those had almost entirely to do with past administration payables. There is a litany of payables that emerge, not immediately so, but emerged over the period of the last year, and so those had to be attended in both the 5th and 6th supplementary of 2020-2021, and as well in each of the 3 supplementaries for the fiscal year 2021-2022, in a reducing percentage because the residual payables were smaller as we went through the remainder of the year. And so I asked Senator Kowe, I did not have the benefit when we met before. I asked now for you to assist me with understanding, reconciling that statement and the position held that, well, the budget increase in that regard because of this one thing. So one of the information we had asked is to be able to learn what amounts in the budget were reflective of amounts that were inherited by the previous administration in whatever regard. Unfortunately, we did not get that, and I think it is to a disadvantage of healthy debates, because the purpose is not to hear criticize, as has been the concerted statement from this side, but at the same time, following on that good governance motion of transparency and accountability, providing us with all the tools we need to effectively discharge of this function in the Senate is fundamental. And I had asked Senator Kowe then to identify the good things in the budget, and he did so quite reservedly, if I may say, because apart from what he had indicated then, I went back to it and I found more. So that is to the credit of the government, and those things that I found, I will attribute largely to the efforts of himself as the Minister of Finance, in the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, and the expertise he has in dealing with numbers. And so to you, Senator Kowe, I take this opportunity to thank you and congratulate you, because I can appreciate that a lot of what the government can now boast is attributable to your contribution to the government. Senator Herrera did rightly mention the situation with the Baja fees and policies. And the recent regulation is statutory instrument number 34 of 2022, right? It shows that the fees for Baja services climbed significantly. And there is no mention in either the budget or the budget speech addressing this issue. And see, I am just picking up along the way, identifying things that are useful to point out in showing how the budget, though laudable, it has its shortcomings. The productive sector fuel costs. Now, this is one of those areas where we have to agree in that the prevailing circumstances limit what the government can do in relation to fuel. However, it does not limit government's response to alleviate the burden occasioned by fuel. Senator Kowe shared that I think there is a stabilization fund to be considered by Cabinet to help. It would have been useful for me to understand that a little bit more and see how that correlates to responding to the burden occasioned by the fuel taxes. Because apart from the narcissistic gaslighting, we also have gas pains. We also get robbed by the pump. And I have to say that business is business, but there are other institutions in the government that should help. And I always refer back and think about the corporate responsibility. And yes, the corporate world took a hit during COVID. save for Heritage Bank and a few others who are in the forefront of doing what they can do to address the gaps that are not addressed in the budget. There are others that are not doing anything. The Prime Minister, owning gas stations, has not done anything as a corporate citizen to assist. Business is business, but at the end of the day, that business also belongs to somebody who is in public office, who cannot ignore that perhaps as the businessman, he has a corporate responsibility and should have a corporate conscience to do what he can individually. And as the government in Barbados, you know that the government gave its citizens a tax-free day. There are, I don't know if it's continuing, but they did have tax-free days where on those days you can go and purchase your goods and services without paying tax. What is this government doing in responding to the pressures the Belizean people are facing that is actually reaching them? Because if you notice in the budget, much of the efforts, much of the concentration are quite in line. And I have no difficulty saying this, which is why I say the truth is before us. In their plan Belize, they are not responding to the immediate needs as they arise. They are setting out the financial state of affairs over an extended period of time. And so by that, and in the budget, relief may or may not come until after the end of the term. And I've looked at the Ministry of Human Development. While their budget has been cut and the projected estimates for the future, you know, I noticed that it went up significantly in 2025, which should maybe an election season. I wonder why is that? For 2021, 2022, 2023, there is no large influx, a decrease, but way down in 2025, the projection sees the high increase. Now, that is no indication that that is true and correct and that will be the case, but it's an indication that that is the intention of the government. And so that is why I say the budget and the plan Belize, it's right there in plain sight for people to see that the approach by the government is, whether you consider 5 years long-term or short-term, but in my respectful view, a long-term one to respond to the needs of the populace, to respond to the issues of the populace. So by the estimations here, we cannot expect, or we should be looking forward to some relief, whatever that may be, when the next election cycle comes. In the Prime Minister's budget speech, and I keep going back to the unemployment issue, the word unemployment only shows up 3 times. In one instance, to describe how bad it was during the heart of the pandemic. In another instance, when he was citing the 9.2 statistics, and then in a next table. And I have laid the foundation of why I say that 9.2% statistics cannot be relied upon. It bears great repetition to remember that in 2022, the government had instituted an unemployment relief program. It wasn't much, but there was an unemployment relief program. And according to the budget, things have improved somewhat. Therefore, it is not expected that the same level of funds would be needed. However, the point is that nothing is itemized there in the budget. And if there is, I stand to be corrected, because the one thing I don't ever want to be is wrong or strong. The one thing I would never want to join in and do is gaslight. Now the World Bank went over the list of social protection programs at length identified all of them. But it also went on, after identifying all of them, said, despite the strong record of implementing social protection programs, and this came from the government before, and services in Belize, there remain challenges to effectively deliver an impact, for the delivery and impact of social protection programs. For instance, given the poverty data from the 2009 CPA, which again has increased to 52.2% as of 2018, coverage of the safety net could be improved given current beneficiary caseload of the BOOST conditional cash transfer program. Indicative estimates from program administrative data also point to that conditional cash transfer spending below regional norms in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I pointed out that to say, if we are to accept that we are doing better, we are rebounding better than our neighbors and our counterparts, why is it the World Bank is reporting that our social protection programs and our conditional cash transfer program spending below regional norms in Latin America and the Caribbean? Now with this new government, we don't even see that. If it is there, disabuse me. I now move, in dealing with the social issues, I move now to crime and judiciary, but I will deal with them in reverse. In the budget speech, this is what the Prime Minister had to say about the judiciary. The budget funds the functioning of the judiciary, thereby providing the mechanisms for law and order in the country. That's it. That is it. Madam President, the judiciary is an equal co-arm of the government. But all the Prime Minister had to say is one sentence, 1 1/3 lines. I go back to how the judiciary has always been crying out for help, and admittedly, even before the change of administration. But like I said, now is not the time to deflect. Now is the time to fix. Now is the time to address. The acting Chief Justice in the 2020 to 2021 budget opening of the legal year remarked, the harsh reality is that the optimal judicial system, which we all envision and desire, is simply not attainable on the present underwhelming and inadequate shoestring budget, especially under the present dire circumstances. We are and have been woefully under-resourced and underfunded for many years. She didn't discount what was happening before. For many years. And as a result, we suffer from chronic problems which fundamentally and directly impact the level of our productivity and efficiency on a daily basis. We have heard that word woefully over and over. Maybe to understand it better, I'll use a synonym. Wretched. The budget for the judiciary is wretched. In the 2021-2022 opening, this is what the acting Chief Justice said. in relation to the judiciary, that it is overburdened, under-resourced, and underfunded, not conducive to efficient and effective administration of justice. The same things. When will the government respond? And in fairness, we have seen marked improvements in terms of recruiting judicial officers. So we have recruited judicial officers, both in the Supreme Court, no, in all three tiers, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, and the magistracy. But let me share what...
Senator, I'm going to remind you of your time.
Point of order. She started at 1:30. It is now 2:20.
I do have her starting at 1:35. And so I have her clocked in at 45. And so, Senator, I'm just going to ask you if you can wrap up. I can give you 5 more minutes to wrap up.
Grateful, Madam President. This is what the new Attorney General had to say. The new administration has inherited a woefully neglected judiciary that is structurally in disrepair and that is demoralized. We have inherited a magistracy where the magistrate court sessions are being convened in inadequate facilities, where in the case of Orange Walk, it is convened in a wooden prefabricated building commonly referred to as a Mennonite building that is too small not only to allow for social distancing as required by protocols, but also for the safety of magistrates and the prosecutor. She also said, we live in a country where we have a $28 million Eleanor Hall Treasury building, which is under construction, and a $36.2 million superfluous airport link road that has now caused Western Pine residents and Borough Broom Road to flood, and state-of-the-art sporting facility such as Marion Jones Stadium, which boasts a $10 million concrete fence, but we have roach and mold infested courts. The judiciary was promised new buildings. If it is there in the budget, please disabuse me and show me that it has been provided for, that new buildings will be there. It can't be the government will properly appreciate that it must give credence to that equal and independent arm of the judiciary, but yet not, after indicating that it will do better, continue to under-resource. Madam President, before I take my seat, you know, in other ministries like the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Home Affairs, I believe, other ministries, their allocation for books and periodicals is even more than the allocation for in the ministry, for the judiciary. How could that be? How? And as I close, if I could be given the minute to close.
You have 2 minutes.
Grateful, Madam President. Senator Cowie has been instrumental in teaching his ministry how to get us to the point where we can say we will restore public officers 10% and the teachers. What is silent, what is not there, is the responsiveness, identifiable responsiveness, not an incremental decrease over years in the various ministries, to appreciate the reality that the government is obliged to provide social protection in areas where people are suffering. stop telling people, first they tell people government broke, now government got money, government is spend, now you're the suffer, you're not suffering no more, but I can't spend my money how I want because I know they earn more. Minimum wage hasn't been increased, and at this juncture, the $5 increase won't even serve any useful purpose. So I close by saying, and I invite the government, this is past, this is gone, but in the new financial year, let us see the response by the government to address those needs that are being occasioned by the Belizean people, in appreciating that their dollar doesn't go anywhere in the supermarket anymore. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona. Could you hold one moment, Janelle, let the Vice President take the chair?
May proceed, Senator.
Thank you. And please forgive me if I make sure I get the Mr. correct. Mr. President. I rise to make my contribution to the General Revenue Appropriation Bill for 2022-2023. Like my other colleagues, I will ask to be able to refer to my notes. I haven't crafted the endomorphal that you and Senator Bradley have finessed. At the outset, I too would like to express my gratitude to Senator Koyi and Financial Secretary Joseph Waite for facilitating that conversation for all the members of the Senate. As I shared with them there, the small change translation for the relevant terms, as well as the responses to the questions were much appreciated, especially given the limited time for review. Senator Koyi, you and your team have certainly made notable strides in getting us to this point. And I will share that personally, I find all conversations about matters of state, especially those that are candid, as this one was, both enlightening and sobering. Based on the sector feedback, I know I'm not alone in saying I am intimidated by not just the process, but all the material associated. But the truth is, this is not just a thick book with big numbers. As has been said earlier, this is definitely a translation of our reality. This is what relates to our collective future. As simple, but as serious as that. And based on that brief but informative session, we certainly see the benefits to affording all Belizeans similar opportunities. Not just to remove the mystique of the process and the material, but also I think to promote a sense of ownership of the budget, because it does mean so very much to each of us. And so, Mr. President, as a solution-based sector, we therefore formally offer to organize similar public conversations, virtually if that's more convenient, which we hope can be facilitated by members of the Ministry of Finance and certainly with the participation of the social sector and the opposition, to take this budget to the people. We recognize the conversations are happening at the business and organizational level, but we believe it would be helpful for the plans for the year ahead to be well socialized at the grassroots level. And importantly, that such conversations precede the next budget preparation process. Budgets are built on the back of hard-paying taxpayers, hard-working taxpayers. And as such, all taxpayers have an obligation to get to know this budget inside out, upside down, to agree on milestones, set indicators, and to both identify and prioritize goals. At a personal level, I would like to see the national budget be put on the same level as all of our personal budgets. We're calling out for ownership here because it is evident that there are several cycles at play, and the viciousness of each of them depends on who you speak to. One cycle is perhaps the process itself. Some ministries will tell you that they labor to produce a budget that is practical, only to have their figures slashed and their plans quashed. Other ministries might even admit to the copy and paste practice, just to have something on the books. And that feeds into another cycle of uncertainty of who is leading what, where, and how. And that leads into another cycle of having the staff, but having inadequate or simply not enough resources to get the work done, if resources at all. And then here comes the next cycle, the one where far too many Belizeans feel like everything government related is frustration, long lines, and a lot of wasted time to get anything done. And because, Mr. President, it pains me to say this, some people believe that even this process is formulaic and cyclical. One side says, this is it. The other says, bogus. And truthfully, except for the supplemental skirmishes, that's all it is until we come back for the next budget presentation. I say this not to discredit anybody's contribution in any way whatsoever. But I say these things out loud because they have all been said before, and yet here we are. We're doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And at a time when we are challenged like never before, we cannot afford to plead insanity. And I don't just mean the list of today's crises, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the global fuel crisis, the looming food crisis. I also mean the education crisis, the leadership crisis, the climate change crisis, the social violence crisis, if only crisis was a commodity. So please let this be what resonates here today. My sector is committed to meaningful partnership to take on all the existential crises all around us together. And know that this extends across the board. NGOs, conservatively, employ more than 330 Belizeans, a significant percentage of whom are all breadwinners. We also bring a wealth of experience and expertise from a wide-ranging focus area. And we have successfully directed tens of millions of dollars to Belize's development through our programmatic work. Our sector is an active contributor in the construction of homes and the strengthening of families, in the trenches to eradicate the scourge that is discrimination and the plagues of sexual and domestic abuse. We are helping to improve access to health care for mind, body, and soul. And yes, we are on the front lines battling for health and integrity of our natural resources. Coming from a sector then that demands SMART goals, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely, the status quo of what has been budgeting is a bit irreconcilable. So our second solution-based response is to recommend an approach that would see ministries meeting with all the NGOs doing NGO work in all the sectors, initially as a whole, and at least once a year, so that everyone can share their areas of focus and what they see as the necessary interventions to be made, identifying what or who are the obstacles. Based on the figures, on average, most government ministries and departments are only working with around 30 cents of every dollar. Imagine if we pooled intellectual capacity and capitalized on the opportunity to divide and conquer by targeting resources, identifying effective tactics, and having a common strategic approach towards national goals. That is our power play, to move from not just having outputs, but to having outcomes Belizeans can feel in their everyday lives. We therefore must make sure that the actions in the corridors of power on the water and on the ground reconciles with the words at the podium. Because I'll be honest, I love to hear Belize being internationally praised. But I also want us to be able to do that nationally as well. So let me take this opportunity to again publicly congratulate the government on the successful close of the Blue Bond and for committing to the mechanism that will see much needed funds directed to the sector. We reiterate that a small, open, nature-based economy and it is therefore tantamount that the management, enforcement, and legislation regarding our natural capital must be prioritized, and they must be seen and felt as priorities to the beneficiaries, Belizeans. The Blue Bond was a critical step. We also have very high hopes for the success of talks with the World Wildlife Fund on the project finance for permanence to fully fund conservation areas. Belize has shown the world that political will is powerful leverage. Those steps are also in sync with the Briceño administration's commitment to constitutional reform. We will be working, Mr. President, to make sure that process strengthens protections in place and confirms here at home and abroad the seriousness of our convictions to natural capital. Here I will pause, Mr. President, to call out the sector's gratitude on an important matter. During the last meeting of the House of Representatives, Minister Dolores Balaramas-Garcia publicly confirmed that strip mining will not happen in Gales Point, Manatee. That public statement was confirmed again via email later the same day by the Prime Minister. That is a big deal. Because you may recall that it was also the Prime Minister who had to give the sector clarity on the proposal to dump dredge spoils off the Belize Barrier Reef. I bring this up because we do champion the actions that deserve it, but we also have to call out the grave concerns. So I follow up in saying, how then is something as irrevocable as strip mining and all the associated dredging even could have gotten as far as it did? I also point out that we're still waiting on critical documents like the National Marine Spatial Plan implementation, port legislation, and even confirmation on government's decision on those causeways off Belize City. All the while being forced to try to figure out which projects are in the pipeline, about to be approved, or have already been quietly approved. The current process does not reconcile with safeguarding the nature that bolsters our tourism, fisheries, and agricultural economies. Mr. President, you will hear our critics say, they just want to lock up everything. What about development? They're only worried about the environment. What about people? The truth is, time and time again, it has been proven. Every time we put the environment first, development lasts. And when development lasts, Belizeans benefit in perpetuity. And as we continue to bounce back, we stress there are no quick fixes. This brings me, Mr. President, to a sobering anecdote that underscores that. Fisheries, resources management, and development is, as you might think, an area near and dear to me. When I reviewed the ministry's previous, current, and estimated budgets, a few things jumped off the page. I looked at the overtime line item, and I imagine and I hope that this covers the work of fisheries officers and enforcement personnel enforcing the laws of the country, especially within our marine protected areas and spawning aggregation sites. I refer specifically to spawning aggregation sites because that's where fisheries starts. All the big fish go there, they make the little fish grow up, and then they go back there to make more fish. The science shows that spags are not in good shape. In fact, one key species, the Nassau grouper, is now listed as critically endangered. That means next stop, extinction. Those groupers were once in the tens of thousands in Belizean waters. Now there are in the hundreds, if not less. Belize stopped fishing its spags, but I am told in addition to traditional access, several special permits exist. And I am told that illegal fishing is so entrenched, depending on the time of year, you can tell which country the boats fishing the spags at night come from. They have their own season to fish in our waters. The impact is not just on Nassau groupers, Mr. President. You may or may not have noticed that Belize has lost one of the most lucrative attractions in southern Belize, diving with whale sharks. When fish spawn, it's like a big dinner bell to those sharks. They come from leagues away to dine in Belize. They've stopped coming. The bell hasn't rung because there have been dramatic declines in the spawning at Gladden Spit. I can only tell you of the frustration of researchers, fishers, and enforcement officers, but please know it is tangible. Illegal fishing is undermining our national efforts to sustainably manage our local resources and our ability to capitalize on the kind of non-extractive tourism we want. I can tell you, Mr. President, that countries like Bahamas boast foreign exchange revenues in the hundreds of millions of dollars because people can go there and dive with big sharks. So when I look at the line items for overtime, fuel, training, public education, and awareness, I want them to be much higher. Because as one fisher put it to me, when all the resources are wiped out, people will pack up and go home. Where will the Belizeans go? And because, Mr. President, the tourists come here for our natural biodiversity, if they can't get it here, they will go elsewhere. So I take this moment to salute the men and women who are at the front lines of this daily. The rangers, the Coast Guard personnel, the fisheries officers, fishers, and even tour guides. Everyone who is helping to make enforcement efficient. We have seen recently that conversations between the Coast Guard and fishers created a space that shared ideas, even going so far as to help patrols become more effective and efficient. That to us is further testament to the fact that good things happen when we work together, when we talk to each other. So I ask, how can we work together to truly prioritize the spawning aggregation sites, the fishing flats, the wetlands? Just this week, yesterday in fact, there were red flags going up about yet another over-the-water development on the back reefs of Turnef and the sale of wetlands in Hopkins. The restoration of the new river is still pending. There's a sidebar there. I did see in the CAP 2 section, there was, I think, some $15,000 dedicated to the restoration of the new river. I hope that means that there are other funds from other places coming in. But the point is, I can go on and on with the case studies and the microcosms. The budgets from both our sector and the government will show that millions and millions of dollars have been spent. So in principle, if it's not for lack of money, maybe it's time to think about how and where we are putting that money. Again, this is where we think pooling intellectual capacity and strategizing finance can be helpful. I hasten to reiterate the point. It is not about expecting government to do everything. So here is our final solution-based recommendation. Can we collectively recommit to ensuring transparent communication, defining meaningful consultation, and taking decisive action when and where it matters? Time and time again, we have seen recalcitrant players in the governance game try to misrepresent the NGO community as being controversial and confrontational, all to avoid transparency and accountability. We have no illusions, Mr. President. There is no uno and then one ya. This is we. And I know that this is not unique to Belize, but as a leader, we know Belize to be, that it is being, and that it will continue to be. We are confident that together we can chart our own way forward. And speaking from personal experience, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, every time we've made an effort to reach Belizeans, wherever they are, at their homes, at their workplace, in public spaces, the response has been sensational. Belizeans have embraced access to information, to being meaningfully consulted, to connecting the dots. And that has not just been a beautiful thing, it has been constructive to nation building. And I take this opportunity to highlight the contributions, especially of our younger Belizeans. To their credit, they get it. They get that what we do today determines the quality of their future. They know it's not enough to be at the table. They know they have to make their presence felt. That is the kind of collective, critical thinking that can be the catalyst to create the change we need. And we do want and need change, Mr. President. For all the hundreds of millions of dollars earned and borrowed, are any of us truly satisfied with the outputs and outcomes of all of that spending? Do we have points of pride that we can point to and say, well, at least we have? It is up to us to determine what happens next, to proudly fill that blank space and then start a list. The NGO sector stands ready to execute our patriotic duty as constructive Belizeans for meaningful change. It can and must start with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognize Senator Bevin Kal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to make my contributions on this draft estimate for the year 2022-2023. I'm sure colleagues from the other side don't like to hear about the past, but Mr. President, would ask our indulgence to allow me for context and for the Belizean people to appreciate this new budget, to reflect on and compare where we were as a nation a couple of months ago and where we are now in 2022. And I will be quoting a lot of the interviews done by our media houses to the former Prime Minister. Just a couple of months ago, we were told that as a nation, we need to borrow and borrow and borrow until we cannot borrow no more. And we were, to a tune of $1 million a day, which we all know is very unsustainable for our economy. A few months ago, Mr. President, we were faced with the IMF proposal to retrench 3,000 public officers and raising GST to 19%. A few months ago, our Prime Minister boldly told the nation, and I quote, this was Prime Minister Barrow, "A day of reckoning is coming, and I grieve for my poor Belize, and I certainly extend my sympathies from now to those that will have to deal with the demands of the IMF and the IFIs." This was where we at a couple of months ago, Mr. President. And then on March 18, 2020, the former Prime Minister again was interviewed by Channel 7 on the state of the economy and how he sees the rebound in the years ahead. And again, I will quote, "A sense of serious optimism about a strong early recovery in my mind is entirely misplaced. We don't want to kill hope, but why would we fool ourselves into thinking that there will be some sort of springing back with respect to our economy?" This was the words of the former Prime Minister. Mr. President, I can say today that the springing back of our economy is a reality, and we will see this, and we can see this in this estimate. Mr. President, from a country who was in recession from 2019 and unemployment like never before, our country was at a glimpse of collapse caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and 13 years of UDP mismanagement and corruption. Fast forward to today, a new day has dawned. We can now see the light at the end of the tunnel as our POP administration, led by the Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, has presented a budget, a historical budget of roughly $1.36 billion. A budget that will show the Belizean people how their taxes will be used to improve their lives. A budget that will deliver on Plan Belize. Mr. President, our Senator Orson stated earlier there was nothing in this budget for housing, nothing for land. Quite interesting. But again, we must excuse the humble senator because he couldn't even do a simple algebra of calculating percentage of what he was talking about earlier. So we must excuse him for probably not reading through and perusing the whole budget. But, Mr. President, in this 2022-2023 budget, we see our heroes, the public officers, getting back their 10%. For me, for them, that is significant, Mr. President. Mr. President, our law enforcement officers, be it the police, the BDF, the Coast Guard, we're living in the worst condition ever for the last 13 years. And if you speak to any of them, they can tell you that, Mr. President. But today we have good news for them, because this budget has an allocation with support from CABE for $8 million. This will allow for the construction of a new police station in the twin towns of Santa Elena and San Ignacio, a new dormitory at the Price Barracks, a new deep water vessel for our Coast Guard. This will also allow for a new medical center at the Fairweather Camp in Punta Gorda. Mr. President, this will allow for law enforcement personnel to conduct their duties more effectively and efficiently. This will also allow them to have a nice and comfortable rest after a long day of work. And of course, when injured or faced with medical issues, they will now have a clinic of their own that can attend to them. This, Mr. President, is delivering on Plan Belize. Mr. President, in the Ministry of Infrastructural Development and Housing under CAP 2, $24.2 million for the maintenance of highways, streets and drains, rural roads and feeder roads, and another $5 million to purchase equipment for the ministry. This, Mr. President, touches me dearly, especially coming from the South. If I tell you, Mr. President, I was only 14 years old when the last POP administration was in, under the leadership of the Right Honorable Said Musa. And I can tell you, Mr. President, in the communities that I come from, that was the only time that we have seen equipment working in our area. 13 years of abandonment, 13 years of punishment for our people. And you can go to the South, and the people can attest to that, Mr. President. But today, we have good news for them. Under the leadership of John Briceño, a Prime Minister who has heart for the rural communities. Mr. President, you may not believe me, but the inventory for working equipment, when this administration took over for the Toledo district, there was only 1.5 dump truck working. Imagine 1.5. 1 backhoe and 1 loader. And they expected these equipment. Again, these were purchased under the late Marshal Mess and Said Musa 13 years ago. Mr. President, they expected these equipment to serve the over 53 villages in the Toledo district and Punta Gorda town on a whole. Can you imagine that? This is a total disrespect for the people of the South. But today, Mr. President, that has changed. It will take time, but we have hope. I can report to you today, in the last 13 months, there's a lot of work that was done in the Toledo district. This includes my community, San Pedro, Colombia. All the streets were refurbished. Over 300 loads of crushed materials, not mud, crushed material being placed on the streets and main roads of San Pedro, Colombia. In Big Falls new site, Hikiti, over 500 crushed materials again placed on these roads. This, Mr. President, is touching the lives of the Belizean people in southern Belize. There was also a lot of spot patching, but again, due to the rains, there's a lot of problem in the south, Mr. President, but we're sure that a lot of work will continue to be done in the weeks and months ahead. With this new budget, Mr. President, we will see more roads and streets being improved. And of course, with that, we also need to purchase more equipments because the equipments that I listed earlier are not enough to serve the 53 villages of the Toledo district. This budget, Mr. President, and I want to direct this to the village of San Marcos. This village has been clamoring for a bridge to be built for the main village and the new site to be connected. Because when it rains, it floods, the kids cannot go to school, and a lot of problems. And so I'm glad to say, Mr. President, that in this budget, the village of San Marcos will be given a bridge. Well, a bridge will be constructed at that creek that separates them. And by the end of this year, that should be connected, Mr. President. $500,000 allocated for the upgrade of the main road from Mafdai to Jordan. Again, this will benefit about 8 villages in that area, Mr. President. $500 and this $500,000, and this will benefit 8 villages. Imagine that. Here in the city, the UDP gave what? 8 million for 1 mile of road? 500,000 is benefiting 8 communities. As we speak, Mr. President, there's heavy-duty equipment crushing rocks at the Santa Ana quarry. Again, another 500 million is being allocated to improve the road from Santa Ana to Corazon Creek. This, Mr. President, is delivering on Plan Belize. Mr. President, a contract was just signed with Rural Resilient Belize for the complete upgrade of the Santa Cruz and San Jose bypass and other farm roads. Again, this was something that these people are crying for the last 13 years. In the first 3 months of this administration, a cement bridge was constructed for them, which connected the area, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And with this contract that is signed, that will be delivered, Mr. President. Turning to rural development, the rural communities have been abandoned under the last administration. But again, like I said earlier, under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño, the rural communities are now being taken care of. In the last 6 months, when I spoke to the minister in charge for the ministry, they have drilled 22 production wells in 22 communities. They've also drilled 54 wells for farmers across the country to boost the agriculture sector. There's also an ongoing project under the Global Climate Change Alliance Plus with funding from the EU that will allow for the upgrade of water systems of Bila White, Santa Familia, and Sealgrass. This, Mr. President, is touching the lives of Belizeans. Can you imagine? We're in 2022 and we still have communities without clean, potable water. This is a shame and this is a disgrace for our people. I can also say today, Mr. President, that in the village of Krikehute, they can now have access to clean, potable water as well. And in this budget allocation, there's also monies allocated with the support from the Belize Social Investment Fund and the Basic Needs Trust Fund that will allow for the construction of the water system in the villages of Mabilha, Santa Elena in Toledo District, and Halacte. Again, Mr. President, this is delivering on Plan Belize. Our people need to have access to clean, potable water. Mr. President, in this budget, we'll also see the doubling of stipend for our hardworking chairpersons in each village, again, fulfilling on Plan Belize. Our chairpersons work hard and are committed to their work and are not compensated rightly, Mr. President. This will incentivize them to continue to do the great work that they're doing for their communities. Mr. President, like water, there's still a lot of our communities across this country who do not have access to electricity. And this, in 2022, we cannot just sit back and allow that to happen. In this budget, Mr. President, we see communities will be receiving electricity in their communities through the support of the European Union in partnership with the Department of Energy. The villages of Halacte, San Vicente, San Benito Poite, in Italy District, San Carlos, and Indian Creek in the Orange Walk District. They will be getting electricity in this fiscal year. Mr. President, this is something the UDP could not dream about. But today, we can see that this administration will deliver on those promises. In the Toledo District, several light expansion has also occurred, Mr. President. And of course, the minimum wage, we have heard the commitment from our Deputy Prime Minister that as of July, we should have the minimum wage kicked in. Mr. President, in this new budget, it is also reflecting a $6 million in the continuation of the constituency fund allocation. Again, this allocation is given to every single elected member in the House of Representatives, whether it be UDP or PUP. This is something that is unprecedented because this has never been done under any administration, that every single elected representative, regardless of which color, are given these monies to support their constituency. Mr. President, this is how this PUP administration works. Because when we set everybody for win, we mean it. That's the reason why even these UDP representatives are getting this allocation. Another $6 million for social assistance to provide support to the urban and rural modes of Mr. President. $6 million may not sound much, but if you go to the people who really need it, they will definitely appreciate it. Mr. President, it is quite funny when, again, our able Senator Elrington said that there's nothing for housing in this budget. But we see a $5 million allocation for low house income assistance in this budget. And of course, we'll also get some funds from Taiwan to support this project. This year alone, 160 cement concrete houses were built for single mothers. Mr. President, this is unprecedented. This is touching the lives of Belizean people, Honorable Senator. In health, a new state-of-the-art hospital in San Pedro will be built. A new healthcare center in Kikaker in the Toledo District. Mr. President, I don't even want to talk about the health system down south because it's a shame. But we have hope and we have a commitment from our Prime Minister. And the first step was to rehabilitate the Isabel Palma Polyclinic, and work is underway for the Santa Teresa and Pueblo Viejo Polyclinic as well, Mr. President. Mr. President, I can say that this government, under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño, has their priorities right. Making sure that we are delivering to the Belizean people in health, education, agriculture, sports, transport, and in every single ministry. So, Mr. President, when the opposition criticize and even go and vote against this budget, they're voting and criticizing the 10% restoration that will be given to our public officers. They're saying no or criticizing the new hospital in San Pedro. They're saying no to the minimum wage. They're saying no to the start of the free education in Southside Belize City. They're saying no to the water system in the communities that are in dire need. They're criticizing the electrification of the communities. And they're saying no to the construction of more houses for single mothers. Mr. President, they're showing the Belizean people who they truly are. In closing, Mr. President, after reading and getting the information from all the relevant ministries, I can safely say that this budget is reflecting and addressing the dire needs and concerns of our Belizean people. I can say, Mr. President, that through this budget, this government led by the Honorable John Briceño is working together for a fair, inclusive, and prosperous Belize, where every single Belizean will benefit, and of course, delivering on Plan Belize. I fully support this budget.
Recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to make my contribution to the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure. Mr. President, I would like to begin, and I ask for leave to refer to my notes from time to time. I want to begin firstly with the budget speech of the Prime Minister titled Working Together for a Fair, Inclusive and Prosperous Belize. Well, let me firstly, as my colleagues have done before, say thank you to Minister Koyi for meeting with us and for sharing information and answering our questions on this process. I believe for my colleagues who, especially those who are new, it was very helpful, and so we are grateful for that. As I read through, I looked on page 17, and I quote, it says, as a result of their efforts, over 7,895 leases, grants, and purchases and purchase approvals to ordinary Belizeans, including teachers, nurses, soldiers, police officers, single mothers and fathers, the employed and unemployed, and students and the elderly were distributed. We, as a union, have seen where, as my colleague rightly said over there, Senator Pitts, sorry, that we have seen where there seem to be two groups of people, the rich and the poor. And so we have noted that many of our members are no longer able to afford the things that they need, not what they want, but that they need, or that their children need. And so in an effort to assist our people and assist our members in being able to cope a little bit better, we collaborated, and our teachers did enjoy first-time landowners getting a parcel of land. And so we have somewhere between 300 to 500 teachers who have already received their land document. And I have had the honor to visit my various branches and distribute those land documents to our members who now are working on the process of paying for title and then getting those documents without having to visit the ministry, because through the union that process works out for them. And so we are very grateful for that, because as you know, our teachers, our work does not allow us to leave our classrooms to go out and do any of those business during working hours. And so those are difficult things for us. And so these things that may seem ordinary to persons who have access to leave the office and go to do these personal business, these are really and truly great benefit to our teachers. And so we are indeed grateful for that. But I must remind Mr. President, my colleague, that we've been working with Senator Thompson, who has been the point person, that while we are grateful for what we've received thus far, and we understand that the others also need to get, the nurses and the police and everybody else, we are still awaiting our remaining maybe 1,000 or so land documents, but we are very grateful for that. As I move to another point in the document, it says, what distinguishes this new budget and the current one is the extent to which my administration strives to collect the people's revenues. To collect the people's revenues. And I find that very important because of the work that we do and the advocacy that we have been doing as unions. It says on page 26, Of this 645 million, only 6% or 38 million were assessed within the last 2 years. Less than 20% or 111 million are less than 5 years in arrears. Approximately 419 million or 67% are non-collectible by law due to the statute of limitations or because they are related to the now obsolete sales tax. Mr. President, this is quite unfortunate for us. And I believe you may know where I'm going with this. But here we have these huge sums of monies that are owed to the government, which we can't collect because time has passed. Had we been doing our work, and I know that people will say, well, Senator, you are pulling on your colleagues in the public service. But it's not just them to blame. But had we been doing our work and had we been collecting these monies, we would not have reached a point where we can no longer collect from them. And had we collected these monies, because we must understand that a lot of times some of these things, we are aware of them, but because they are our friends, our colleagues, our supporters, we let it slide and we let it slide and we let it slide, and then this is what happens to us. Had we collected these monies, we could have offered much more to the people of this nation. And maybe, just maybe, we would not have had to sacrifice our hard-earned salaries to assist our country. And so it is important, Mr. President, and we want to reiterate that it is very important that we pay attention to these matters and we don't leave them for the years to run upon us, that we end up in a place where we can no longer collect from these people who owe us. It's quite unfair, because when I think of my people who, before you even get your pay, 25% is gone. And then some of my other colleagues who, they pay 6%. And here we have all of these out there that we could have collected. It's not fair. All right? I'm not being mean to anybody. I am stating facts. That is the fact. We can't run away from it. We can't hide it. It's the fact. And so it would seem that all the time it's labor, it's the worker who has to suffer the brunt of all of these things. And we have to be the ones to punish, to sacrifice for what was not done, or for the little that those who make so much give back. So I had to highlight that, Mr. President. We really and truly must seriously look at this matter, and as the Prime Minister said, we have to do all that we can to ensure that we collect. I must say that when we owe, they collect from us quickly, because a letter is sent and they start your deductions from you. But unfortunately, it doesn't happen to those other persons who owe these large sums of money. That is not fair, that is not right. It must be fixed. We note the approval of the implementation of an increase in the minimum wage. And while we must commend this government that it has achieved one of its Plan Belize promises, it is past time that we look and we implement what the unions have long been calling for, a living wage. And that is something that the ILO has been discussing as well, and they have a definition for that. We believe that if we move in that direction, we could see more families moving out of poverty. And so it's going to assist many more families and on a whole our country. Mr. President, continuous economic growth has been recorded. And as per the PM's budget speech, we can expect a higher rate of economic growth over the next few years. I thought I was going to hear some pounding on the desk. But economic growth does not necessarily mean equity and fairness, right? And I think if I can recall, it says working together for a fair, inclusive, and prosperous Belize. So that does not necessarily translate to equity and fairness in the distribution of wealth. It has not automatically translated into higher incomes either, or even reduction in poverty level. I think on the contrary, there has been an increase in income inequality, which may not change anytime soon. But I hope that as we look at the many changes that must occur as we proceed in the years to come, and as we look at the different items in our budget, that we will not proceed with business as usual, and we'll make the necessary changes to ensure that these inequalities are at least reduced. Now, I want to look at some of the other items from the budget speech. Mr. President, if you will bear with me. On page 28, we hear of the 704 million. I think many of my colleagues raised that matter and spoke of the fact that it's a huge amount for wages. I think we need to recognize that it is not just the public officers and teachers that make that amount. We have a huge cabinet. All of those persons get salaries, correct? They are included, but oftentimes we look at the workers. Oh, the public service is too big, it's bloated, it's whatever words we use. And then that's where we cut. As a responsible government, we should be setting the example, right? And so if it is that this amount is too high, what must we do? We don't look at the regular, ordinary worker and say, you know what, we must cut down and we must retrench. But we look at the top and see where we can cut from there. But I bet we won't do that, because we'll have to decide which of our colleagues we'll have to send home. And that's going to be very difficult to do. But it's easier to say 300 public officers or 50 teachers, we'll figure out how we'll send you, and then we find reasons why we have to send these persons. So while I understand that that bill is a huge one, we must put into context the reason for its size. But along with that, we are hearing about pension reform. It says, and in the case of public pensions, a restructuring of the non-contributory framework is a national emergency. You know what emergency means? You have to deal with it right away. And so it speaks that this matter is going to be dealt with in the upcoming fiscal year. Mr. President, we have made it very clear that while we agree that there must be discussions on pension reform, it cannot just be pension reform. There must also be discussions on tax reform, because I spoke earlier about the inequality of the 25 and the 6. And I know that tax includes a lot of things, as Senator Koi had mentioned. And whether we want to go there or not. But if we touch one area, if we were to look at that 25 and that 6, and we find a way to change those numbers, it would make a big difference. And we may be able to realize some income with just that one simple change. And so I want to put on record that while the unions are open to discussion on the matter of pension reform, it must also be tied to tax reform. It has to, there's no way that it can remain that way. We have to also understand that when we look at making these huge changes, that these things can't happen overnight, because we didn't get to 704 million overnight. And so I don't expect that we would want to come and just suddenly make this big switch because we need to address this pension amount that we have to be spending every year. We have to remember that persons, for example, myself, have given 37 years of my life to teaching from the time I was 16. And so, you can't expect me to just easily say, you know what, I will now start to contribute towards a pension when I'm almost there, I'm almost ready to collect. So there has to be meaningful discussions, consultations, and it cannot be that the government is going to be coming to us and be putting forth a mandate to say, this is how we'll do it and we'll do it by this time. Cannot be. And it will not be. Take that to mean whatever you think that may mean, it will not be. Now let me just quickly maybe touch on a few, raise a few matters that are in the estimates, Mr. President. Because my other point in this budget speech also spoke to pension reform. But let me start with my ministry, if I may say my ministry. I'm a teacher by profession, and if I were to do it again, I would do the same thing. There may be two things in my life that I love really and truly, and that's my job as a teacher and being a trade unionist. Those two things you can't touch, beside my family. That is number one, you can't get away from that. So I didn't need to say that. But these are my two other loves. And so when I look at education, and we are fully aware of, because I'm sure that Dr. Zabane would have been seen and heard on the media speaking about curriculum reform. And as I accompanied him around in these sessions with our teachers, the feedback that we've received has been quite positive. Of course, there are concerns, but our teachers have been clamoring for quite some time that as the years go by, our job has become a little bit more difficult. And a lot of times people might not understand what it takes to be a teacher. And so when we fought so hard to not lose our 10%, we were not just fighting for our families. We were fighting for our children that we have in the classroom. I didn't say students because those are our children. And so we were fighting for them too, because oftentimes out of our salaries is what we use to fix our classrooms, is what we use to provide meals for our students, buy clothes for them at times, medication. We even bathe some of them at school. And so that fight was not just about us, but it was about them. And so when I say we don't always understand what teachers go through, I want to try to get us to understand the reason our teachers feel passionately about this curriculum reform. Mr. President, it takes me about 6 to 8 hours. It would take me about 6 to 8 hours every weekend just to sit to plan my lessons for the week. All I'm doing is writing my lesson plan, nothing else. I have to check my papers, I have to make my tests, I have to do every other thing. And so when we hear about a reduction in subject areas, or when we hear about the schools being able to look at how we can combine learning outcomes, or how we can look at more relevant subject areas that we can include in the curriculum, our teachers become very excited. Because it means then that I can use less time sitting around my table writing a lesson plan, and I can give more time to planning meaningful activities for my children in my classroom. So the curriculum reform has been received quite well by our teachers, and we are hoping that as we proceed with this matter, that these things will become reality. On the matter of teacher training, I note, yes, we have seen where our primary school teachers and our secondary school teachers and even our early childhood teachers, looking at the percentage of trained teachers, we have seen where we have many of our teachers who are trained. And we just received a memo, I believe it was yesterday, to say that the government or the ministry will now be embarking on reinstating study leave, so that our teachers who could not apply for study leave to go and improve themselves over the last 2 or so years, some of them, not all of them, will be able to do that now. And so we are grateful for that, because a lot of our teachers really and truly need the help. It's not that they want it, they need it. But in addition to teacher training, I trust that the ministry will understand the importance of providing more and meaningful professional development sessions so that our teachers can acquire the necessary CPD hours to maintain their teaching license. I know we now have a TLI, where the ministry have now been doing training via online, and that is good because it allows you to, do certain things at your own convenience. But we have to also consider that while these teachers are trained now, or while we have a higher percentage being trained, these teachers must maintain their license, and so the ministry must continue to provide sufficient workshops for them. I want to look at the Ministry of Labor, because as you well know, that's, as I said just now, another of my loves. 1 second, if you don't mind. So, let me first commend the work of the Chamber of Commerce and the NTUCB as it relates to the work that they've done on OSH. I know that OSH has been lingering for quite some time, and it seemed that we were not able to meet common grounds. And as I understand it, we have made some very good strides, and so we are very grateful for that. We trust now that once that process would have been completed by the two partners, that it now goes to government, and we can see that that will be brought to us very soon. I also want to commend the Ministry of Labor, because I noted in terms of the CBAs that have been worked on and the intervention, if you will, of the Ministry of Labor in those matters. But I must take this time to remind my colleagues who meet with the unions that there is still an outstanding collective bargaining agreement for the 3 public sector unions that has been lingering for 14 years now. That's beyond anybody. How can you be going 14 years without concluding a CBA? And so it is very important, and I want to implore the government to please ensure that those ministries who are involved in this matter, that we find a time urgently for us to sit down and finalize these matters, because it means that 14 years we should have had at least 4 CBAs within that period of time. We haven't signed one. And so this is a critical matter for us as teachers. When we look in the budget, we look at the assistance given to these grant-aided schools and the other areas. That is good because many of our schools need the support. Because our primary school, most of our primary schools are paid 100% salaries, you don't see them getting those grants because the teachers get their full pay, and so the schools are responsible for taking care of their schools. That at times become very difficult. Also, Mr. President, in terms of the Ministry of Labor, we are very pleased that right now there is a revision of Chapter 303 or 4 that is happening, and they're working on tying those two together. And so again, important legislations for trade unions, and we see that work is being done on those, but there are also other important ones that must be looked at urgently as well. And so we trust that as we move throughout the course of the year, that the minister responsible will be taking some time to meet with us as trade unions for us to look at those relevant legislations that need to be either revised, or for those ones that we have signed on to or we have agreed to that we need to begin to implement. I move now to Ministry of Youth quickly. And there is something that I was discussing with one of my colleagues earlier that brought my attention. But before I move to youth, I had a few things on education that I missed just now. And I believe as I looked at the budget for education, I did not, I noted that some areas had zero on them. Like the feeding programs and those kinds of things, I see zero there. And I am thinking that maybe it's because we were not in school and so that wasn't considered, but now we are going to be going back, well, we are now back in school face to face. And so these students will be coming back to the classroom in September, and many of those students depend on those school feeding programs to assist them. So I think I saw somewhere else, I believe in the capture or something, I saw something else there, but I'm not sure if that is enough to cover what used to happen. So I can be corrected, but I just want to point out that I did not see anything in that area as it relates to feeding programs. And so if there is a response for that, then I would appreciate getting that as we move along. I also noted some other areas where I saw zero. School Inspectorate Pilot Project. I saw school feeding program. And a few other things where I saw Healthy Start feeding program. I saw zero there. So there are a few things that I'm seeing zero there, but I know I saw somewhere, I believe under Cap 3, some other matters were included, right? So we can look at that as we move along. I also noted here we have drafting instructions for Education Act and rules, and it says published or completed. So we are looking forward to the revision of the education rules so that we can offer our input in what we believe need to be amended or need to be added into those rules as we move forward. So I can now move to youth. I'm sure Senator Koye is going to be responding to what I am querying as we move along. On the Ministry of Youth, Mr. President, let me first commend our young athletes. And I know it may be difficult for many of them because they're in school and then you have to leave your class to go to practice and then to go to these events. But as we were discussing this matter, something came to mind, and we are wondering if these students, when they leave the classroom to go to training camp for that week or however long, and then they go to Guatemala, wherever they go, to represent us. If while these students are out, if there is any provision for them, for any sort of tutoring, so that they don't fall too far behind while they are out representing our country. I'm asking the question because I don't know, and so maybe those on the government side can look into that, and if it is not there, then that suggestion can be made to the minister to see how best we can, maybe while they are at training, have somebody who could be there to ensure that they are doing their school work and they get some help that they may need in doing their school work while they are in training. We don't want for them to be missing out and and have to be repeating and have to be losing out because they are representing our country. And then the judiciary, my colleague spoke at length on that in terms of the shortage in magistrate, cases that linger for years and years unnecessarily. We have seen that firsthand. As we have had to deal with cases. The shortage, as I said, of magistrates and judges, and we know that we hear the saying, justice delayed is justice denied. And so we are hoping that we can pay more attention to the judiciary so that our people who have to use the services don't have to be going through all of these things. And while I'm no attorney, I do understand because I do have colleagues who sit around the NTUCB table who are members of, and so they can share with us what they go through on a daily basis and the assistance that they need. I was going to touch human development, but I believe those will be touched on as Minister Koi proceed. The last area, Mr. President, I want to touch is the matter of Ministry of Health and Wellness. And I'm not going to go into the details in the estimates, but I want to touch health and wellness for one reason, and I am hoping that this is the appropriate place to raise this matter. I know that KHMH receives a subvention from the government, and I was told that it went from 26.6 to 29.5 million. I'm sure we are aware that there is now a cancer unit at the KHMH, recently established unit at the KHMH, right? But I want to specifically speak to the matter of the cancer unit, if that's the proper name, the oncology center, whatever it is being called. It deals with patients who have cancer. I want to firstly commend Dr. Yakab for the excellent work that he is doing with persons who are going through cancer in this country. And I understand his frustration in not being able to do as much as he would want to do. Now, we have not visited the center at the KHMH, but we've worked with him other than that. And I have personal experience with this in terms of dealing with cancer. It is not cheap if you have a family member who has cancer. It really and truly takes a toll on the entire family. And if you cannot afford, if you don't have savings to deal with these matters, it means that you have to go and borrow from the banks to be able to pay your bills when you have somebody who is dealing with this matter. And so for me, this is very personal, Mr. President. And so I really and truly want to implore on the government to find some monies, collect some of these taxes from these people, take those monies and give to this cancer center. It is needed. They need medical supplies urgently, and they don't have. The little that they have is not enough. And we have been seeing more and more persons now being diagnosed with cancer. We just got news of my uncle on Monday that his test came back positive. And so he was given a diagnosis in terms of lifespan. It's nothing nice to deal with. But if he were to go to this center, he might not be able to get what he needs because they don't have the medication. And so again, I want to implore on the government to do whatever it can to provide some funding to this unit at the KHMH for them to be able to assist our people who are suffering with cancer to be able to get some relief. Because oftentimes it's not even about curing, it's about giving them relief for the pain that they are going through as they go through this process. I would also like to implore on all of my colleagues here today, and I would want to ask you that as we conclude today's session and as we end Women's Month, that maybe each of us would make a pledge to the cancer unit. Doesn't have to be a lot. If we give $100 each, $200 each to that cancer unit, it is going to make a difference for us. And I believe that as leaders, we lead by example. And so I trust, Mr. President, that all of us today will make that pledge and we will make our donation to the cancer unit at the KHMH, and that the government will do its part to ensure that they have funds. I thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Lengushe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to this debate this afternoon, this evening, on the Bill General Revenue Appropriation. Mr. President, I'm standing up at this time and making my contribution, especially at this time of the day, saving myself for anything that is to come, and any energy that I might have left over. And you would be aware when you questioned me earlier about my ability to be able to stand. I did not answer at that point, but I recognized, as I said, what was to come. And so I say that, Mr. President, because I'm certain that as I make my own contribution, it is important to point to some things. But allow me, Mr. President, first of all, as my other colleagues have done, to refer to my notes from time to time. But I want to, first of all, take the opportunity, as my other colleagues have done, to express my gratitude to Senator Koi for inviting us to a time where we were able to not only perhaps learn from him, but also to have been able to share in the budget presentation. And I say that because knowing Senator Koi, and I want to just make reference to him with the hope that he will not be embarrassed. But I truly appreciate a person like this who takes time. And I'm certain that at that time that he brought us together, it was a very it would have been a very challenging time for him. And yet he made the effort to be able to meet with us. Earlier, Senator Smith mentioned for some of us newer ones, but after he shared with us, or after he and his team shared with us, I recognize that an exercise of this nature is not only for us newer ones, but I think from time to time we should all make use of it. And I think we would make better contributions to the House, to the Senate. And so thank you very much, Senator Coy, in your own humble way. You do share. And as I said, perhaps if we have more leaders like yourself, I'm certain that the country will grow richer. I want to, Mr. President, having said that, perhaps also make some suggestions at this time and to the leader of the Senate of business, government business in the Senate, that perhaps one of the things that perhaps we need to do as we go forward, and this is a suggestion that I'm certain that I have seen and experienced in other countries, where in the crafting of a budget, it is done almost year-round, whereby you consult on a wider basis. The consultation is not only to craft a budget with perhaps the representatives that comes out of the areas or the Standard Bureau, but as I think was mentioned earlier, that we must involve a wider cross-sector as a budget is crafted, because when you are able to craft a budget, you will find out from the grassroots people what are some of the things that might be affecting them. And so I think if we can achieve something like that, my colleague spoke earlier about his sportsmanship. If we can consult on a wider basis, even those in the area of sports, it is not only the bureaucrats who might run sports that we consult with, but the smaller persons at the bottom who are truly involved in sports. When we hear from them and their input and what are their needs and wants, and if we can bring those things together, I think it would help. And this also applies to the social sector, of which I would be concerned, especially as the senator representing the church. Allow me, Mr. President, to speak briefly then on some areas that no doubt would have come up at one point or the other, but I thought that perhaps it is important to say something on it. And the first one I want to make reference to, because I have done my own reading on it, is the ministry, which no doubt will come up later on. The Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth. I notice that which has been budgeted, it doesn't have a large increase from that which has taken, that which was there before. And I want us to note that, because it will have implications, no doubt, for what is to come. I will not go into the details of the figures, except to say that I have observed that, and one wonders why it is so. But, Mr. President, allow me to touch on a few things coming out of the area of education. And I want to take the opportunity to commend the government, in a sense, when we look at some of the things, especially as it pertains to education. If you look at CAP 2, and you find that there is $6 million allocated to food subsidies. I think that which is very important, and I make that observation because when you think of some of the children and the I know that there was a question about school feeding program, etc., but it is very much there, and I hope that it will be used in that way. I notice also, as we have pointed out, that there is an increase in the budget itself, And that in itself for education is commendable. But Mr. President, as we observe even the increase in the ministry's budget, perhaps as we think of education, and as was mentioned before, it is important for us not only to begin to prioritize, but to plan over a long period of time. It is not that we will just increase the budget for education this year, and then next year, one wonders why there was a slash in the budget in order to accommodate something else. But it is that we have to plan in a way to be able to vision what really do we want for our children and our young people and our university students. And I think that if we think seriously about these things, it must be that we plan over a long period of time. If we're planning for basic schools and nursery schools, that is what we do over a period of time. If we're planning that we need to engage and properly fund high schools, we need to be able to do that over a period of years. If we are planning as to our university graduates and the kind of graduates we want coming out of our universities, it must be over a period of time. It cannot be a 1 year and stopgap thing. And so while I commend the government for its budget insofar as education is concerned, I think we should take those things into consideration. Mr. President, I stood here some time ago, and while the decision would have been taken the 10% that was taken from teachers and public servants, it is not something that necessarily we come here this evening, and we champion. But I must also say it was about time that this 10% was and is being replaced. And so in a sense, I want to also take the opportunity then to commend the government at this time to have done so. Let me also commend them on that which was mentioned by, I think, Senator John, the STEM program. I think she mentioned it. And these are some of the commendable things. But Mr. President, as I look at the overall budget itself, and being concerned about the social fabric of society, where we are now, I take note of the text or the budget speech of the Prime Minister working together for a fair, exclusive, and prosperous Belize. In time to come, I believe that if we will emphasize and encourage our young people in going forward, though I commend his title, in going forward, I would like to hear something like jobs, 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 and more jobs. Simply speaking, Mr. President, because as we consider the social fabric of this society today, as we consider what is happening in our towns and in our cities, Belize and Belmopan, when we consider in a sense, the lack of employment for our young people, and I say that because I also serve as board chairman, and I'm aware of our graduates as they leave high school, and some of them are not able to get employment right away. Some of them are not able to advance to other educational institutions, and so they are left to flounder and make do. These are some of the same young people who, to a large extent, would get themselves in trouble. And then we have to pick up the pieces insofar as these young people are concerned. I would hope then that going forward, I'm not seeing enough in the budget to have supported, and this was said before, I'm not seeing enough to be able to cover the social sector. And I say that because we all shared over today that there are some increases that are now affecting us insofar as cost of living is concerned, the cost of fuel, and the cost of other commodities, simple commodities. And I think this will continue to affect us in the months to come, especially with what is happening on the other side of the world. And like my colleagues, what I would have liked to have seen was how we will buffer the social sector, how we will buffer even if something cannot be done about the price of fuel at this time. And as I'm on the price of fuel, Mr. President, I want to say this, that it is not only that we bring a team together to find out what we need to do about the price of fuel, but that the government itself must have its policies in place, or should have had its policies in place, as to how it would have dealt with shock waves like this. But in the absence of that, what then will the government do in order to buffer the other sectors of life and living? Those are some of the things, the creative things I think the government must seek to do, especially as it formulates its budget. Mr. President, allow me to speak to one or two things that the leader of government business in the Senate would have shared on this morning before I conclude, what he would have shared with us in the Senate. As he pointed out some of the achievements of the government. And just a couple things. I know that the royal family has just left us, and he touched on the issue of perhaps what the country of Belize might want to debate in time to come. And I'm saying this, I'm going to point this out because it will affect some additional things. If the country of Belize will at any point debate or begin to debate itself to move to a Republican state, it must be put to the people in the form of a referendum. It must not be, or we must not believe, that it must only be that which is debated in the House of Representatives. And it's important to say that because I want us to take note that it was said. And I think that is important because there are times when I feel there are some things that would be better understood by the people if we go in a direct way to them. It must not be that it is only, or we feel that it is only the decision for the House of Representatives or the Senate. We must go down to the people and meet the people where they are and hear from them. And this also includes, Mr. President, that which we have been speaking of for a while, talking about for a while, constitutional and political reform. With things of this nature, it needs to be broadened and taken to the people. I say that because in the budget also, I heard again of monies being allocated for the representatives in the different areas. And while perhaps I might not have an issue with that, I'm going to say again what I said previously, that with monies allocated in that way, we must know what the monies are for, how it is being spent, on what it is being spent, etc. In other words, Mr. President, we must, and those persons must be accountable for that which has been placed in their hands. And there are lots of times when I recognize and realize that that is not necessarily so. And so I raise that issue because for me, if you will allocate sums of this nature, it must also find itself, not necessarily on a yearly basis, I will give them a little bit of this, I will give them a little bit of that. But for me, it must be an intentional part of constitutional and political reform. As I close, Mr. President, I want to again make reference to the budget that was allocated for the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries. Yes, I'm certain I'll get an opportunity to say some more on the issue. But allow me to conclude with perhaps something that happened over the week. I encountered a young lady who was stranded on the Western Highway and was frantically waving me down, wanting a level of assistance because her tire had blown out. And as she waved me down, I stopped and asked her what assistance I can offer. And she said if I can help her to change her tires. I tried, Mr. President. I tried my best. But as much as I was trying, I needed one or two stronger hands. And here, just as God sent 2 policemen from Hattieville, and I'm very sorry I did not write down their names, but 2 policemen from Hattieville came in their nice, clean uniform and asked if they could offer any assistance. And I said, sure, because I needed it. And they quickly went about doing the work for the young lady. I had to leave, and so they stayed there and helped. Here are 2 policemen who they could have passed, perhaps on another duty, but they stopped to assist. And perhaps these are not 2 policemen who will receive an award in time to come, but they would have helped an ordinary citizen. And in time to come, when we look at the budget, I hope when the government continues to look at the budget and intentionally look at what they can continue to do for policemen and women, that they will be included in an increased budget. I thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Webster. Good afternoon, Mr. President, colleagues. I rise proudly to lend my support to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2022-2023. It's a historic document, and I am proud to be a part of this deliberation to lend my support. As I think about the future of Belize, I can say confidently that as a country, we're stabilizing economic-wise, and once there's stabilization of the economy, it means that all other facets of our lives as Belizean will be impacted, because it takes every move that you make requires a dollar to be spent. And I am not just standing to support this draft fiscal year budget because of what I see in it in terms of numbers, but because of the economic strategies that are actually being built into the different ministries and the respective offices. I would just like for a few minutes to recap for the Belizean public to remember a number of achievements that we have accomplished. I may not have them in totality for sure, because every respective colleagues on this side has spoken to quite a few. But for me, very important right now, what stands out a lot and resoundingly is the New York Convention on Arbitration Award. For historical purposes, let's understand the Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Award, commonly known as the New York Convention, was adopted by the United Nations Diplomatic Conference from as far back as June 1958, and it was entered in enforcement on the 7th of June 1959, some 63 years ago. Can we get a round of applause for the government of Belize that has enforced that award? Not only did we make such a bold move on an international level, we had to go in head front, feet and all, in terms of dealing with COVID pandemic, which we never knew anything about. Minister Shabat was bold enough, brave enough, and had the motivation to lead that particular ministry. At many times when we considered the opening of the free zone, it was whether to open or to close, we took a bold step, an economic step. Open school, close school, that was always the argument for the safety of our children and our teachers. We again took a bold step and gradually reopened. To open borders or not to open borders, another economic decision that was being made and contemplated. And yes, we had to take a 10% cut to stabilize the country. And I think for this, a lot of public officers are very proud to know that in this era, in a pandemic, yes, that they could have continued to contribute so sincerely to stabilize this country. Or Caneros, if we as a government did not navigate that delicate situation, for me as a layperson, it seems that a whole industry could have gone into crisis. But with the leadership that we have and the minister that we have in agriculture, we can depend on them for stabilization. I can go on. Least we forget the stevedores. I like the fact that at some point, Minister Usher had made mention that the stevedores are a historic part of the development of our country. They stand here still now. Even with the improvement of technology and an industrialized area of the port, they formed a very integral part of the development of this country. And for this, we had to intercede. The rising cost of fuel, of course, we're looking at that. And we're looking at that quite from an economic standpoint, from a social standpoint. And I have no doubt that we will continue to deliver. But for the layman who continue to question and ask about how true is it that what is being presented in the House of the National Assembly and what is being presented in the Senate, lest they be misled, I would like to make reference, with your permission, Mr. President, to a very recognized, internationally recognized institution, the IMF. The IMF is like our teacher in economics. They tell us how we're to go at times. At times we may not like how they're directing us. But for this time, most profoundly, in their records, the Belize staff concluding statement of 2022, Article 4 mission, which was completed. It is published on their website at February 24, 2022. And I would like to read just a portion of that conclusion of their mission. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a severe impact on Belize that we know. It has led to 71% fall in tourist arrival and 16.7% contraction in real gross domestic product in 2022. The resulting fall in fiscal revenue and rising in pandemic-related expenditure widened the fiscal deficit and increased the public debt to 133% of GDP in 2020, a level that was assessed as unsustainable in 2021, Article 4 of the consultation that they did, close quote. Why is it important that we need to understand the reports that may at times seem over our head for the layperson? I'd like to break it down just a bit. And I guess because the teacher in me always need for the layperson to understand the dynamics and the level of which we present counter-arguments in the House of the Assembly. If we listen to certain presentation, it may seem as though we're not delivering. But the reality is, if you have an external body actually validating the work that we're doing, that's credibility by itself. So for the layperson that sells coconut water, that does craft and sell to tourists, for the woman that does hair braiding, for the woman or the man that sells food to tourists and anywhere else, for that person that is actually contributing to the hotel industry, to the healthcare industry, all of that brings a totality of monetary or market value. And it's within our country's border. And so that is what actually defines GDP. Now, during the pandemic, we had a lockdown. And so much of those activities were limited. And so government was not getting the revenue. Or we, in this case, we would say, you get a salary or you get a stipend. Government was not getting that. And so we were grossly impacted. Nonetheless, I think I chuckled earlier because when the leader of government business was presenting, I was like, oops, I think he was peeping in my notes, but it was actually the reverse. I was peeping in his notes. Joke. I looked at the fact that yes, we had that lockdown. COVID impacted our revenue. And it was a global effect. And so as a government coming in new, we had to look quickly, and we prioritized, Senator Bradley. We prioritized from the day we got into government up to this point that this budget is actually speaking to. We first spoke to the health of this nation. So there's no way for the person out there who have been listening and following the development of this government can truly say that there have been any slacking in the health industry. As a matter of fact, there's more to come. We have slated for the nation coverage of NHI, which could have been done a decade ago. As a nurse, I know about health reform. And to say that I am distressed, that I'm angry at the fact that NHI did not roll out the way it was supposed to, it hurts my heart. But now there is change and there is hope. And we're not just focusing on health, we're focusing on wellness as well. So every gamut of the society, every corner of the Belizean people will be impacted. So like a good, responsible father, the newly elected government had to buckle down. And we set priorities in order. First, looking at the health, as I mentioned, and not just the health, but we also tackled the GDP. So simultaneously, we were prioritizing, Senator Bradley. We were looking at health as also trying to address the debt that we were left in. Simultaneously, we were trying to stabilize the Belizean people. IMF said, and I quote, to address the situation of the fall in tourism and the contracted GDP that I just explained what it is, and the public debt without laying off public officers for that matter, the IMF government the IMF identified that government presented a medium-term recovery plan, MTRI, in April 2021. That was just little under 5 months into administration. And not just that. The government seeked to reduce the public debt to 85% of GDP by 2025, which is part of what is reflected here in this budget for 2022-2023. And we go farther. We are saying by 2030, we are supposed to be able to have 75% and 75% in 2020 of the GDP reduced. Sorry, let me do that again. And 70% in 2030 through the implementation of fiscal consolidation, growth enhancement, structural reform, and debt restructuring. What that say basically? The government is focusing on stabilizing the debt, increasing GDP, and of course, all of that has to be done by stabilizing the health, the education, the agricultural sector of this country, and so many other ministries. I do not believe that looking just at figures in this draft budget give us justice to what is actually being done in the ministry, Senator Bradley. If any of you have tried to follow the ministries and their development other than what is shared here, it is unbelievable. I tried to do it in a period of 1 week and it was impossible. And I always try to joke about CEO Valentino Schall. He gives the quickest update as a CEO on what is happening in his ministry. I always tell him he needs to allow his Facebook comments to be shared so I could just share it onto my public page as well. In any case, we are here looking at the budget, and I took a laser scope looking at basically just 3 aspects, but I just want to focus really and truly on training. This budget speaks to 18 ministries and 7 offices. And those 18 ministries and 7 offices impacts over 400,000 people in this country. How many public officers are in here, in these ministries and offices? I think it's a little over, what, 16,000? 15,000? But what was very impactful for me as an educator, that I'm taking away more than anything, even as we think about the population, is the fact that you have, I would say, a handful of public officers, where in every single ministry, training monies have been allocated. And if I was supposed to open these other estimates of revenue and expenditure dating back to 2014, the general public, I'm sure, have access to these. They would see that training for each ministry was poorly allocated. What we have done from the last budget to this budget, we have seen an increase, except for, and I will critique, Office of the Governor General. And I want to say, well, maybe that because she knows everything, but she's not the only person in that particular office. And so maybe, Minister Koi, we will think about giving financing for training to the Office of the Governor General, simply as a result of or for the demand of succession planning for all the other personnel that support that office. But my passion and my takeaway and my joy just looking at this budget is simply that. The training finances that has been allocated for that handful of public officers who in turn will be able to continue to serve the population of this country. In addition to training, I also looked at the fact that in many of these ministries, of the 18, several of them had a noted significant decrease in public expenditure or public utility. Let me get that right. Yeah, so as I was saying, a number of these ministries, you can see a decrease in public utility. And in respect to grants, which is another area that I focused on, you can see quite an increase in each of those ministries. And may I remind the public as well, that if you go to the budget on page 3, when we talk about grants cover at least 26 items. Is that how I refer to it? Grants cover individual grants. So there's nothing to say that I cannot apply to a ministry for a grant. Organizations are also supported by these grants. Institutions, municipalities, statutory bodies, Belize City Council, Carl Hushner, University of Belize, Toledo Development Corporation, Beltrade, Niche, Statistical Institute of Belize, Social Investment Fund, and the list goes on. But what was really super happy, what I was happy about was the fact that 25 make reference to Small Business Development Center of Belize. And it also made reference to Belize Training and Employment Center. So even though I focus on training being focused on the public officers, this budget actually transcends into the public, whereby persons can also have access to finances. And so I am grateful for what I see, and I am happy to be a part of this change, a part of this focus. And then I looked at what was allocated for contributions and subscriptions. And these are what we pay to organizations. And I saying to myself, but I think we need to increase them, Minister Koi. Guess why? We are widening our diplomatic outreach. Through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I am hearing a lot more that will be happening as it relates to Central America and Belize. And so public officers and all persons that support the different ministries can definitely benefit from having subscription, understanding the dynamics and the diplomacy of these countries, etc., etc. In closing, Mr. President, I wish I could have elaborated more on infrastructure, on agriculture, on education. I have everything listed right here. Ministry of Natural Resources. Senator Carl identified some villages, but we haven't even touched half of them yet, Senator. In conclusion, Mr. President, as we have been given this unique opportunity to review the revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2022-2023, I am grateful for the valiant effort, motivation, and the vision of our leader, our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Bersenio, and his cabinet. But not just them, I am also grateful for the dedicated public officers who have catched the vision of hope and prosperity for our nation that was in peril under the UDP. But I'm also eternally grateful, guess to who? To the people of Belize, who knew that they deserved better and who decided that in knowing that they deserve better, they chose a government that is making a change. The government has not failed us. It has not failed the people. And even as we navigated in uncharted water with COVID, yes, maybe mistakes were made, no doubt, but we prioritized. We prioritized health, we prioritized the decrease of the debt. We focus on education, stabilizing the children in and out of school in terms of online and all the other modalities that were facilitated. We looked at security. We also looked at job creation, infrastructure. We are looking even more deeply at the environment, food sovereignty and food security, which was like the racehorse coming out of the gates, and so forth and so on. We have been focused as a government. And so on this day, in which Belize is presented with the biggest budget in history, I speak to this document. I speak life into this document. I speak blessings. I speak wisdom. I speak knowledge, I speak understanding, and I speak love for the people of Belize and for our leader. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Coy.
Good evening, Mr. President. I rise in support of the General Revenue Appropriation Bill for fiscal year 2022-2023. I request your leave to refer to my notes. But before I do that, I would like first to express my heartfelt appreciation for the kind regards of my senator colleagues. I would also like to welcome Senator Orson Elrington to this honorable Senate. I don't know what happened, but for some reason we didn't get this honorable senator get any welcomes earlier today from our Okay. I would have said I look forward to the fruitful and constructive contributions. But I think we already had that. And one word that comes to mind is metaverse. So we have the metaverse, we have the universe. I don't know which verse this reality that was being presented by the other side earlier today. But I can say one thing. We are not about going in reverse. Yes. We are about moving forward. Leader of government business, what's another word for going forward, moving forward? Adelante. A number of comments, queries were raised throughout the course of today. And I would like to speak to some of them. First, I heard quite a bit on the 9.2% unemployment rate. I repeat, 9.2% unemployment rate. This is the figure put forward by the Statistical Institute of Belize. As the Honorable Senator highlighted, they followed and implemented the ILO standards. I quote from the SIB's last labor force survey. Preliminary results from the Statistical Institute of Belize's September 2021 labor force survey showed that the national unemployment rate declined from 13.7% in September 2020 to 9.2% in September 2021, as major industries such as tourism gradually recover from the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. There were an estimated 28,782 more persons employed in September 2021 when compared to the same month last year, with the most notable gains in employment being seen for jobs in tourism, wholesale and retail trade, and call centers. I highlight this quote and the labor force survey itself because, in short, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want to go into the disaggregated data, then you have to look at the labor participation rate. What is that labor participation rate? That's people coming into the labor force, not necessarily employed, but coming into the labor force. That in itself increased between September 2020 and September 2021 from 55.1% to 61%. So there were more people that came into the labor force, and yet the unemployment rate came down. If we use the old data, the fact of the matter is, not the old data, the old methods, then we have to accept that under the UDP, there was an unemployment rate of roughly 30%, which meant that there were 65,000 people unemployed. Where is that unemployment now? Certainly the numbers are far less. What far less? We are looking at 45,000 persons less. On the matter of fuel prices, I share the sentiments of Senator Bradley in that, in large part, the fuel pump prices are beyond the control of this government. It is an imported inflation, like the inflation of many other goods items that are imported into this country. Nonetheless, having regard to the extreme impact, not only of global inflation and supply chain, but the war in Ukraine specifically, the volatility created and the heightened fuel prices has meant that government has had to act. They have acted, government, this administration has acted already. The excise duty per gallon of diesel, as an example, was $3.57 per imperial gallon. That now is $2.34 per imperial gallon, a reduction of 35% or $1.23 per imperial gallon. Similar adjustments have had to be made in regular gasoline with excise duty reduction of 26 cents per imperial gallon. The rationale behind it, without those excise duty reductions, the price of diesel would have been $14.70. It is very likely that the notional pump price would go higher unless additional action is taken in connection with the next shipment. As far as regular gasoline is concerned, that action has capped that price per gallon for regular gasoline at $13.50. Without that excise duty reduction, the price would have been $13.83 per gallon. So this government has already acted. The value of that, if annualized, would be the equivalent of roughly $20 million. So this is no small effort on the part of this government. Cabinet continues to make every effort to identify relief measures in connection with fuel prices on a targeted basis. We expect results on this measure soon. Cabinet has also tasked the Ministry of Finance to renegotiate certain commercial charges, including the dealer's margin and the depot charges, with a view to getting substantial reductions. So the efforts will continue. Action has been taken. This reflects what this administration is about. On the matter of staffing, I think different numbers have been put out there, but I believe the accurate figures have been shared with Senator Pitts, Senator Smith. As far as contract officers, I think that was highlighted by Senator Bradley, the concern on contract officers. In 2020, there were 316 contract officers. In 2021, that fell to 280, and this year, we are now at 264. So there has been a marked reduction in the number of contract officers. With respect to the overall staffing of the public sector, in 2020, we were at 15,024. In 2021, 14,788. And now we're at 15,021. It may be that there's a projected increase in public officers employed by the government over the course of the year, but at this point in time, there are 15,021 public officers. As you can confirm, the increase has been marginal. Now I would like to get into some budget clarifications. And I feel it's rather simple in terms of going through some of these ministries. What's important is to look at the details and to appreciate that there may have been reclassifications of certain expenditures from one ministry to the next. So I'll start off with the Ministry of Finance. There were two highlighted line items. One was an increase of 34 million to 66 million in the Ministry of Finance. What that is the 10% restoration of wages for public officers, an increase of 32 million. The remaining amount for teachers is reflected in the transfers and subsidies section. I believe that's in the Ministry of Education. Another line item highlighted was 5.7 million, moving up to 27 million in grants. That's a reclassification of the NHI grant funding, the monies for the NHI. That was moved from the Ministry of Health into the Ministry of Finance. The increase actually for NHI went from 18 million to 22 million. But as far as the Ministry of Finance, it is merely a reclassification, shifting over of that transfer grant from Ministry of Health into the Ministry of Finance. I think a reference was made to furniture in the Ministry of Finance. And yes, that does have to do with the Eleanor Hall building. A supplementary was passed for that expenditure that was in connection with what has been done beforehand, but only 60% has been paid. So this item in the budget is for the remaining 40% on that contract. In the Office of the Prime Minister, I think a reference was made to the increase by 6 million or thereabouts, or 7 million in grants or something to that effect. What that is that's the Constituency Development Fund. I had highlighted that in our open session. Now, as far as the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth, I think page 18 and 19 of the budget estimates speak to all the line ministries, and what is the expenditures in each of these ministries. And I believe that there was a marginal increase reflected of from 92 million to 93 million from one budget year to the next. But at the same time, please bear in mind that the Ministry of Economic Development has conduct of the Belize Integral Security Program. So if you were to look in the Ministry of Economic Development's budget, you will see in the Cap 3 an $8 million provision for the Belize Integral Security Program that's funded by CABE. Those funds will largely be used for the Ministry of Home Affairs and, to a lesser extent, the Ministry of National Defense. So there is a substantial increase in the Ministry of Home Affairs budget. Similarly, for the Ministry of Agriculture, if once again you were to look at the Ministry of Economic Development, you will see the Rural Resilient Agriculture Development Program that is managed through the Ministry of Economic Development, and a provision there is made for $3 million. That, again, is directly for agriculture. It's not for Ministry of Economic Development. In the Ministry of Education, we spoke about an increase of $30 million to $258.7 million for the Ministry of Education, reflecting priority for that ministry. Now, I think the reference was to 2019, and it was a little bit less than 2019. But I think it's important, again, to appreciate the Taiwanese effort, the success of the Taiwanese initiative to ramp up, to move up what was agreed under the bilateral cooperation agreement. So a large component of the remaining grant funding will be for the Ministry of Education. So it will mean an increase in the budget. I should add, the Millennium Challenge Corporation. I think the Prime Minister spoke to about the Millennium Challenge Corporation. Our effort, our singular effort, is to conduct a process that emphasizes the importance of education and the securing of material sums. We have spoken, and the numbers are not fixed in stone, but we have spoken about $150 million US under the Millennium Challenge Corporation grant funding. That's 300 million Belize dollars. We can't say that we are in a reduction phase when it comes to Ministry of Education. We are in a transformational phase. The National Healthy Start Feeding Program, Senator Smith referenced, that is one of those areas that will be covered under the Taiwan program. Under the Ministry of Tourism, we all know that BTB has the conduct of a lot of what happens in the tourism sector. The Ministry of Tourism, when you compare the budget, again, you have to look at the details. The recurrent expenditures actually increased substantially. It is the Cap 3 that reduced, and relative from 2019 to now. And that is because under Cap 3, the Belize City Urban Rejuvenation Project was being undertaken, and that was completed by 2020. So we have to get into the details to fully appreciate what the budget is telling us. It's not just the summaries that we look at. On the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, I don't think I have to speak to that. I think the Senator proudly claimed credit for the expenditures associated with that. So I'll get into my notes at this point in time. I intend not to speak exhaustively on government's estimates, nor our economic and fiscal performance over the past year, but rather to speak to certain underlying themes upon which this budget was formulated. As explained to my Senate colleagues in an open session for their comments and inquiries on this budget last week, this budget is a conscientiously crafted budget, developed in the context of our economic and financial circumstances and our multi-year home growth economic recovery and transformation plan. I think most of us can agree that we inherited a basket case economic and fiscal position from the past UDP administration. Our economy was reeling with massive unemployment and overall economic stagnation at record levels of 16.7%. Ravaged by corruption and incompetence, the fiscal position was comparatively worse, with runaway government debt of over $4 billion, or 133% of GDP. A colossal overall budget deficit of over 16%, or $500 million, and a financing gap of almost $600 million. It seems our former Prime Minister and his hapless cohorts were bereft of ideas and had lost complete control of economic and fiscal matters. This captain seemed almost eager to abandon ship, pass over the poison chalice, and give up the reins of government. November 2020 couldn't come soon enough. That financing gap, by the way, means that after all the taxes were collected, all the grants were received, the then government was still short $600 million and had to scramble to borrow that money from Peter to pay Paul, to cover uncontrolled expenditures, to pay salaries and other expenses. This is why we were in a position of borrowing $1 million a day. This was the state of our public finances and our overall economy. This was the context upon which this administration embarked on governing, and in connection with which the homegrown plan was developed. This plan meant making very tough decisions from the very outset. We had to cut expenditures at every level. The adjustment to wages and salaries was harsh, but necessary. The slashing of goods and services expenditures was deep, admittedly too deep. Capital expenditures, both CAP 2 and CAP 3, had to be prioritized. Contracts were renegotiated that brought savings of well over $50 million, while on the CAP 3 end, focus was given to implementation of those foreign-funded projects that included substantial grant funding. In other words, we tried to keep the incurring of external debt obligations to a minimum, minimizing our cost of capital and simultaneously maximizing foreign exchange inflow. We wanted to take such measures as necessary and prudent to protect our currency peg and minimize any devaluation risk. Of course, our successes in the cancellation of the 14-year-old super bond, seemingly unsolvable to the past administration, in a matter of 9 months through the blue bond transaction, have been well documented. This achievement was vital in not only bringing our debt servicing charges for fiscal year 2021-2022 around $40 million below fiscal year 2019-2020, but it reduced government's overall debt by nearly $500 million. Across the board, the results were stellar. The IMF Article 4 consultation staff lead did not hold back in expressing utter surprise that what we achieved could actually have been done. Through this PUP administration's considered decisions and active policy interventions under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño, the economy rebounded with a growth of as much as 12% in 2021, with the expansion in the last 3 quarters of 2021 outpacing the contraction of the last 3 quarters in 2020. The number of unemployed fell from roughly 65,000 to around 20,000, the lowest in almost 5 years. Our debt to GDP ratio fell 25% to 108%, and we went from a primary deficit of 14.5% to a primary surplus of over 1.5%. This recovery and transformation plan was not a one-year plan, however. It is a multi-year plan. It contemplated that it would take years to turn around the devastation caused. Given how deep the hole that the past administration had dug for us and the people of Belize, we expected conservatively that in the first year, even with all our cost-cutting, debt restructuring, and collection-enhancing efforts, we would still run a primary deficit of around 3% and an overall deficit of around 5%. We considered that in this upcoming fiscal year, with expected positive results from our policy initiatives, we would achieve a small primary surplus of around 1%, and thereafter in the next few years, we would stabilize to a primary surplus of around 2% of GDP per annum. we targeted an 85% debt to GDP ratio by 2025 and a 75% debt to GDP ratio by 2030. This projected trajectory would bring us onto solid footing with a sustainable debt and growth path. Given the better than expected performance in fiscal year 2021-2022, this administration felt that it could make certain adjustments to that multi-year plan. First and foremost, public officers and teachers took on a heavy sacrifice in this past fiscal year, with the expectation that it would last for as much as 3 years. Restoring wages became the #1 priority as we sought to formulate this upcoming year's budget. Can we afford it? What can we do to make sure that we can afford it? We had to find a way, and we did. July 1st of this year, 2 years ahead of schedule, the salaries of public officers and teachers will be restored. We provided for this restoration with measured prudence. In exercise of fiscal responsibility, inconceivable by the past administration, and based on a projected economic growth of 6% for 2022, this General Revenue Appropriation Bill proposes the authorization of the largest quantum of expenditure at $1.366 billion in the history of this country, all while at the same time achieving a primary surplus. Moreover, demonstrating a proactive approach, not only have we capitalized the central bank, but for the first time in Belize's history, we have not only established a contingency fund, but are funding that contingency fund for urgent and or unforeseen need for expenditures. We did not go crazy or lose control. We sacrificed, we saved, we worked together. In the past couple years, heavy focus has been placed on COVID-19 related health expenditures. Having regard to the apparent weakening health effects of the variants and the sizable vaccine uptake, health expenditures have been somewhat scaled back, while increased funding has been directed to education, social protection, and infrastructure development. Our Prime Minister and our colleagues in the House of Representatives and this Senate have highlighted many of the programs and key features of this budget. I would simply like to underscore a few. Education, in my personal view, is truly the single most important investment we can make in ourselves, our children, and for our future, to enable and ensure a generational transformation for long-term, sustainable human development and prosperity. Most of us are here today because of what education has made of us. We read in the media about oligarchs and elites in Belize, but most success stories in Belize in our lifetime started with zero or less than zero. It is education that some of us have been lucky enough to have gained over many years that has given advantage and brought benefits, even prosperity, to some. Why should every child not have that equal opportunity? This is the hallmark goal of this PUP administration, and this is why this budget has increased education funding by over $30 million to $258.7 million. This additional funding will support numerous initiatives, including free high school education on the south side of Belize City, and the National Healthy Start Feeding Program with outreach to 3,000 students. They also include developing a national curriculum framework, an MIT Lab High School focused on STEAM education, that is, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, that will prepare our kids for the jobs and businesses of the future, all part of the Education Quality Improvement Program funded by the IDB. They include programs for teacher training adult and continuing education, and a resuscitation of training in vocational and technical areas through all but abandoned IT vet institutions. Much work will be done to bring opportunity through education and training to young and older. This effort in education will see further directed and additional material, hopefully transformational support through the Millennium Challenge Corporation grant funding. As these long-term development plans through education bear fruit, social protection measures remain necessary in the immediate term. This budget contemplates and delivers on this. $6 million are budgeted to provide food assistance to the poor and most vulnerable in our population, while a further $6 million are budgeted for constituency development that reaches into all 31 constituencies. $5 million are provided as well for low-income housing assistance. Recognizing the necessity for expanded medical coverage for those most vulnerable, the NHI program has been ramped up by over 20% to $22 million. This will enable the expansion of NHI's coverage in Corozal, commence rollout in Orange Walk, and increase the number of participants in Belize City's south side. Mr. President, there is one other major change that is worth noting, specifically because it is not a budget feature to which we can append a number. That sea change is in the relationship between the government of Belize and our official sector partners. When Prime Minister Briceño took office, most of our relationships with the official sector were broken down or in obvious disrepair. When potential partners heard about Belize, they looked the other way. Consider now how far we have come in such a short time, how much deeper and how more diverse our collaboration has become. Whether it's Belize's loan envelopes, our grant funding lines, or technical assistance, the range of interest areas and themes are truly unprecedented. Belize's voice is now being heard, listened to, and respected. Whether the IMF, the IDB, the World Bank, CABE, CDB, the OPEC Fund, or the Kuwaitis, Belize's homegrown, climate-conscious macroeconomic plans are deemed credible, focused, and effective. For the first time in a generation, the only constraint Belize faces for accessing funding is not funding sources or funding costs. Rather, it is the national budget's capacity to take on debt. And apart from the transformation in these crucial multilateral relationships, there is, of course, the spectacular elevation of our collaboration with the Republic of China, Taiwan. Prime Minister and government's team returned from Taipei with a 5-year support program condensed to 2 years and with 100% funding for the new Belize $33 million San Pedro Hospital, among other projects. And let's not forget the rekindled relationship with the U.S. It was the U.S.'s Development Finance Corporation, after all, that provided critical insurance for the blue bonds, and it is the U.S. that has deemed Belize eligible for the Millennium Challenge Corporation participation for substantial grant funding towards mitigating constraints to economic growth, including education. And so I cannot overemphasize the extent to which, with proper planning, prudent management, and overall good governance, our administration, led by Honorable John Briceño, has repositioned Belize to benefit from official sector and bilateral support. Mr. President, we have a good budget being presented here today, a budget that recognizes and addresses the challenges of today, but also a budget that prepares us for tomorrow. It is not a perfect budget. We are constrained by scarce resources, but we are surely allocating those scarce resources prudently for the long-term sustainable human development of our people. We have come a long way in a short period of time, but we still have a very long way to go for a fair, inclusive, and prosperous Belize. Believing in ourselves and working together is what makes that vision possible. We thank our supporters for their commitment and continued discipline, and we welcome all to join us, this party, this administration, in this work, in this unified endeavor for a prosperous future, a beautiful future for Belize.
Madam President, I rise to wrap up the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation Bill for 2022-2023. Let me start by offering my thanks to my colleague senators on this side of the Senate, the People's United Party senators, for their excellent, dynamic, insightful contributions to the debate. I also wish to thank the social partner senators for their contributions, as well as Senator Bradley for his more mature contribution to the debate. I will get to Usain Bolt wannabe shortly. Madam President, let not your heart be troubled by the congenital negativists. There are some people who not care how good something good, they can't help themselves. It is an affliction that occurred at the time of conception. Can't help themselves. We will deal with them one by one. As always and as usual, Senator Koi has been comprehensive in responding to the specifics, pointing out to the Senate and to the Belizean people that if the senators opposite took the time to understand and to read the budget and to attend the consultation meeting and to ask their questions, answers would have been delivered and they would not have been here making uninformed, misinformed, and misleading presentations. This budget, Madam President, and we make no apology for it, is a budget that is presented because we have turned the Belizean economy around. And we accept, we have said so and we said so last year. I repeat, and I remind the senators, no one took pleasure in the harsh steps and the austerity that had to be imposed. It was done for a purpose. And we recognize those who have suffered, those who have sacrificed. But we must also, as some senators did, recognize achievements and speak truth. Let me seek to clarify further points. Senator Bengoshe raised the legitimate question of the obvious inflationary pressures that are about, the significant increase in the cost of foodstuff, fertilizers, crude oil, shipping, etc. All I can say to the Honorable Senator is the following. The question of the measures that the government has the power to implement to attempt to attenuate the increasing costs are under constant and urgent review by the Cabinet. There are some things, as was acknowledged, that we cannot control or change, but there are active meetings taking place, supplies control, enforcement, as well as fiscal measures that we are hoping to bring to this Honorable Senate to attenuate the increasing cost of living. And so we are not unmindful of it, Senator Bengoshe. But I want to raise another point and respond to a point that you raised, because I did it on the last occasion that we were here. You expressed your concern about the contingency fund and the fact that there is no oversight. I repeat, there is a joint public accounts committee chaired by Tracy Panton, whose responsibility is to conduct oversight over government expenditure. It is the only committee that is not controlled by the government. She is failing in her duty, Senator Bengoshe. The oversight that is required, there is an institution established by this government in order for there to be oversight. Tracy Panton, do your job. I wonder where Perfect there. You know, if you did a Carter Center, the land how for conduct an election, where there? Might be. Where might be there?
Leader of Government Business, I ask that
I move on, Madam President.
speak to the budget.
Senator Smith raised the question of tax recovery. And she addressed us on page 26 of the budget, and quite rightly so. She highlighted the scandalous and disgraceful state of affairs. $645 million in revenue, and only 6%, 38 million assessed in the last 2 years. Less than 20%, 111 million, are less than 5 years in arrears, and approximately 419 million, or 67%, are non-collectible because of the statute of limitations. Senator Smith is saying we could have made a raise. Whilst some senators don't want to accept responsibility and come here and tell us, don't say that for we fault, history, truth, and fact says that it is the government of Dean Oliver Barrow and the United Democratic Party that did not collect the $645 million. So they can say all they want. It is their failing, it is their negligence, and in fact their irresponsibility that has put us in this position today. And I don't care how many times they beg pardon. I don't care how many times they ask for mercy. I am going to say it every time. It is their responsibility and they failed. So the question is, what are we doing about it? And the answer appears on page 23. The first item there under cap 3. $4 million for the continuation of the strengthening of tax administration and for the full rollout of IRIS, the Integrated Revenue Information System, a multi-year program supported by the IDB, which I will refer to more in detail shortly. But that, Senator Smith, is designed to modernize tax collection and designed to ensure that this type of outrageous, scandalous situation and circumstance never happens again. Senator Chanona expressed her concern about oversight, management, and policing of marine protected areas and spawning areas. Senator Chanola, because of your familiarity with this area, I think you would have known that out of the proceeds of the Blue Bond, significant amounts of money will be made available specifically in order to improve our management of marine protected areas. It was the People's United Party, and you know, some people will tell us that we are the one who start the conversation, that we are the one who made the talk to TNC, It reminds me of a difference between courting and marriage. When I made courting, but when I never married the TNC, I understand your problem. Don't worry about it. Madam President, they were the ones who started the negotiations and could not conclude it. Let history record the fact it was the People's United Party who was able to get the job done. I refer Senator Chanola to page 24 of the budget speech by the Honorable Prime Minister, where he says, under Cap 2, 9.2 million is going to meet conservation funding commitments under the Blue Bond Debt for Marine Protection Swap Program, of which 40%, which is 3.68 million, should flow to public sector agencies involved in marine conservation programs. So your concern is a matter that is concern for the government, and that is why the Blue Bond was structured in the way it is structured, and we are hoping and expecting that resources will be available in order to protect the marine protected areas and the spawning areas for the young fish. So as you said, we have small fish and big fish, snapper and grouper, and hopefully the whale sharks will return and we will have a much more prosperous and environmentally sensitive marine protected areas. Madam President, there were two statements made in this Senate today. I don't know. I have to wonder. At the very end of her presentation, Senator Pitts, she was in verbal flight. And she said that we will have to explain to the people why the $5 won't serve any useful purpose. The $5, referring to the minimum wage increase that is proposed to $5, won't serve any useful purpose. I'm pausing for that to sink in. After castigating us, after criticizing the government about the increase in the cost of living, after berating us about not doing anything for the poor, the Honorable Senator says, we will have to explain to the people why the $5 won't serve any useful purpose. We are not ashamed. We will not hang our head low. The promise of this government is to implement a $5 minimum wage, and we are going to do it in this fiscal year. We will never say to the Belizean people that a wage increase, a minimum wage increase for the poorest of the poor in this country will serve no useful purpose. The other statement said in this Honorable Senate earlier this morning by the Honorable Senator Elrington who had the audacity to raise the question of housing in this Honorable Senate? Housing, of all the issues, housing. You know what this senator said? I will read it. We will not support the two-bedroom house, one of the bill. Hear him saying? Correct. He is telling the Belizean people that the United Democratic Party that he is here representing is against low-cost housing being built for single mothers in this country. The senator is boasting and preening like a peacock in the Senate, saying they do not support the two-bedroom houses that are being built for Belizean people. Madam President, let the word go forth from this time and place that the People's United Party will continue to build low-cost housing for the people of Belize, whether the UDP like it or not. It is a disgrace. It is a disgrace to come to a Senate for a country where poverty is above 50%, to come to a country where people are suffering because of many exogenous shocks, and to sit here because you have your own house and because you got your own, to deprecate and to say that you will not support a project that is designed to uplift and to make life better for the Belizean people. We on this side deplore that, we criticize it, and we condemn it. It is simply wrong, Madam President. And so let the record be clear. Let it be clear who is against the $5 minimum wage. Let it be clear who is against the low-cost housing in this country. You had your turn. We're here. We are narcissists.
May we be reminded of Standing Order 40. B. Senators shall remain silent while another senator is speaking.
We hear what they call me, Madam President? Gaslighting narcissists. Gaslighting narcissists. You could call we red light, blue light, lighthouse. You could call we stoplight, go light, any kind of light you want. You could call we anything you want. We will implement the $5 minimum wage, and we will continue to build house for poor people. Call we anything you want. Gaslighting narcissists. They are woke expressions that they come in here with, and not upon the side of poor people. Madam President, by their words we will know them. Let me show you the type of thing that we are dealing with. Senator Elrington criticized the government with respect to the budget of the judiciary. Set out right on page 18. He says he will compare 2019 figures to the budgeted figures. You be careful when people say these things, you know. You have to follow what they're saying. Look at what they're doing so that you understand. The budget for the judiciary in 2019, $9,662,366. And I listened long, on and on, how bad the PUP is for the judiciary. Let's look at the budget approved for 2020. Whose budget was that? UDP. Senator Errington didn't reveal to the Belizean people what the budget was for 2020. Why? Because the budget in 2019 was 9.6 million, and under the United Democratic Party, it was reduced by 2 million to 7,755,898. He didn't say that. He didn't refer to that. They took down the budget to the judiciary by a third. He didn't say that. But when it went down under the UDP in 2021, look at 2021, 2022. It went up marginally to 7,827,000 under the People's United Party. There was no decrease. And the budget for this year, Madam President and members of the Senate, is for 8,367,000. It went up under the People's United Party. So do not come here and pretend that the 9 million that you had in 2019 is the benchmark. The benchmark is the 7 million that your government passed and approved, a decrease by 1/3. That is the outrageous and scandalous budget for the judiciary. It was a United Democratic Party, and the People's United Party has continued to increase the budget for the judiciary. Facts are stubborn things. Remember how it started, Darrell? Black, white, and black and white. Look at the black and white. I want to refer to Senator Bradley. I hope, first of all, that this notion that SIB or somebody, I don't know who, was tricking people about unemployment has now been withdrawn. Nobody come here and try to manufacture some number of 9.2% of unemployment. That figure was arrived at, Madam President, by applying an internationally approved methodology advocated for by the ILO, a United Nations organization. What they don't like, the congenital negativists. What they don't like is when Senator Corey telling 28,700 more Belizeans are employed under the People's United Party. That's what we should be focusing on. So I hope, Senator Bradley, in your more mature approach to this issue, you will appreciate that that problem has been addressed. And you know, Madam President, when I was listening, I know my memory not too good, but I wonder if Senator Bradley made a. But he was. He spoke for 9 minutes and 32 seconds about his concern for procurement, government procurement of goods and services. Must be more effective, must be more transparent. Senator Bradley, on the 18th of March, hold on, 18th of March, this month, Senator Bradley, you were sitting right there. This Senate approved a motion, Inter-American Development Bank Program for Strengthening Public Expenditure Management in Belize, US $8 million loan, motion 2002. Here is the motion that is designed specifically to address the problem that you identified. Complaining that it is not in the budget. We approve it in the Senate in March. You mentioned it. Let me read it to you and remind you. Whereas, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, Belize is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank. The government of Belize, in an effort to increase the efficiency and the use of the public resources, has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program to strengthen public expenditure management in Belize. The program consists of the following 4 subcomponents: improve the efficiency of the key expenditure functions